History is full of legends, heroes whose power was so immense they basically ruled their times like gods, standing tall above everyone else. Some had names that would make anyone tremble, their reputation alone a weapon, symbolized by this gleaming golden sword held high. Others were kings, the kind who built massive empires, their castles standing as proof of what they achieved. And then there were those who led huge organizations, commanding legions with just a word, their influence spreading everywhere. Since the beginning, people sang songs about heroes, those who fought demon kings, healed the sick, saved lives. But some didn't care about any of that. All they wanted was pure, raw strength. Our story, though, it's about this young man, Davy, looking up at these so-called legends with a chilling intensity in his eyes. Pathetic, he thinks, his fists clenching hard. He figured they could all just go to hell, every single one of them. The bitterness practically rolls off him. His anger flares as the memories hit him, how they'd taken a 10-year-old boy and twisted him however they wanted for their training. He flashes back to a huge, muscular man wearing a lion's head, carelessly holding a small, battered Davy by his shirt. The kid looks completely drained, like he's got nothing left. That was their idea of training. And if things didn't go their way? He remembers being met with a fist, sent flying across a barren, rocky wasteland. The helplessness of it all still burns. He recalls standing before a young woman in a fancy dress, his tiny body barely holding itself up with a crude staff. Even back then, he'd clung to a sliver of hope that if he somehow survived their trials, the woman, with her bright blue hair and a butterfly pin, would clap her hands, feigning innocence and delight, almost like she was sweet. But that sweetness was a lie. Later, she'd be the one dangling him over a pit of fire, him screaming, while they spewed nonsense like, "It's for your own good." The hypocrisy of it still infuriates him. A lineup of these heroes flashes in his mind, the Lion Man, the blue-haired woman, another with a wide hat, all of them looming over him. He thinks of the scars they carved deep into his soul. He stands alone, the shadows of his tormentors stretching out behind him. This place, the Hall of Heroes, as they called it, felt like a cruel joke. A close-up on his face, red eyes gleaming with a cold determination, a smirk playing on his lips. "I will say goodbye to them soon," he vows, a promise of freedom, or maybe something more. Now we see him, a young man named Davy, standing taller, his clothes simple but his eyes still holding that same fire. Two women are watching him. One with long, light purple hair, sighs about how he's still so weak. The blue-haired one chimes in that she should have kept him in the fire pit longer. Davy just thinks, how long do they expect him to call them Nuna, older sister? He scoffs internally, thinking of them as grandmas who've lived for thousands of years. The two women blush, clearly not liking the jab at their age. Suddenly, the purple-haired one slams her fist down, shattering the stone beneath it. "What did you say?" she roars, her face twisted in fury. It shows just how unhinged these heroes really are. Davy just stands there, fingers in his ears, looking completely unbothered as she rages. "This bastard must have a death wish," she screams, totally losing it. She lunges, eyes blazing. "You little brat. I'm just gonna—" But he easily dodges, his smaller, shadowy form slipping away from her clumsy attack. Another hero, a woman with goggles and a wide-brimmed hat, tries to hold the furious purple-haired woman back, who's yelling to be unhanded. The goggle woman sighs, clearly exasperated. From a distance, Davy just tells them all to shut up. A quiet moment as a small, almost sad smile touches Davy's lips. He doesn't say anything, just lost in thought amidst the chaos. He stands with his back to them, one hand raised casually, as if wondering what to do next. The heroes watch him from a balcony above. The group, a blonde elf, the now composed but still fuming purple-haired woman, a man with a topknot, and a younger guy, look down, a mix of annoyance and maybe even a little grudging respect on their faces. Davy looks up, a final, determined glint in his red eyes. One of them calls out, "Whatever." "Goodbye, Davy," though it sounds like they're talking to the boy he used to be. "Don't forget us." A voice echoes, a lingering threat, or maybe some twisted kind of farewell. Davy stands before a grand, almost heavenly hall, the Hall of Heroes, with countless shining figures looking down. For as long as you live, the voice continues, a heavy, binding promise. His red eyes are wide, reflecting the golden light, a storm of defiance, pain, and unbreakable will swirling within them. His bare feet touch solid ground, a simple, grounding moment after all that ethereal intensity. He turns, his expression firm, ready to walk away from that life, from that past. The heroes are waving goodbye, some eagerly, some with more complicated looks. The lion man, the purple-haired woman, the blonde elf. It's a bizarre farewell. Davy keeps walking, not once looking back. A faint, almost predatory smile touches his lips as he moves on. He's leaving, but he's definitely not forgetting. He walks into a blinding light, a voice declaring, "Let you never see each other again." It's a mutual parting, thick with unspoken history, the ground beneath him cracking as he goes. The light flares, swallowing everything in a brilliant flash. A sharp sound, like something shattering. Green, almost crystalline energy swirls, like some kind of potion, bubbles floating within it. We see a close-up of that green liquid in an foredrip, connected to an arm, bandages holding the needle in place. A gentle bubbling sound. The scene shifts to a luxurious bedroom. Someone lies in a large bed, hooked up to the floor. Sunlight streams through tall windows. It's quiet, almost heavy. Drip, drip. A white sheet covers the person, the four-tube running across it. A slight movement under the covers. A hand rests on the blue bed sheets, fingers twitching. The four is still there. Life, slowly returning. The person in bed, a young man with familiar dark purplish hair, groans. His body feels incredibly stiff, and he can barely force his eyes open. His gaze drifts upwards to an ornate chandelier. He gasps, slowly taking in the unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar, room. He's lying in a fancy bed, propped up by multiple pillows, the four still feeding into his arm. He's too weak to move much. His red eyes, now fully open, hold a dawning realization. He's returned. Not to the Hall of Heroes, but somewhere else entirely. He looks across the room, his eyes landing on a framed portrait on the wall. A family portrait. The portrait shows a stern-looking king, a gentle queen, and a young boy, himself, much younger. He remembers this life, the abandoned, weak prince. A close-up of his younger self in the portrait, an innocent smile on his face. Davy Al-Roan. That's his name here. A map shows the Roan Kingdom, a small, unimportant country on the Tyones continent, ruled by a so-called worthless king. And he, Davy, is the first son. Not exactly a powerful position. He looks at the portrait again, the reality sinking in. That boy in the picture, Davy Al-Roan, that's him now. He remembers the initial joy of being reborn into this body. He was a prince. Even bedridden, it felt like luxury compared to his previous life of torment. But then he glances around the rather plain room, a far cry from true royal splendor. He winces. Okay, maybe not total luxury. Lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, a thoughtful, almost regretful look in his eyes. He wonders why he was so foolish back then. A memory surfaces, a happy child with a beautiful woman, likely his mother, in a garden full of flowers. He used to think that happiness would last forever, too naive to realize the dangers of being a prince in a seemingly peaceful world. Then, darker memories. His mother, pale and lifeless, perhaps from a poisoned chalice. Him, just a boy watching a carriage drive away, his exile. He learned too late that he was always a target. A king, his father, turning his back. The harsh lesson, if you're weak, even your own family can cast you out. A shadowy figure on horseback, a massive arrow flying towards someone. Assassination attempts were just part of life. A closer look at the archer, a determined, blonde figure, face hidden, but their lethal intent crystal clear. Back in the present, Davy sighs, looking at the canopy above his bed. He decides to push those painful memories away for now. He coughs weakly. The priority now is to recover his body. Everything else can wait. He tries to call out, but his voice is just a hoarse whisper. Everyone, just wait. He thinks, a silent promise, or perhaps a warning. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he looks at the drip, the green liquid still flowing into him. There's a dangerous glint in his eyes. I will face you all with this body, he vows internally, that has been trained by heroes for 1,000 years. Flashes of his old enemies, the disdainful queen with her fan, the smirking attendant, the grim archer, appear in his mind. He's not some ordinary, weak prince anymore. He's a weapon, forged in a hell of suffering, and he's ready. Flashback images flicker. A queen-like figure with a fan, surrounded by ladies-in-waiting and a young page. These are the faces of his enemies in this life. A close-up of the page boy, his face obscured, but he carries an air of arrogance. The blonde archer again, on horseback, arrow nocked, ready to strike. A constant, deadly threat he once endured. The archer's face is revealed, a chilling, predatory grin, green eyes filled with pure malice. This is one of the people Davy will have to deal with. The words echo with immense power in his mind, trained by heroes for 1,000 years. All that suffering, it wasn't for nothing. It made him who he is now. And he's about to show this new world exactly what that means. The scene shifts, pulling us into the past. A small, young boy is curled up, sniffling, tears streaming down his face. He's clearly been through something awful. A large, bare foot suddenly steps into view right beside him. A rough voice booms, "Ha ha! So this is where you were, newbie." The boy flinches, startled. He looks up, red eyes narrowed with suspicion and exhaustion, just watching silently as the unseen newcomer asks why he's so serious. A rustling sound accompanies the movement. It's the lion man, Hercules, casually chewing on a bone, smirking down at the boy. He mentions hearing about the boy's situation, how they gave him a good beating this time, and how it was quite a show. He's clearly finding the boy's pain amusing. Little Davy snaps back, his voice defiant despite everything. "I didn't say anything wrong. If you're here to make fun of me, go ahead." He turns away, trying not to show how much it hurts. He thinks back bitterly on how they were the ones who welcomed him like that in the first place. A memory surfaces, him even smaller, paraded on someone's shoulders, surrounded by cheering hero-like figures, only for them to be disappointed when they found out he was, in their eyes, a worthless brat. Any hope he had was crushed. He remembers how they looked at him like he was just some bug. The disdain was so clear. Young Davy sits with his back to Hercules, who's now sitting behind him, watching the sunset. Davy felt uncomfortable too, but he was too scared to say anything back then. Now, he lashes out, "You don't even know." He clutches himself, voice trembling with anger and frustration, shouting about how fed up he is, his small body shaking with emotion. Hercules looks down, his lion face hard to read. He grumbles that he didn't come here because he wanted to, wondering what he's supposed to do, almost like he's forced to be there. Davy scoffs, muttering about what it even means to be a hero, figuring they were probably just shocked by the truth because they liked feeding their own egos, probably knowing it deep down. His cynicism is already strong. Hercules turns his head slightly, asking if that isn't something they're always trying to find the answer to, a surprisingly deep question from him. Davy just looks back, puzzled. Suddenly, Hercules grabs Davy by the back of his shirt, yanking him up. "Cheer up, newbie," he exclaims. Davy is completely caught off guard. What? Davy stammers, dangling there. Hercules declares he's decided to lend a hand, saying he has no reason to laugh since it wasn't Davy's fault. Hercules grins, his sharp teeth showing. "I will handle it since we're family now." Davy is outraged, shouting what he means by family, that he doesn't even know who this guy is. Hercules just chuckles. Hercules lifts him higher. "My name is Hercules," he announces proudly. "Yes, that's right. In other words, I'm a survival expert." Davy looks stunned. Survival what? He feels like he's heard that name before. Hercules continues, "From today onwards I will train that body of yours." And just like that, Hercules slings Davy over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, along with a big bundle. Davy is flailing helplessly. This was the real beginning of his training. Hercules strides off through a field of tall grass, Davy still yelling protests. "So let's try to get along," Hercules says cheerfully, completely ignoring Davy's shouts of, "What about my opinion? Hey!" The screen fills with lines, showing how fast they're moving, Davy's cries fading into the distance. We're back in the prince's room. Davy is in bed, panting a little. That memory was intense. The camera focuses on the foredrip, the green liquid steadily flowing, the thing that's kept him alive. Davy exhales, eyes still closed, murmuring to himself, "That's right," as he processes the flashback. He lies still, a slight frown on his face, sighing. The weight of his past lives is enormous, and his body sways, still so weak. "I've really returned," he thinks, a final, heavy confirmation. He's back in this body, in this world, for real. The view pans out to show the grand, slightly worn-down castle against a clear blue sky. This is his current prison, or maybe his new battlefield. The sky above the castle tower is speckled with a few stars, hinting that time has been passing. The door to his room creaks open. Someone is coming in. Davy lies in bed as the sound of clattering footsteps gets closer. He wonders how long it's been since he actually woke up. He notes that the person who's been taking care of him, the only one to enter his room this whole time, is this one maid with light brown hair, currently tending to his fore. The maid, her face mostly hidden, works quietly, arranging vials on a small table. Davy thinks with a bit of resignation that of course it would be like this. As the maid adjusts the fore bag, Davy continues his thought. It makes sense, since he's been in a coma for so long. A little chibi version of Davy appears, looking annoyed. Just one maid? He thinks, a little put out. Maybe it's princely pride, or just loneliness. The room feels a bit gloomy, its old grandeur faded. He sighs internally again. The maid quietly leaves. Davy reconsiders. Maybe he should think of it as a blessing that at least one person is taking care of him. He tries to be grateful. The door closes. Davy is alone again, nestled in his pillows, his red eyes thoughtful. With a grunt, he pushes himself to sit up in bed. It takes effort. He places a hand on the bed for support. He can't move freely yet, but he can at least stand on his own. That should be good enough for now. Small progress. He sits on the edge of the bed, looking towards a small table. There's something he needs to check, something he'll finally find out. There's an urgency to it. He reaches out and grabs a small, disc-like object from the table. It looks like some kind of calendar or data device. What date is it? He wonders, his brow furrowed. This is crucial. He sits in bed, examining the device as it glows faintly in his hand. The device displays 278 baldies. Some unit of time in this world. He stares at it intently. He thinks back from the time he was struck by that arrow. It's been 6 years. The realization hits him like a physical blow. 6 years of his life, just gone. His grip tightens on the device. 6 years. That's a long time to be helpless, a long time for his enemies to get stronger. A flashback hits him, a pool of blood spreading on the ground in the tall grass. His younger self, pierced by arrows, screaming in agony against a blood-red sunset. The sheer brutality of it. The blonde archer on horseback, watching from a distance as the young prince collapsed. So cold, so calculated. Back in the present, Davy's eyes are wide with shock and a simmering anger as he clutches the device. 6 years have passed. The weight of those lost years truly settles in. A close-up of his mouth, set in a grim line. The news is heavy, but his resolve is already hardening. He looks down at his frail body in the large bed. I can't go back to being my old pathetic self, he declares in his mind. To prevent that, I need to recover quickly. No time to lose. He stands by the window, sunlight streaming in, holding out his hand. Shall I start? He murmurs, a hint of something powerful in his voice. He clenches his hand into a fist. He's about to tap into the strength forged through 1,000 years of hell. A silhouette of his form appears, a bright light shining from his chest. The word, restore, echoes like a command, a power being unleashed. He opens his hand, still connected to the four-tube, a surprised, "Huh," escaping him. Something is definitely happening. His eyes fly open, pupils huge with shock. The four-tube is still there, but his face is a mask of pure disbelief. What? He stammers in his head, completely floored. Whatever that restore ability just did, it was far more immediate, far more dramatic than he ever expected. Davy looks at his hands, a faint, ethereal light playing around them, and a memory starts to bubble to the surface. We're pulled back in time, into a grand, temple-like hall. A silhouetted figure of a young woman with intricately braided purple hair stands there, Daphne, one of his trainers. She's telling a much younger Davy, "The amount of holy power you have is quite average, Davy." Little Davy looks a bit crestfallen, his small hands held out, as Daphne continues, explaining that it's not necessarily a bad thing, but now they're sitting on some steps, and Daphne tells him, "You can still become the best in terms of wielding that power." Davy, ever the little skeptic even then, retorts, "No way. Don't lie to me so that you can get me to clean the temple." Daphne, clearly annoyed by his cheek, snaps back, "You little holy power." The words echo in Davy's mind, heavy with meaning. A brilliant, golden light explodes across the screen, filled with sparkling particles. This is the very essence of that holy power. He remembers its definition, the power of the God who rules over purity and health. Only those who are loved by the God can receive it. We see a vision of young Davy kneeling devoutly before a radiant, divine feminine figure. An ornate, stained-glass window depicts Daphne in a flowing white gown, her purple hair adorned with flowers. The story goes that Daphne, the one who taught him this, was known as a follower of God. Though she received a great amount of holy power, she had to learn how to harness it all by herself. Davy reflects that, in the end, it was because she worked hard for hundreds of years that he himself acquired holy powers second only to hers. His own power, it turned out, became immense. Back in the present, Davy is in bed, still looking a bit grumpy from the unexpected jolt his restore ability gave him. He thinks the main problem now is how stiff his body has become over the last 6 years, the four tubes still connected, almost seeming to resist his will. He looks at his hand. He was worried about losing all the experience he'd gained, but it seems like most of it arrived safely along with his soul. That's a relief, but these physical limitations are incredibly frustrating. He struggles to make his body respond. Just like when he first tried to stand, his limbs feel sluggish and unresponsive. "Please move. Don't be so lazy." He mentally prods them, knowing it's probably going to take some time for him to be able to use his true strength. He grits his teeth in frustration. "Please, just move." He tries to channel his power again, restore. But nothing happens. Even the most basic healing ability isn't working. The room seems to spin as he repeatedly tries to activate restore. Move. Restore. Restore. His frustration mounts with each failed attempt. His weak body just isn't cooperating. He slumps back slightly, sighing. His hand drops limply. Normally, he might just give up here, but after 1,000 years of torture, giving up isn't really in his vocabulary anymore. His hand clenches into a fist again. He's not done trying. A fierce, almost manic grin spreads across his face. "Hey!" He snarls at his own uncooperative body. "Get a move on before I kill you." Suddenly, ethereal wings of pure light unfurl behind him, golden feathers scattering into the air. An incredible surge of power as he forcibly activates his holy power. His eyes snap open, blazing with golden light. "I can't waste this opportunity," he thinks, his hand glowing intensely. "Restore!" he roars, and this time, the room is flooded with an overwhelming golden light. Feathers of pure energy drift through the air. The power is immense, far beyond simple healing. The golden feathers gently float down, the intense light slowly receding. His bare feet touch the floor with a soft creak. "Ah!" He pants, the effort visible. But he's standing. He places a hand on a nearby dresser for support, a triumphant look on his face. "I did it. I finally did it." He takes a tentative step, then another. He's walking. With this, I've essentially acquired the holy power, he declares internally, a huge victory. The 4 stand lies discarded by the bed, no longer needed. He walks towards the window, each step more confident than the last. As for the rest of my skills, he thinks, I can get them after I've recovered. Holy power was just the first crucial step. He reaches the window and pulls back the curtain with a decisive click. His hair and clothes billow as a gentle breeze comes through the open window. He looks out, his red eyes taking in the world anew. He steps onto the balcony, overlooking the city spread out below. The sun is bright and welcoming. It's a new dawn for him, literally and figuratively. He looks up at the bright, warm sun, a soft escaping him, a sound of pure contentment. A blissful, happy blush spreads across his cheeks. It's been a while since I've seen the sun, he exclaims internally, pure, unadulterated joy in his expression. Happy, happy. A mischievous smirk plays on his lips, a spark of his old, defiant self suddenly igniting. He raises a hand, feeling the warmth of the sun and the caress of the breeze. Then he raises both hands, embracing the feeling. He throws his arms wide open, stretching with all his might, soaking it all in. He stands on the balcony railing, arms outstretched to the sky, and yells at the top of his lungs, "Praise the sun!" It's a moment of pure, unadulterated, explosive exultation. His face is one of absolute delight. But then a loud shattering sound erupts from inside the room, breaking the moment. Kaya-ia! A shriek from inside. The maid, who had just entered with a tray, has dropped it in utter shock, seeing the prince, who was comatose mere moments ago, now standing precariously on the balcony rail. Davy winces an internal year. He turns to the maid, who is trembling, stammering, Prince? How are you?" She's utterly terrified and completely bewildered. Davy immediately collapses to the floor, feigning extreme agony. "Ea!" He clutches his head, thinking desperately, "Inner emotions, just put me back into a coma." This is so incredibly embarrassing. The maid rushes towards him, crying out, "Your Highness!" Soon after, a doctor is carefully examining Davy's chest with a stethoscope, a thoughtful escaping him. The doctor, an old man with a white beard named Royal Dr. Ramses, looks up, completely amazed. "You're quite the strange one. The condition of your body is surprisingly well." Davy just offers a polite, slightly sheepish smile. The doctor, still seated, asks the maid, "Is there any ailment that I didn't notice?" Davy, from his bed, interjects smoothly, "Other than being tired, no." Dr. Ramses strokes his beard thoughtfully. "I see." He muses to himself, "If it was the past, I wouldn't have imagined being this rude to an elder." Davy's directness is certainly unusual for a prince. Davy looks out the window. "I don't like it, but I understand my current position," he thinks, acknowledging his apparent weakness as a prince, despite the immense power churning within him. The royal crest of the Roan kingdom appears, a crowned deer. Davy al-Roan. His name is stated in his thoughts. "I am a Roan, the royal family of the most insignificant kingdom." A flashback to his happy childhood with his mother, Lenny Alishard, as well as the son of Lenny Alishard and the current first prince of the nation. His birthright, though currently a very precarious one. A sinister, shadowy face with a feathered collar looms in his mind, Queen Linus Varietta. She's thinking, how tenacious. Clearly, she's not at all happy about his recovery. Queen Linus herself enters the room, followed closely by her 2 sons. Her presence is imposing, heavy, and entirely unwelcome. Davy looks at her, his expression carefully neutral. And that fancy-looking person is? He begins to think. His inner thoughts, however, are laced with venom. The person who poisoned my mother to take her place, the current queen. Queen Linus Varietta, blonde and regal, looks down at him with cold, appraising eyes, like he's something to be evaluated. Even her children are here, Davy notes with distaste. The second Prince Carlos, a young man with blonde hair and a permanently smug look, and the third Prince Benedict, a younger boy with light brown/orange hair, stand beside their mother like little shadows. Carlos smirks, his green eyes full of unconcealed disdain. He's clearly enjoying Davy's perceived weakness. Carlos speaks to his mother, but his words are aimed at Davy. I agree. I didn't know my body was this sturdy. His tone is dripping with sarcasm, mocking Davy's survival. The Queen then turns her sharp attention to Davy, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Did you see who shot that arrow? She asks, her voice smooth as silk but laced with underlying malice. Davy, sitting up in bed, replies calmly, I'm not sure. The arrow came out of nowhere, so. He's playing dumb, not about to reveal anything to them. He feigns a hopeful look, almost innocently. Have they been captured? He asks, knowing full well they haven't been, and likely never will be if she has her way. He continues, letting his words hang heavy in the air, it was clearly an attempt to assassinate a prince. The implication is obvious. Davy looks directly at Carlos with a chilling smile. I wonder what kind of punishment we will give them. The threat, though veiled, is crystal clear, and Carlos looks visibly unnerved, a wave of fear washing over his smug face. Carlos stammers, no, sweating as his mother subtly signals him with her eyes. Queen Linus brings her fan up to her face, her eyes narrowed like a cat's. Regrettably, the case has been closed, she states coolly, shutting down any further discussion or investigation with finality. Davy's red eye narrows slightly. He doesn't say a word, but thinks, we're all done here. For now, this little confrontation is over. Dr. Ramses addresses Davy, I've done all that I can, so you just need to call the priest for treatment when you need it. You should be fully recovered in a few days. Davy replies simply, thanks. The Queen looks back at Davy with one last cold, dismissive glance. I shall take my leave, she announces, as if his room is beneath her. As they leave, the Queen instructs the maid, please give him a meal that's easy on the stomach. The maid nods, all right. Once their backs are turned, Carlos mutters, just loud enough for Davy to hear, it would have been better if you had just died like that. Davy, still in bed, calls out with a smirk, his voice deceptively light. Are you disappointed that an eyesore has come back to life? Carlos just lets out an angry, frustrated, HMH. Carlos spins back, sneering. To think that the so-called first prince would get attacked and fall into a coma. You're an embarrassment to the kingdom. Let's go. Benedict. Carlos snaps, and they slam the door shut behind them with a resounding slam. Davy sits in the sudden silence for a moment, his expression completely unreadable. He scoffs. The kingdom's embarrassment, don't make me laugh. The heavy doors to his room stand closed, a temporary barrier between him and his hostile, unwelcome family. He raises his hand slightly, and for a brief instant, a faint shimmer of power dances around it. His hand glows with a gentle, almost imperceptible holy light. I've been using holy magic this whole time, but it seems that no one noticed, he muses. It must be because of the difference in our power levels. They are so far beneath him, so insignificant, they can't even perceive the true extent of his abilities. He flops back onto the bed with a relieved Yahoo dash, now that they're finally gone. He thinks about Queen Linus Varietta, eldest daughter of the powerful Varietta dukedom. He then considers, I wanted to kill her and Carlos, but after seeing them in person, a close-up of his eye reveals a slight, almost bored expression. Man, that was really nothing. Their pathetic taunts and threats barely registered, like the buzzing of annoying flies. He places a hand on his stomach. Maybe it's because my temper has gotten better after training at the temple, but it feels petty. He won't stoop to their childish level. Well, I'll still get revenge, he reaffirms silently, but it will be on his terms, when they least expect it. He looks out the window again, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. Let's just take it easy for now and recover. Patience is key. He has all the time in the world, and they have no idea what's coming. His stomach suddenly rumbles, and a small, genuine smile touches his lips. I wonder what my first meal will be. After 6 long years, Even the thought of simple food is something to look forward to. He looks out at the balcony, a sense of quiet, almost peaceful anticipation settling over him. Strands of dark hair are splayed across the floor, a silent testament to recent, vigorous movement. We see Davy, almost floating as he leaps over chairs in his room, landing lightly. Huff! He exhales. It's been half a month since I've awakened my holy power, he thinks, already feeling the difference. His bare feet dangle in the air as he continues his light exercises, moving with an agility that completely betrays the fact he was in a coma just weeks ago. He pants softly, pushing himself. He lands gracefully with a soft tap. Stretching, he lets out a phew. It's been pretty boring, he admits to himself. Being cooped up like this is definitely not his style. He looks at his hands, a faint aura of power still clinging to them. I've been focusing on keeping my holy power and my mana flowing, he considers, so my body has been able to recover quickly. All that brutal training from his past life is certainly paying off now. He knows he'd be able to recover just by using holy magic alone. A flashback shows 3 of his formidable female trainers: Daphne with her vibrant purple hair, a woman in a lab coat with light hair, Hia Nuna, the divine doctor, and another blue-haired woman coolly holding a skull, the necromancer. He recalls, but with the research of a necromancer who has studied the human body to great extents, and the medical arts that Hia Nuna, the divine doctor, taught me, this much isn't hard. His knowledge is vast, drawn from many, often harsh, sources. Back in the present, Davy snaps his fingers with a sharp click. Clean, he commands, his voice calm and assured. A swirl of magical water instantly envelopes him, cleansing him in a refreshing rush. Bubbles float around as the water magically washes away any trace of his workout. His feet are shown clean and refreshed as the water magic dissipates with a soft flutter. He strikes a pose, sparkling clean from head to toe. Magic is so convenient, he remarks with a genuinely satisfied smile. Just then, a quiet voice calls out, Your Highness. Davy turns. It's Amy, he identifies the maid. Havert, she's here. He notes, a slight bead of sweat appearing on his face. He seems to be anticipating something, perhaps not entirely pleasant. Amy enters, lifting a cloche from a plate with a soft clack. Here is your food, she announces. It's a simple, small bowl of gruel. Davy's eyes practically glow with an almost demonic red as he stares at the meager meal. An ominous, chuckles from him. He was really looking forward to this meal, and this is a profound disappointment. Amy stands respectfully as Davy glares at the bowl. He thinks, annoyed, but they treat me like an old man just because I'm a patient. It's gruel again. Amy says quietly, her voice full of apology, I am very sorry. Amy looks down, her hands clasped, looking deeply apologetic. It can't be helped, she murmurs, a slight clatter perhaps betraying her nervousness under his intense gaze. Davy starts eating the gruel, making quick work of it. This isn't enough, he tells her decisively, so prepare about 5 more servings. Amy is visibly stunned. 5 servings? He finishes the bowl in moments, placing his spoon down with a neat tap. With the bowl now empty and a surprisingly cheerful expression, Davy amends his order. Sorry. Make that 10. He even exclaims, a little too brightly, it's surprisingly good. The maid, Amy, is utterly shocked. 10? Davy reassures the hesitant Amy, it's fine. I can shove it all down. Amy still looks very, very unsure about this. After consuming a truly massive amount of food, an empty plate sits before him. Davy thinks, it feels like my stomach is about to burst, but because of Restore, my digestion speed has tripled. He sits with a blissful expression, gently patting his now full stomach. It feels like my soul is returning to its body, he sighs contentedly, a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, his stomach lets out an incredibly loud rumble. He clutches it, his blissful expression vanishing. And of course, he makes a panicked dash for the door, grabbing the doorknob. Damn it, I need to go to the bathroom. Amy, who was just outside, looks completely surprised by his sudden urgency. He thinks, frustrated, I can't even run since I'm supposed to be a patient. The problem is that I digest everything too fast. This rapid metabolism, a side effect of his power, is quickly becoming a very practical issue. Later, Davy sits in a chair, calmly adjusting a pair of glasses onto his face. He stares intently at something, a very serious expression on his face. Wow, this is something I truly didn't expect. He pushes his glasses up slightly. I've discovered an unprecedented problem. He sighs, looking rather weary. Amy stands before him, apologizing profusely. I'm very sorry, Your Highness. She clearly feels responsible for whatever this new problem is. Amy looks downcast, almost on the verge of tears. Davy tells her gently, trying to reassure her, it's all right. It's not your fault. He holds a piece of paper, likely a ledger or some kind of account sheet, rustling it slightly. To think that they'd be concerned with how much the first prince eats. The issue, it turns out, is about the palace finances, or rather, the severe lack thereof. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking hard. Well, it's obvious where the issue stems from. He asks Amy directly, how many maids, attendants, and servants are there in the palace? Amy looks flustered, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. That's... She begins, then Davy cuts in, his eyes narrowing sharply. Are you saying it's just you? Davy sighs, taking off his glasses. It's not that big of a deal, he says, though his tone suggests otherwise. Amy, however, looks like she's just committed some terrible, unforgivable crime. Davy looks around the grand but visibly dusty and neglected room. This isn't the king's palace, but many princes have resided here in the past. So you're telling me that you've been managing this whole palace by yourself? He realizes with a dawning horror, they left the whole palace to this one young maid. The level of neglect is simply astounding. We see weeds stubbornly growing through cracks in the palace floor tiles, a clear sign of long-term abandonment. It's quite the sight to return to, Davy remarks with dry, bitter sarcasm. He sits in a chair, looking more like a young master about to take charge than a recovering prince. Even if I lacked certain things when I was younger, I never worried about being able to eat. He asks Amy directly, his voice firm, how much money are we allotted? Amy looks down, her voice small and hesitant. 6,000 gold a year. But we only have 10 gold at the moment. The disparity is shocking, almost unbelievable. Davy continues, trying to be practical. How about the funds for this month? Even if it isn't much, we should be able to budget so that we don't have to worry about food. Amy stands forlornly in the large, empty room, the weight of its emptiness on her shoulders. Amy explains, her voice trembling slightly. On paper it says we should have received 500 gold, but we actually received less than 100. The embezzlement is blatant, almost insulting in its audacity. Amy looks up, a worried, almost naive expression on her face as she asks, as if the thought is just occurring to her, are we being embezzled? Davy, looking at her with a mix of pity and exasperation, asks pointedly, what about your salary? Amy is taken aback. Pardon? Don't make me ask twice. Are you receiving it properly? Davy insists, his gaze steady and unwavering. Amy looks nervous, hesitating to answer. Amy twists her hands together, clearly uncomfortable under his direct questioning. What the amount I receive is... She swallows hard. About 1/3. She finally admits, her voice barely a whisper. Davy is shocked into silence for a moment. What? This poor girl is being severely underpaid on top of everything else she's endured. Davy thinks, a little sadly, she's kind, but she's so naive. Amy stands there, her stomach letting out a quiet, embarrassed rumble, looking utterly helpless. Maids are the property of the nobility, Davy recalls a societal norm, a harsh reality of their world. He then remembers a crucial detail, Amy is the daughter of a baron. Their hands are shown briefly clasped, a symbolic connection of shared hardship. She only became a maid because of a small mistake, he pieces together, but she took on tasks meant for lower servants and took care of me and my palace. We see a glimpse of Amy diligently cleaning in the vast, empty, lonely palace. For the past 6 years by herself. The sheer dedication and hardship she must have endured is immense, almost unimaginable. Amy stands there, looking teary-eyed but with a quiet, resolute strength. Even though it meant spending her own salary to do so. Her loyalty is heartbreakingly pure, and utterly undeserved by those who abandoned her. A small, almost gentle smile touches Davy's lips. He truly understands the depth of her sacrifice, and a cold anger at those responsible begins to solidify within him. Davy, now writing with a quill, his expression firm, tells Amy, "Take what you didn't receive from my income." He adds, almost like a seasoned businessman, even if the company sinks, it should reward its employees. Amy is stunned into silence. "Pardon?" Davy looks at her sternly, a hint of impatience in his voice. "I thought I told you to not make me repeat myself." Amy stammers, "I'm sorry. But..." Amy blurts out, the practical reality of their situation hitting her again, "You say we don't even have anything to eat tomorrow?" "That's right, Prince." Amy confirms, her worry evident. Davy, still writing, says casually, "Prince? You can stop calling me that. It's too formal." Davy leans back in his chair, holding a cane, looking surprisingly well and in control. "I feel great." Amy looks at him, a little hesitant, then adds, "But..." Davy explains, his voice softening slightly, "Calling me that makes me feel detached from you." He gives her a warm, genuinely reassuring smile, a few soft sparkles appearing around him, a sign of his true nature peeking through. He truly appreciates her loyalty. Amy looks at him, her green eyes wide with a mixture of surprise, confusion, and perhaps a burgeoning hope. Davy thinks, a little wistfully, "It feels nice to know that there's at least one person here who's on my side." They arrive at a grand, imposing building, its architecture speaking of power and wealth, the Royal Financial Office. Davy stands before it with Amy, a determined, almost grim look on his young face. "To think that I'd have to come here in person to do my own finances? My ancestors would be shocked." Amy murmurs, "Your Highness?" Still clearly unsure and nervous about all of this sudden assertiveness. Davy looks off to the side, a flicker of deep bitterness in his eyes. "Even in this situation, my father still hasn't shown up." The king's continued neglect cuts deep, a fresh wound on old scars. He lets out a silent, frustrated curse. Amy looks worried, clasping her hands tightly. "Should I not have said that?" She frets, probably about mentioning his title again or perhaps reminding him of their dire situation. Davy thinks, a pragmatic edge to his voice, "I'm sure if the Queen heard me, it would have been a big mess." They begin to walk down a grand, echoing hallway. Amy glances nervously at Davy. "Sorry, Amy, but I'm not planning to back down," he tells her resolutely, his voice firm. Davy smiles reassuringly at her, but his thoughts are cold as ice. "If you keep getting distracted, I'm going to leave you behind." Amy startles with a small, "Ugh." He continues his internal monologue, the memory sharp and painful. "That man didn't do anything when my mother was poisoned either. I don't consider him my father anymore." He declares internally, the decision final. Amy, though still hesitant and clearly out of her depth, says, "I will guide you." They walk forward together, Davy using a simple cane for support, a symbol of his current, temporary physical state. Amy looks ahead, a mixture of apprehension and a newfound determination on her face. She's chosen her side. Davy glances back slightly, a confident, almost knowing smile playing on his lips. He's ready to face whatever or whoever comes. He says to Amy, his voice surprisingly gentle, "Please take care of me." It's an admission of reliance, but also a promise of protection. Amy, flustered but committed, replies with a slightly shaky but firm, "Yes." We're in the Royal Financial Office and a hand, adorned with a monocle, comes into view. An official voice begins, rather dismissively, "I'm sorry but..." We see the financial department head, a man whose elaborately curled gray hair is only outdone by his equally elaborate, long curled mustache. He states, as if it's obvious, to use the funds that are already accounted for is impossible. His tone is dripping with condescension. Davy, still in his simple robe, glares. One end of the official's ridiculous mustache seems to twitch with a life of its own, and Davy can feel his own eye twitching in annoyance. That mustache is really ticking me off, he thinks. Amy, beside him, looks on worriedly. Davy takes a slow look around the opulent office, piled high with books and ledgers. So this is the financial department. He observes, clearly unimpressed by the display of wealth. Other officials in the department are seen whispering amongst themselves on a nearby staircase, looking down on Davy and Amy with open disdain. I had my suspicions, but they're really looking down on me, Davy notes, hearing them whisper about him coming by himself with only one servant. The disrespect is almost tangible. The department head sighs dramatically, looking bored and incredibly impatient, as if Davy is wasting his precious time. Suddenly, Davy throws himself onto a nearby plush sofa with a loud thud. The department head jumps in surprise, letting out a shocked sound. Davy lounges on the sofa, looking utterly relaxed, but there's a dangerous, predatory glint in his eyes. He sighs, then says in a low, menacing tone that cuts through the room, "Hey." A close-up on Davy's face, his red eyes narrowed, a truly unsettling look spreading across his features. He asks bluntly, his voice dripping with an icy threat, "Are you fucking with me?" The department head and the other officials freeze in terror, a palpable wave of fear washing over the opulent room. The head stammers, his arrogance vanishing. Pardon. Davy sits up slightly, his tone still sharp as a razor. It's stated that the amount of gold we should be receiving is 500, but why is it that we're not even getting 100 gold? The official stutters, completely flustered. The official, now sweating, tries to cobble together an explanation. That's the amount of gold left after deducting the costs required to maintain the castle. Even the nobles of other castles are following your economical. He gestures grandly, trying to sound reasonable, but Davy isn't buying a word of it. Davy leans back, his patience clearly wearing paper thin. "You're really pissing me off," he states, a vein throbbing visibly on his forehead. The polite facade is gone. He continues his verbal assault, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Is that why the castle you are maintaining has cracked floors and weed growing out of it? The garden is full of weeds and the hills are about to collapse." The other officials in the background are visibly nervous, whispering frantically amongst themselves. No matter how you look at it, this is a haunted house. The department head is sweating buckets now, as the other officials whisper about him possibly extorting funds. Davy demands, his voice like steel, "How are you going to explain this?" The department head stands stiffly, letting out a strained, strangled sound. Davy and Amy watch him from the sofa, unimpressed. Davy sits up properly, his expression calm but incredibly firm. "That's right, this doesn't make sense, does it?" Amy nervously says, "Prince." He continues, his voice heavy with irony, "What kind of prince looks over his own finances?" He's pointing out the sheer absurdity of his situation, forced upon him by their blatant neglect and corruption. "I'm looking forward to what kind of excuse you will present to me." The department head, sweating profusely and looking for any way out, tries to deflect. The use of the maintenance fund is not supervised by the financial department. He leans in, a sneer twisting his lips. "Even if you keep acting like this is a place where we manage the budget, not a place where you request money." He's desperately trying to reassert his lost authority. Davy slams his hand on the nearby desk with a sharp "I see, I didn't know that," he exclaims with exaggerated, mocking surprise, startling the already terrified official. The official looks completely confused, his mind racing. Davy remarks, almost to himself, "Whether it's here or on Earth, they all just pass the blame." This bureaucratic buck-passing, it seems, is a universal constant. Davy gets up, leaning on his cane, his point made. "I'm done here." Let's get going, Amy. The official, visibly relieved, asks, almost hopefully, will you be going to the maintenance department? Davy looks back at him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Why would I go there? He stands at the door with Amy, ready to leave. I'm pretty sure it'll be the same there as well. I bet you'll just blame someone else to buy time. He taps his cane impatiently on the marble floor. Davy then tells the stunned official, his voice deceptively casual, just go buy something with that money you got in your pocket. He's essentially telling him to use the embezzled funds to make up the shortfall himself. The official is left speechless, gaping like a fish. Back in his own dilapidated, forgotten palace, Davy looks around with open disdain. This place is so in order, he says, his voice dripping with heavy sarcasm. He and Amy walk through the empty, dusty corridors, the silence heavy. Of course my servants would run away when the nobles are like that, he thinks bitterly. Despite that, they make sure they get paid in full. The injustice of it all is infuriating. And all of the burden is carried by Amy alone. Amy looks up, startled as he says her name. Sir? Davy calls out, his voice softer now. Amy? She responds quickly, yes. Davy turns to her with a bright, almost childlike, and slightly unnerving smile. Can you bring me a sword? Amy is completely taken aback, letting out a shocked, pardon? Her hair even seems to frizz in surprise. Davy quickly reassures her, don't worry about it. I don't plan on cutting anyone. Amy still looks very, very nervous. He laughs good-naturedly, trying to ease her fears. Did I scare you? Amy, though still flustered and clearly uneasy, says, I'll go look for one. Amy returns with a simple, unadorned sword, which Davy takes with a nod. They walk further into the neglected palace. Davy stops before a large, covered portrait, likely of his mother, or perhaps the queen, shrouded in mystery. That's right. I have no plans to cut a person. He swings the sword lightly, testing its balance. He stands tall, his simple robe billowing slightly, a dangerous, almost palpable aura emanating from him. I plan on cutting those things that can barely be called human. His true intentions are far more serious and far more chilling than his earlier playful demeanor suggested. A flash of red, a swift, unseen cut. He thinks about his precarious, vulnerable position. Since I'm in a shaky position, a fleeting vision of himself, bloodied and defeated, flashes through his mind. What will happen if I start mowing down servants and nobles without a reason? He considers, the question rhetorical. The answer is simple. Shadowy hands point accusingly at a small figure of him, surrounded by splattered blue, perhaps symbolizing false accusations or public condemnation. Voices would cry out, the prince has gone insane. We must immediately exile the prince. He knows, with absolute certainty, they won't stand for it. His eyes are cold, hard, and resolute. He stands looking up, a few stray petals drifting around him like mournful snowflakes. I have absolutely no intention. A sword tip, stained with a single, stark drop of blood, is shown. Of becoming prey to those rotten nobles. He will not be their victim again. Never again. A wet, splattering sound effect, as if something large has been struck with great force. A large, dead boar lies on the grass with a heavy thud. Davy grunts with effort, heave-ho. Amy rushes out, her eyes wide with shock. Sir, when did you? Davy, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, casually replies, as if it's the most normal thing in the world. Not sure, it happened to be in front of the castle. Amy is understandably, completely confused. Pardon? Davy sits beside the boar, already planning. Do you mind getting a plate and the waterproofing agent in storage? He mutters to himself, we do have that, right? Then thinks, with a touch of cunning, this was a lie. I caught it myself, but that wouldn't make sense, so I'm just going along with this for now. Amy dramatically drops to her knees, her face a mask of despair. Sir Davy, please just kill me instead, she wails, horrified. Davy looks utterly bewildered by her over-the-top reaction. What are you doing? Amy is crying, genuinely terrified. I can't let the blood of an animal touch the hands of a prince. Davy deadpants, looking down at himself. Touch me, but it's already all over me. She continues to fret, wringing her hands, and to say that you're going to butcher it yourself. If you're not careful, you'll hurt yourself again. Davy just gives her a look, a bead of sweat on his face, clearly finding her extreme overreaction both amusing and a little exasperating. Davy grins cheerfully, holding up a small, sharp knife or saw. It's all right since no one is looking, he says brightly. Amy is in blue-faced shock in the background, covering her eyes as if she can't bear to watch. Little, almost mocking flowers pop around Davy. A swift, clean cut. He's clearly incredibly skilled at this, a far cry from a coddled prince. He expertly butchers the boar, his movements efficient and practiced. If I wanted to see the king, I would get denied due to political affairs, he thinks pragmatically. As for the other departments, there's nothing I can do about them right now. Blood pools beneath the boar as he works. It seems like Queen Linus is doing everything in her power to stop me, but as a student of Hercules, the master of the ways of survival, I've become somewhat of a specialist. His past training, however brutal, continues to be invaluable in this new life. Davy, now inexplicably dressed in practical adventurer's gear complete with a jaunty hat, proudly presents the expertly butchered boar. This is a boar. However, it is now my dinner. He gives a confident thumbs up. Amy stares, completely speechless. He thinks with satisfaction, this level of danger is nothing to me. Night falls. From a high window in the main palace, a shadowy female figure, Queen Linus, looks out into the darkness, her thoughts unreadable. Inside her lavish chambers, her blindfolded maid, Shirley, kneels before her. A sharp sword lies on the floor beside Shirley. The queen wonders aloud, her voice tinged with suspicion, what could he be possibly thinking of? Shirley asks, her voice calm and subservient, do you mean Prince Davy? The queen muses, pacing slightly, that's right. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. He isn't how I remember him to be. Even so, he is just a patient. The queen continues, clinging to her own narrative. According to the priests, the first prince is barely able to walk right now. At this rate, it will at least take a year for him to fully recover. She clearly, dangerously, underestimates Davy's rapid recovery and hidden strength. The queen grips her dress tightly, her knuckles white. Is there any reason your informant could be wrong? She demands, her voice sharp. Shirley remains silent, her expression hidden. The queen places the delicate tip of her fan under Shirley's chin, forcing her head up. Shirley! A slight, threatening aura emanates from her, a queen used to absolute obedience. Even though you might be an A-class informant for the Dark Moon, she reminds Shirley, her voice cold, you are nothing but a C-class maid in my presence. The Dark Moon, an infamous assassins' guild in the capital, is powerful, but the queen believes her own power is greater. Shirley keeps her head bowed respectfully. The queen thinks, a sliver of doubt creeping in, it's not that I don't trust her, but I just can't shake off the uneasy feeling she gives me. The queen considers Davy again, the first prince, whom even the king has abandoned. A pawn in her eyes. She looks out the window again, reassuring herself. Just like Shirley said, nothing will change even if he woke up after 6 years. Her hand clenches, as if grasping something invisible, something she believes she controls. I will still have his life within my palms. She is utterly confident in her ability to control him, to crush him if necessary. Shirley looks up, and though her eyes are blindfolded, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips, and her red eyes seem to glint in the shadowy room. It's supposed to be that way, but Shirley seems to have her own thoughts, her own assessment of the situation. The queen stands imperiously, holding her fan like a scepter, the very picture of regal arrogance. Shirley speaks, her voice surprisingly calm and firm. My comrades act regardless of class. If you are to continue insulting them, her loyalty to her guild, the Dark Moon, is clearly a powerful force. The queen looks slightly surprised, perhaps even taken aback, by her maid's unexpected assertiveness. The queen laughs lightly, a brittle sound, covering her mouth with her fan. "Oh my! I was just voicing my concerns, that's all." She quickly dismisses Shirley's veiled warning, though a flicker of something unreadable crosses her face. "I can stop what Davy has planned any day," the queen states confidently, looking down at her delicate teacup, as if Davy is as insignificant as a speck of dust. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of her tea. But if it's not like that. A sinister, cruel smile spreads across her face, her eyes glinting maliciously in the candlelight. "You will end up paying the price. Keep that in mind." This is a clear, unambiguous threat to Shirley. The queen then casually, contemptuously, pours the remaining tea onto the polished floor. "This isn't very good. You may now go," she dismisses Shirley coldly, as if discarding a broken toy. The spilled tea and delicate rose petals lie on the gleaming floor, a stark symbol of her disdain, her power, and her casual cruelty. As Shirley silently leaves, the queen thinks to herself, her mind already moving on, "No matter how I look at it, it's best to get rid of dogs who don't listen to you." The sound of Shirley's footsteps echoes softly. Shirley walks down a long, arched hallway, her footsteps the only sound in the oppressive silence of the palace. She thinks, her loyalty unwavering, her purpose clear, "Please command me when the time comes." Her footsteps continue, steady and resolute. The scene shifts back to Davy and Amy, who are now happily seated at a makeshift table, about to enjoy a hearty, well-earned meal of roasted boar. Amy looks genuinely delighted, a rare smile on her face, and Davy is smiling too, anticipating the delicious food. A much-needed moment of peace, warmth, and good food in their otherwise bleak existence. We see a complex diagram, a glowing thread of blue and white energy at the top, meticulously piercing through numbered points, then connecting to a vibrant, red, root-like network below. Davy's voice explains, "It's just like pulling a thread through hundreds of needles. The mana pierces the tunnel and creates a stream. Very slowly and carefully. This is the incredibly painstaking process of forging mana pathways within the body. A pair of gentle hands, likely a teacher's, are held out patiently. A kind voice asks, 'Do you understand, my youngest?' Young Davy, looking serious and incredibly focused for his age, listens intently. The voice, belonging to Sister Hippocria, warns him gravely, the hardest parts to reach are the veins and the brain. If you don't want to go blind, never forget the pathways that I have taught you." He thinks, a sense of foreboding creeping in, this is. A quick glimpse of Daphne, the purple-haired priestess, turning away with a sharp, "Mph." Her disdain for something, or perhaps someone, is clear as day. In a flashback, chibi versions of Daphne and the blue-haired mage appear. Daphne is angrily stomping her foot, shouting, "Why would you say that?" While the blue-haired mage calmly states, "He should have just died." Daphne just retorts, "That's quite entertaining." Davy recalls their distinct personalities, a drunk priestess who could split the ocean with her harsh word, referring to Daphne, and a necromancer who acts more like a priestess than the priestess herself, Ro Ajax, which is another name for the kindly Sister Hippocria. Young Davy stands before the small blue-haired mage, whose large, ornate staff, topped with an apple-like orb, is easily taller than her. He remembers her as a grand mage whose staff is all I could see. She glares down at him, asking bluntly, "Wanna die?" He thinks, trying to reassure himself despite their eccentricities, and there shouldn't be any major problems. These were his incredibly strange and incredibly powerful teachers. A portrait-style image of Sister Hippocria appears, now with soft pink hair and glasses, looking professional and confident. She states, "As long as I'm participating in this experiment, I will do my best to complete the task assigned to me." Davy identifies her as the goddess, Sister Hippocria. "Hey, Sister Hia." Young Davy tries to reason with them, a hopeful look on his face. "It's not like everyone gathered here just to watch me, so you'll help me, right?" Someone replies, a little evasively, "Well, that is true, but..." He waits, a little unsure of their commitment. A voice encourages him, trying to sound reassuring, "You should just trust us." He stands before Sister Hippocria in what looks like the familiar temple grounds. This is a flashback from the temple. He realizes, it's slowly getting to the point when I start doing that. A palpable sense of dread fills him, the memory clearly unwelcome. Delicate hands, one gently overlaying the other, are bathed in a soft, sparkling light. This hints at the intricate, dangerous, and perhaps even painful procedure he was forced to undergo. The experiment that I never want to go through ever again. The memory is clearly traumatic, seared into his soul. Back in the present, we see the tops of trees swaying gently against a bright, clear sky. Birds chirp peacefully, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil. Davy is in the palace gardens, hidden amongst some overgrown, leafy branches. Amy's voice calls out from a distance, her concern evident. "Sir?" Amy pushes her way through the thick bushes, looking around. "Are you exploring the gardens today?" Davy, still unseen, replies cheerfully, "Welcome back, Amy." Davy, now dressed in slightly more formal attire with a distinctive red jewel bow tie, steps out from the foliage, stretching languidly. "The weather is so nice today. Even the forest-like garden looks elegant now." Amy looks at him, slightly taken aback by his unusually good and relaxed mood. He tells Amy, dismissing her gently, "I'm okay, so you can leave. If anyone is looking for me, let me know." Davy smiles kindly at her. "Don't push yourself too hard." He reflects inwardly, although she would normally flip out at the sight of me doing anything, she's starting to adapt. Are my efforts of getting closer to Amy finally bearing fruit? He recalls the meal scene from before, Amy looking flustered and shy. She refuses to eat with me, but at least it's better than before. He's slowly, patiently, building trust with his loyal maid. He simply wants to spend my days peacefully. He signals Amy to be quiet with a finger to his lips as he ventures deeper into the overgrown, wild part of the garden. He finds a secluded, sun-dappled clearing, the light filtering softly through the leaves. He sits cross-legged on the grass, assuming a meditative pose. "Shall I get started?" he thinks. A hexagonal energy field begins to form around him, wisps of blue light rising from the ground. Operation Field. He declares internally, activating a powerful, specialized technique. The hexagonal field expands outwards, distorting the view of the surrounding trees like a heat haze. Golden tendrils of pure energy begin to appear within its protective boundary. This is his mana distortion field, ensuring absolute privacy for what he's about to do. More golden energy streams swirl and coalesce around him within the field, the air humming with gathering power. He sits calmly, eyes closed, perfectly still as the golden streams of mana flow around and through his body. As the air is entering my lungs and nurturing me, he focuses on his breath. I take mana from nature and exhale the stale air, drawing in the ambient power. This is mana breathing, the breathing technique of the god of magicians, the little brat Odin. He's using the incredibly potent technique taught to him by that small, yet terrifyingly powerful grand mage. There is a limit to how much mana your body can store, he knows. You need to train and manage it on a daily basis. His hand rests on his lap, feeling the gentle, rhythmic flow. He continues to meditate peacefully, his concentration absolute. However, through this method, mana that would normally take months to gather can be gathered in a mere few days. It's a miraculous breathing technique. He briefly imagines a vast library filled with wizards, all diligently studying. If the country were to learn this, it would bring about a large revolution. However, I don't have the slightest intention of revealing this to the world. Such power is too dangerous, too disruptive, to share freely. He smirks slightly, a touch of arrogance in his expression. As if it's something that can be achieved easily anyways. It required immense effort, unique circumstances, and teachers like his to even learn it. He senses something, a slight disturbance in the air. Right. Leaves rustle nearby, breaking the stillness. A large, shadowy figure looms briefly behind him in the dense trees before vanishing. Davy opens his eyes, a sharp, knowing look on his face. "And who might you be?" he asks the now empty space, his voice calm. More leaves rustle as the unseen presence completely disappears, retreating. Davy stands up, brushing himself off casually. "Even though it's been a while since I had eyes all around me, this is definitely the Queen's doing. If I were to look into it, it would only bring me trouble, so I'm leaving it be." He's well aware of the Queen's spies, but for now, direct confrontation is not his goal. He pushes through some bushes, a slight, almost cunning smile on his face. On the contrary, it would be helpful if they thought of me as the weak and dumb prince. Their underestimation is his greatest advantage. Due to spreading my mana distortion field, I've been able to train in peace. Also, the amount of mana that's being stored has accumulated quite a bit. His preparations are proceeding smoothly, according to plan. However, he thinks, a shift in his demeanor. Right. A moment of decision. A determined, almost dangerous glint appears in his red eyes. It's about time I made. He's ready for the next, far more perilous step in his recovery. An intricate, glowing teal mana circle appears in his mind's eye, complex and powerful. That goddamned mana circle? He thinks with a potent mix of dread and unshakable resolve. He stands in a weathered gazebo, deep within the overgrown garden. Priests can't use magic, and mages can't use holy powers. He recites the fundamental laws of their world. And necromancy is a power that both of them cannot use. He gently touches some ivy clinging to a stone pillar, his thoughts turning inward. A stylized image of 3 ethereal female figures appears, representing magic, holy power, and necromancy. However, as you know, I can wield all 3 of these powers. A unique and uniquely dangerous ability. Flashback images flicker. Daphne, the fiery priestess, and another hero with an eye patch and long blonde hair. Likely Ro Ajax, the necromancer, in a different guise, or perhaps the Grand Mage Odin. All thanks to the temple's 2 crazy girls and... Another image shows Sister Hippocria and the purple-haired Daphne, their faces serious. The 2 oddball researchers. These were the ones who, through their unorthodox methods, enabled his impossible abilities. He shudders visibly, covering his mouth as if fighting back nausea. Just thinking about it makes me sick. The process, whatever it was clearly agonizing, a torment he's reluctant to revisit. He stands, composing himself, remembering the theory. Normal mages draw a circle on their heart in order to use mana. He takes a deep, steadying breath, steeling himself for what's to come. Energy begins to swirl around his feet, patterns forming on the ground, the air thrumming with power. Unfortunately, that method cannot handle the clash between necromancy and the holy power. He explains the core of his problem. Golden energy, like raw lightning, crackles violently around him. If I were to do that, my heart would probably be destroyed. A circle made just for me. That circle is called the artery circle. A unique and uniquely terrifying solution. Lines like glowing veins appear on his neck and face, mapping out the intricate network. By matching the arteries all around my body, I create an intricate circle and pour mana into it. This is akin to using his entire circulatory system as a massive, living mana circuit. A close-up shows a blood vessel with glowing runes pulsing inside it. To use your entire body, including your heart as the circle, other than stopping the clash between necromancy and the holy power, it also brings about amazing results. Glowing runes appear on the ground around his bare feet, anchoring the immense power. However, since this is as close to body modification as one can get, even a single mistake will be the death of you. The stakes are incredibly, terrifyingly high. He carefully manipulates the swirling mana with his hands, intricate symbols forming and dissolving in the air before him. A complex magical formation appears between his outstretched fingers, humming with contained energy. That's why I didn't want to do this. The last time I did it, I was barely able to succeed because of the other 4 girls. He's attempting this monumental, life-threatening procedure entirely alone now. He looks grim, the weight of the decision heavy on him. Damn it, Will I succeed this time? The question hangs heavy and unspoken in the air, filled with uncertainty. In a fleeting flashback, a ghostly, gentle hand takes his own. This must be one of the girls from the temple who helped him survive the ordeal the first time. Young Davy looks up, surprised and perhaps a little scared, as an ethereal, comforting figure stands before him. Sister Hippocria, Daphne, and another blue-haired hero look on, their expressions serious. Sister Hippocria thinks, a hint of concern in her voice, "This isn't like me," perhaps remarking on the incredibly risky nature of the procedure they were undertaking. Davy's current self smirks with grim, almost fatalistic determination. Failing can't be as bad as spending another 1,000 years in that temple. Anything is better than that hell. A fierce, desperate grin spreads across his face. He's ready to gamble everything. He stands at the very center of a massive, glowing magical circle composed of intricate, ancient runes. His hands are held before his chest, a core of raw, red energy forming between them. The air crackles with immense, barely contained power. "I'll start with the blood," he declares, his voice tight with concentration. "Let's give this a try." He commits himself fully to the dangerous, all-or-nothing ritual. A massive wave of golden energy erupts upwards from the gazebo, a brilliant pillar of light visible even above the tallest treetops, announcing the terrible power he's unleashing. Evening begins to fall, the first stars appearing in the darkening, bruised sky. Time is passing. Amy stands on a balcony of the castle, looking out towards the gardens, her expression etched with clear worry. Leaves rustle around her in the evening breeze. It's already past dinner time. The young master is late. She frets, her anxiety growing with each passing moment. A dinner cart with covered dishes sits nearby, untouched. He's usually late, but he's never missed a meal. Her concern deepens. This is unusual even for him. Two chibi Amys appear, arguing with each other in her mind. He told me not to bother him unless something big happened, but if something happened to him, he wouldn't be able to call for help. She's torn between respecting his wishes and her growing fear for his safety. She makes up her mind, resolutely pushing the dinner cart forward. If something were to happen to the prince. Just then, Davy's voice cuts in, startling her. "I thought I told you not to call me prince." He appears suddenly from the bushes, looking pale. Amy gasps, a mixture of shock and immense relief flooding her. Davy manages a weak smile, waving tiredly. "I'm back." He looks utterly exhausted but otherwise seems fine. Amy exclaims, her voice choked with emotion, "Sir Davy." He approaches her slowly. "Did you perhaps wait for me? I told you not to do that." Amy looks down, unable to meet his gaze. "That's..." Davy sighs, a fond, tired smile on his face. "Sigh, you and your resilience." He truly appreciates her unwavering dedication and concern. He thinks, a flicker of determination in his weary eyes, "It seems like I have to work harder." He wants to be strong enough to protect her, to protect the fragile peace he's trying to build. Suddenly, his legs buckle and he stumbles, falling heavily towards Amy. Amy catches him just in time, her eyes wide with shock, swirling in panic. "Sir?" She's blushing furiously, caught completely off guard by his sudden collapse. Davy leans heavily against her, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow. "Sorry, Amy. I'm at my limits," he murmurs, his voice barely a whisper, before losing consciousness completely. The artery circle ritual, successful or not, has taken a tremendous toll. They both collapse to the ground in a heap. Amy cries out, her voice filled with terror, "Sith." Davy lies unconscious in her arms, a slight frown creasing his brow, lines of deep exhaustion etched on his pale face. The effort was immense, pushing him far beyond his current physical capabilities. Davy's vision is blurry. The first thing he sees is the ornate chandelier hanging high above him. The world slowly, gradually, comes back into focus. He's in his bed, blinking slowly. He thinks, a wave of relief washing over him, "I got worried for no reason." It seems the after-effects of that dangerous ritual weren't as dire as he initially feared when he collapsed. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open with a jolt. A crucial realization dawns. He looks down and sees his hand gently, protectively clasped by another. It's Amy, fast asleep by his bedside, still in her simple maid uniform. Her head is resting near his hand, which she's holding onto tightly. She must have stayed with him all night, watching over him. He sits up carefully, looking at the sleeping Amy. Oh no! He thinks, a wave of guilt washing over him as he remembers. That's right. I passed out suddenly yesterday. He feels a sharp pang of regret for making her worry so much. He reflects, his mind going back to the ritual, the thing I was hesitant to do. He looks at his hand, where faint, intricate lines like veins now glow with a soft, steady red energy. To do. The artery circle has been completed perfectly. A surge of quiet triumph washes over him. The dangerous, desperate gamble had paid off. The three powers that flow in my veins, he muses. Magic, holy power, and necromancy, once warring forces within him, now harmonized, ready to be wielded. On top of this strange circle, there is another special effect. He realizes, a new layer of understanding dawning. Amy stirs beside him, her eyes fluttering open. Delicate, golden feathers, remnants of his powerful holy magic, drift gently in the air around the room, catching the morning light. Davy sits up fully in bed, a serene, almost peaceful expression on his face, bathed in the soft, ambient glow of the lingering holy energy and the slowly drifting golden feathers. Amy, still half asleep, peers cautiously from behind the bed curtain, watching him. Sir, she whispers. Davy thinks, feeling the effortless flow of power within him, it's limitless. Just by moving a finger, I can use any simple spell, including restore. His control over his formidable powers is now complete, almost instinctive. He looks out the window at the morning sun, a gentle, genuine smile on his face. Good morning, Amy, he says softly, his voice calm. The golden feathers continue their silent, graceful dance. Time passes. 5 months later, the caption reads, showing us a significant jump. The castle tower is seen through a canopy of lush green trees, indicating summer or late spring. Amy's voice calls out, bright and cheerful, Sir. Sir. Amy runs excitedly towards Davy in the garden, her arms full of a sack from which fresh herbs are spilling out. Sir, look at this. There's even herbs in here. She's beaming with pure, unadulterated joy. Davy, dressed more smartly now in finer clothes, stands with his hand shielding his eyes, looking off into the distance. I see, he says thoughtfully. He comments, almost to himself, I mean, I'm just fine with what we eat right now. Amy is silhouetted against the bright sky, still thrilled about their unexpected bounty. He smiles, genuinely touched by her happiness. I'm really thankful, too. He thinks back, exactly 3 months ago. A flashback shows him and Amy in the garden, a quieter time. Once the artery circle was completed and our lives became steady, someone has been leaving meat and vegetables in my castle. A mysterious benefactor has been secretly helping them survive. He initially suspected his enemies, particularly the queen. At first, I thought it was a plan by queenliness, but there's no way that she would leave perfectly good food every time without a reason. Her methods were usually far more insidious, more cruel. He scratches his chin thoughtfully, puzzled. I feel that someone is definitely helping me, but I can't tell who that might be. I thought I heard someone yesterday. He's intrigued and a little wary of this secret aid. He closes his eyes, concentrating, a thin wisp of golden energy escaping from his lips as he subtly uses his enhanced senses. There is one presence that I feel. A glowing trail of mana, visible only to him, snakes through the castle grounds towards a small, cloaked figure moving stealthily. To spread my mana through the castle to find out who it is an easy task now. He understands their caution, why they remain hidden. Though they have been keeping their distance from Amy, in order to not hinder her day-to-day life. his red eye glows faintly as he focuses his senses, honing in on the presence. Humu. He's getting a clearer picture, a better sense of who this might be. Someone is approaching. The distinct sound of boots walking purposefully nearby breaks the garden's tranquility. Davy casually picks up his cane, which now looks more like a formal, elegant baton, a subtle sign of his improved standing or perhaps his readiness. Amy smiles brightly, holding the sack of provisions. "We won't have a problem with food this time around either," she says happily. Davy tells her, his attention already shifting, "All right, go clean it up." As Amy happily skips off with the sack, Davy smoothly draws a thin, sharp sword from within his cane. "We're expecting guests soon," he says, a slight question mark appearing in his thoughts as he senses their approach. Amy, turning back, asks, "Pardon?" He smiles, a knowing, almost challenging look on his face. "Who could it be?" The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder, closer. 3 figures in distinct clerical robes walk with purpose through the castle gate. The glowing trails of mana, still visible to Davy, lead directly to them. The lead figure is Priest Boras, looking stern and self-important, flanked on either side by 2 younger, expressionless acolytes. Their footsteps echo on the stone. Davy identifies him instantly, a flicker of distaste in his eyes, the Queen's informant. He knows this visit is not a friendly one. Later, in Davy's sparsely furnished room, Priest Boras makes a show of examining a decorative shield and swords hanging on the wall, a thoughtful Humu. Escaping him, Boras then takes Davy's wrist, pretending to check his pulse with another feigned Humu. His manner is officious and condescending. Davy sits patiently in bed, a polite, almost placid smile on his face, though his eyes are wary, missing nothing. Priest Boras asks condescendingly, his tone implying Davy is still a sickly invalid, "How is it?" Davy, playing along with the charade, asks with feigned hope, "Do you think I will get better soon?" Boras replies, his voice dripping with false concern, "Since the prince has been bedridden for so long, it's too dangerous for me to use my holy powers on you." A blatant lie. Boras continues, his arrogance showing, "So you have to just be thankful with what you have now." Davy smiles thinly, his eyes cold. "Is that so?" he thinks, his contempt simmering, "Bullshit?" Davy's inner monologue is scathing, his anger carefully hidden. For a guy who didn't even use a proper healing spell to begin with, as the envoy of God and the representative priest of this nation, to throw away your responsibilities and just follow orders, what a disappointment. This man is a disgrace to his position. Davy, reclining casually in bed, tells Boras coolly, his voice even, "You should stop sugarcoating your words. It's not that you can't heal me, but that you won't." He touches his chin thoughtfully. "I thought with the silver gun that was given to you by Priya, you'd be able to heal such trivial injuries right away. Contrary to your belief, my body is near the end of its recovery." He's calling the priest's bluff, letting him know he's not so easily fooled. Priest Boras looks flustered and visibly annoyed by Davy's directness. "Prince, you can only say that because you don't understand." Davy retorts with a dismissive, "I don't understand?" Boras gestures condescendingly, trying to regain control. The usage and knowledge of holy power is something given only to priests. Even for a prince, you mustn't be so selfish. He implies Davy is demanding something he's not entitled to. Davy's eyes narrow dangerously. So it's true, he thinks, confirming the priest's corruption and his likely unwavering allegiance to the queen. The sound of his teeth grinding softly is almost inaudible. Boras sneers, his contempt for Davy clear, "You're so similar to the Prince Carlos." Amy, horrified by his blatant disrespect towards Davy, rushes forward protectively. "Priest Boras, you are in front of the prince. Tread carefully with your words," she exclaims, her voice trembling but firm. Boras glares at her, incensed by her audacity. How dare a maid? A vein throbs angrily on his temple. "Are you trying to teach me?" Boras shouts, his face contorted in rage, and with a swift, brutal motion, he backhands Amy hard across the face. A sickening smack echoes in the room. An ornate clock on a nearby table is knocked over by the force of the blow, crashing heavily to the floor, shattering. Amy falls to the ground, clutching her bruised cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Davy, still in bed, calls out sharply, "Hey you!" His voice is deceptively calm, but laced with a terrifying coldness. Priest Boris, feigning concern and turning back to Davy, says smoothly, "Oh no, Prince. If I were to leave a maid who says whatever she wants, it would also be a problem for you." He's brazenly trying to justify his disgusting violence. He looks down at Amy with a lecherous, appraising gaze. Though she doesn't look like much, Amy trembles, covering her rapidly bruising cheek, shrinking away from him. Boris roughly grabs Amy's chin, forcing her to look up at him, his touch unwelcome and violating. He licks his lips slowly, a disgusting, predatory expression on his face. "This girl," he drawls. Davy's hand clenches the bedsheet so tightly his knuckles are white, his calm facade threatening to crack. Boris continues, his voice oily, has quite the smile. Boris stands, roughly pulling Amy up with him as if she's a sack of grain. "Since I came all the way here, she should be able to at least see me to the door, right, Prince?" His arrogance is infuriating, his disrespect blatant. Boris picks up the fallen, shattered clock from the floor. "The examination is over. I will see you again in 15 days. Davy replies through gritted teeth, his voice dangerously low. "See you then." The sound of the broken clock's gears grinding seems to echo the tension in the room. Davy, struggling to maintain his composure for Amy's sake, instructs her, his voice tight, "Amy, please escort the priest." Amy, still shaken and humiliated, replies with a small, trembling, "Yes." Boris smirks triumphantly. Amy looks down, her face flushed with shame and suppressed anger, but she complies, turning to lead the priest out. The sound of the door creaking open is heavy. As they leave, Priest Boris gives Davy a final, parting sneer over his shoulder, his contempt for the weak prince clear. Davy watches them go, his expression unreadable, but a storm of cold fury is brewing beneath the surface. The sound of his own teeth grinding is a quiet promise of future retribution. The room is quiet again, the silence heavy and oppressive. The fallen, broken clock and the decorative swords on the wall are the only mute witnesses to the priest's vile behavior and Amy's suffering. A close-up of the broken clock on the floor, its hands stopped, its delicate mechanism shattered. The soft, almost mournful ticking it once made is now silenced. The heavy doors of Davy's room close with a resounding, final thud, sealing him in with his anger. The ornate chandelier hangs silently above, casting long shadows in the now empty room. The tension remains, thick and suffocating. As Priest Boris walks Amy down the dimly lit hallway, he leans in and whispers to her, his voice a venomous hiss, "Remember this." He places a proprietary hand on her shoulder, his touch making her flinch. "You have to come by yourself at night," he commands, his eyes glinting with disgusting intent. "Remember that the life of the prince is in the palm of my hands." Amy's eyes widen in terror, the priest's vile threat sinking in. She's trapped. Boris smirks, enjoying her fear. "This is a royal maid? Why would I care?" he scoffs, dismissing any notion of her dignity or position. He dismisses Davy entirely with a wave of his hand. He's just a sick prince. In his eyes, Davy is powerless, insignificant. Amy is left standing alone in the cold, empty hallway, trembling with a mixture of fear, shame, and helpless indignation. The shadow of the priest and his vile threat looms over her, a suffocating weight. A decorative sword hangs on the wall of Davy's room, a silent promise of action. The air is thick with tension, almost like the ticking of a clock, or perhaps something about to snap. The ornate clock, a victim of Priest Boris's earlier violence, lies broken and forgotten on the floor. Davy thinks, a shiver running down his spine, "I have this weird feeling that my body is becoming cold." Another soft crack echoes in the room, perhaps the settling of the old palace, or the fracturing of his patience. The grand, closed doors of the room seem to hold their breath. The floor beneath is cracked and worn, a testament to years of neglect, and perhaps, the recent, ugly confrontation. The atmosphere is dangerously tense. Davy ponders, his mind racing. How should I explain this feeling? A close-up of a large crack snaking across the marble floor. Rage? He questions, trying to identify the cold, sharp feeling spreading through his very core. We see the back of Davy's head, his dark hair slightly ruffled. The determined, rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoes as he begins to move. He walks towards the window, his silhouette framed by the bright, unforgiving light. No, he decides, I built up too much dignity at the temple to put it that simply. This isn't uncontrolled, mindless fury, it's something more focused, more dangerous. He recalls a lesson from his past, a stern warning, and Lady Daphne said that I'd be less than an animal if I couldn't control my anger. His foot slams down hard, cracking the already damaged floor further. A surge of palpable power emanates from him, the air around him vibrating. But my thoughts are different. He has forged his own philosophy on the nature and uses of rage. He draws his sword with a swift, elegant, almost contemptuous motion, a blur of silver light following the blade. Priest Bora's two acolytes, who were loitering outside, are startled by his sudden appearance. The acolytes cry out in alarm, completely unprepared, Who is it? Davy stands ready, his sword gleaming with deadly intent. Prince? One of them gasps, recognizing him too late. Davy thinks, a cold certainty in his heart, adequate rage is the spring of life and can also be the guidepost of your goal. A slight, confident, almost predatory smile plays on his lips. If laziness is the key to advancement, rage would be its driving force. This is his creed, forged in 1,000 years of suffering and resilience. Priest Boras is further down the long, ornate hallway, oblivious. His acolytes now lie incapacitated on the floor behind Davy, dealt with silently and efficiently. Davy approaches, his footsteps echoing with grim purpose. Boras turns, hearing the footsteps. He's still smugly thinking, keep in mind, recalling his vile threat to Amy. He continues his disgusting thought, that Prince Davy's life is within my hands. Amy, who is still being forced to accompany him, looks utterly terrified. You're saying that's assassination of royalty? She whispers, horrified by his casual cruelty. Boras smirks condescendingly, dismissing her fear. What's that got to do with me? He's only a halfie. The queen would rather say that I did well. His arrogance and delusion know no bounds. Amy looks back with wide, fearful eyes. Boras continues his taunts, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you think that there's anyone within this kingdom who's on Prince Davy's side? Also, who would dare to punish me, the hands and feet of the queen? He puffs out his chest, preening. The sheep of the kind shepherd Priya? He invokes his holy status as if it's a shield. He spreads his arms wide, basking in his own perceived self-importance, a faint, almost holy light seeming to radiate from behind him, a trick of the light, or his own delusion. Isn't that right? Haha. Davy, now sitting casually on a nearby windowsill, his presence completely unexpected, just says dryly, That's good. Boras looks at him, a sneer of contempt forming on his face. Suddenly, Boras looks startled, his arrogant demeanor faltering for a split second. Davy thinks, a cold glint in his eye, I needed an excuse too. A flash of almost imperceptible movement, Davy's eye glinting dangerously in the dim light. A whisper of steel. In an instant, in less than the blink of an eye, Davy is behind Priest Boras, his sword extended, its tip resting lightly against the priest's neck. Amy watches in stunned, breathless silence. Priest Boras is frozen, a thin red line appearing on his neck as a bead of blood wells up. He can only manage a choked, terrified, Why, Your Majesty? How? He can't believe what just happened, how the sickly prince moved so fast, so decisively. Davy turns, a cold, almost indifferent smile on his face. Amy, What's the penalty for blasphemy against royalty? Boris chokes, clutching at his throat. Cook? This can't be. Blood trickles from the razor-thin cut, staining his pristine robes. How? Can I move? Boris is paralyzed either by the shock and terror or the terrifying precision of Davy's strike. Davy looks at him, utterly unimpressed by the man's pathetic fear. This is why you can't be promoted from a lower-class position, Davy says, his voice calm, his sword still a hair's breadth from Boris's throat. We never needed your dirty sacred magic from the start. He knew all along Boris was a fraud, an informant, and nothing more. Davy calls out, his voice sharp, Amy. And as if on cue, an armored gauntlet suddenly appears from the shadows, holding a massive, brutal-looking sword inches from Amy's own neck. She gasps, her eyes wide with terror. Davy looks over his shoulder, his eyes cold and unreadable. Didn't I tell you not to tell twice? He was testing Amy's resolve, or perhaps, more cruelly, testing Boris's reaction to seeing her threatened. Amy trembles, stammering, her voice barely a whisper, the penalty for blasphemy against royalty. That's. With a final, swift, almost casual movement, Davy's sword flashes through the air. Boris's head flies from his shoulders in a gruesome arc. Immediate execution. The penalty is delivered, swiftly and without mercy. A splash of dark blood hits the pristine marble floor, a stark stain. Boris's decapitated body slumps to the ground, a gurgling sound escaping his severed neck. Kiak cook. The queen. Davy stands calmly beside a horrified Amy, Boris's lifeless body at their feet. Boris gasps, his severed head still trying to speak. Won't just watch this as it happens. Additionally, the Holy Land. He's trying to threaten Davy even as the last vestiges of life leave him. Davy looks down at the gruesome scene, his expression unreadable, a slight, almost imperceptible, chilling smile touching his lips. He looks towards the window, his voice calm. Thanks for your warning. But I guarantee you. He swings his sword again, a blur of motion, and the two acolytes, who were attempting to flee in terror, are instantly brutally decapitated. Their heads fly off, mirroring their master's fate. Those who stand by you will be gone too. He means business. He will tolerate no more threats, no more disrespect. Suddenly, a furious voice shrieks from the end of the hall, "You must be crazy." The sharp sound of a fan snapping shut, or perhaps fabric tearing in rage, cuts through the air. Queen Linus Varietta stands there, her usually composed face contorted in an ugly mask of fury. Davy turns, a slight, almost mocking blush appearing on his cheeks as he faces her. To kill none other. She begins to scream. Then the disciple from the Holy Land. The queen is livid, her eyes wide with disbelief and incandescent rage, her regal composure completely shattered. How could you do that if you weren't? She starts to shriek, losing all control. Davy calmly interjects, his voice cutting through her tirade. Disciple Boris threatened my life. I punished him according to the law. Is there something wrong with that? The queen lunges forward, completely enraged, ready to strike him herself. This bastard? Davy simply asks, his voice deceptively mild, isn't it funny? He continues, his tone laced with irony, just up till I fell into a coma, the kingdom's laws weren't so brutal. He's pointing out her blatant hypocrisy, how the laws seem to bend to her will. He stands with Amy, looking at the queen with a calm, challenging gaze. All this happened, and His Majesty the King is still silent. But for me, the one who punished someone who blasphemed royalty, to be penalized. He touches his chin thoughtfully, a slight, almost amused smirk playing on his face. It just doesn't make sense. When did the status of royals become something lower than a low-ranked disciple? The queen is trembling with uncontrollable rage, her elaborate earrings shaking with the force of her fury. She grips her fan so tightly her knuckles are white. You dare to lower His Majesty and the royalty's authority. She throws her fan down on the floor in a fit of childish temper. There is no evidence. No matter the reason for killing him, It's not something for you to judge with that empty brain of yours, she screeches. A complaint will come from the Holy Land immediately, she threatens, trying to regain some semblance of control. The queen sneers, her voice filled with venom. I knew you took after the stupidity of your mother. Davy replies coolly, his eyes shadowed, his voice dangerously soft. Of course I should take after my mother. You shallow being. You and your mother, a shallow pair. The queen shrieks, clutching a book or ledger as if to strike him with it. Davy stands impassively, arms crossed, as a dark, powerful and terrifying aura begins to emanate from him, pressing down on everyone in the hallway. Your Majesty the Queen. His red eyes glow with a dangerous, almost demonic light. It is not good behavior to curse someone's parents. Right in front of them. The queen is suddenly frozen, an exclamation mark appearing above her head as his oppressive aura intensifies, choking the air. With incredible, blinding speed, Davy appears right in front of her, his sword raised high, ready to strike. The queen cries out in pure, unadulterated shock and terror. Just as his sword is about to descend and cleave her in two, a sharp, metallic clanging sound echoes through the hall. Chains, black as night, erupt from the ground like striking serpents, wrapping tightly around Davy's sword, stopping his attack inches from the queen. The queen's other maids try to move to protect her, but the chains are far too fast, intercepting Davy's deadly blow with brutal efficiency. The chains are controlled by Shirley, the queen's blindfolded maid, who now stands protectively in front of a terrified Linus, her own dark, powerful aura flaring to life, matching Davy's own. Davy looks at Shirley, a slight, almost amused smile on his face, his attack thwarted but his composure intact. Huh? It's good to see your loyalty. Chains are still wrapped around his arm and sword, straining against his strength. He addresses the terrified queen, who has collapsed to the floor in a heap. Though it would have become more interesting if you'd done a little more. He casually sheathes his sword, the chains falling away. He smiles faintly, a chillingly calm expression. He sits down gracefully on a nearby ornate chair, as if nothing out of the ordinary has just happened. Oh well, too much drives a nail into a person's coffin. Whether that's the queen or anyone else. A veiled, deadly warning. He sits comfortably, looking every bit the composed, powerful prince, a stark contrast to the terror and chaos around him. Trying to murder someone of the same royalty is no different, he adds, his voice soft but carrying immense weight. The queen stares at him, utterly shocked, her mind reeling. A bead of cold sweat rolls down her cheek. No way, she whispers, her voice hoarse. Her eyes widen in horrified realization as the pieces click into place. He knew that Carlos was the culprit? Davy gives a knowing, chilling smile, confirming her worst fears. That's right, of course I did. He leans back in the chair, completely at ease. I'm not stupid enough to keep a card up my sleeve for long. It doesn't suit my tastes. He prefers directness, swift action. I'm a bit tired, so will you please go back? He dismisses her coolly, as if she's a bothersome insect. He rests his chin on his hand, a sly, knowing look in his eyes. I knew as soon as you slapped a patient's cheek that you're not very considerate. The queen can only manage a choked, furious, "You bastard! And please be more ladylike in my palace." He gestures around the blood-stained hallway, where the queen and her retinue of terrified maids stand. As you can see, the state of this building isn't very good. For someone so shabby to come to such a precious place. He's effortlessly turning her own earlier insults back on her, with interest. He continues, lounging in his chair like a king on his throne. You had taken all the people who used to work here. Useless jokes are not well received. I want you, as the person who takes care of housekeeping, to make sure that this is fixed as soon as possible. He's not asking, he's giving her orders. The queen glares at him, her teeth gritted in impotent rage. Davy adds, his voice pleasant but his words sharp. If it continues like this, quite a grotesque rumor might circulate. He's subtly, but effectively, threatening her carefully constructed reputation. He smiles pleasantly, the picture of innocence. Though that's not a bad idea. It'll be better for you to make a decision carefully. I won't stay put while you act out like I did before. He makes it unequivocally clear. The weak, helpless, easily manipulated prince is gone. In his place stands someone far more powerful, far more dangerous. The queen and her maids can only stare, completely outmaneuvered, their world turned upside down. The queen's rage is a familiar storm, but this time, the prince she'd always scorned is ready to play her vicious game, and he fully intends to win. We see the aftermath of her latest fury, a shattered vase, delicate flowers scattered like fallen soldiers, as a sharp, cracking sound echoes through her chambers. A voice, dripping with pure venom, screams, a half-blood. The queen is absolutely, incandescently livid. Her maids stand silently, heads bowed in fear, as her tirade continues, unabated. Dares to, she seethes, her voice choked with fury. She's clearly unaccustomed to being challenged, especially by someone she considers so far beneath her. The queen clutches her head, her face contorted in a mask of utter fury and disbelief. Disdain me, she screeches, the words tearing from her throat like claws. The sheer, unmitigated audacity of Devi's defiance is simply too much for her to bear. The scene in her usually pristine chambers is one of pure, unadulterated chaos. Furniture is overturned, precious objects are strewn carelessly across the floor. Her terrified maids can only stand by, their stifled gasps of punctuating the queen's destructive, childish tantrum. She's completely lost control, a stark, almost pathetic contrast to her usually composed, manipulative self. From off-screen, a calm, steady, and chillingly familiar voice cuts through her rage like a knife. Keep acting out like that. It's Devi, his tone almost a bored warning, as his hand rests calmly on a surface. Even his hand seems to exude a quiet, unshakable confidence. The queen, now on her hands and knees amidst the wreckage of her own making, glares up with a twisted, almost unhinged expression. Devi's voice continues, cool and cutting, "Fine. If your wish is to die, there's nothing stopping me from helping you. The way you act without being able to differentiate between heaven and earth will be the reason for your death." The threat hangs heavy and unspoken in the air, a clear, unambiguous message that Devi is no longer the weak, easily manipulated prince she can push around and discard. The scene shifts to a grand palace exterior, bathed in sunlight. Two figures are talking in hushed tones. One says, "It seems the rumor is true." The other asks, intrigued, "What rumor?" We see the feet of a maid, hurrying along a polished corridor, the soft tap-tap of her footsteps echoing lightly in the vast space. A group of maids are gossiping animatedly in a sunlit hallway. "The one about the first prince?" one asks, her voice eager. "Yes," another confirms, leaning in conspiratorially. There's no other way to explain his actions besides something going wrong with his head after he woke up from his coma. The whispers fill the grand hall as a young maid, Amy, approaches, her arms laden with a large roll of documents. Amy, noticing the gossip, looks towards them with a hint of concern and a soft, questioning sound. She quietly tells them, her voice firm but gentle, "Wait, be quiet," trying to stop the harmful rumors from spreading further. Amy then hurries away down a long, sunlit corridor, her footsteps echoing with a sense of purpose. Devi's voice narrates, his tone thoughtful, after the priest was dealt with and the queen was warned. The situation in the inner palace was as expected. He knew his decisive actions would have immediate and widespread repercussions. Devi continues his narration, a close-up showing his hand deftly handling something sharp, perhaps a finely crafted tool or an elegant letter opener. Rumors started circulating. We see Devi, looking surprisingly scholarly with his glasses perched on his nose, sitting calmly at a table outdoors, engrossed in a book. He recounts the gist of the swirling rumors with a touch of dry amusement. "The first prince, Devi Roan, has gone crazy," it said. He seems almost unfazed, perhaps even a little entertained by the palace's predictable hysteria. He thinks about how, with at least half the palace folk firmly on Queen Lena's side, his already tarnished reputation predictably took a nosedive. Silhouettes of gossiping nobles and servants flicker past, illustrating the widespread, insidious nature of these rumors. Suddenly, a pair of bright, incredibly excited green eyes fill the screen. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" A cheerful, familiar voice calls out, full of energy. It's Amy, bursting onto the scene with her usual boundless enthusiasm, her arms spread wide as if to embrace the world. "Please have a look at this. More came in today," she exclaims, practically beaming, her face alight with joy. Davy looks up from his book, a small, almost tired smile gracing his lips. A bead of sweat appears on his forehead, a reaction to her overwhelming energy. 3 little sparkles appear around her, emphasizing her bright, infectious demeanor. "Again?" Davy thinks, a little exasperated but also fond. He tells her gently, "I don't need medicinal herbs." Looking at Amy, who is proudly presenting several large sacks, presumably filled to the brim with those very herbs. Her pose exudes a "you're full of strength now, thanks to these" vibe. Amy, however, insists earnestly, "It's something to thank for." She continues, her voice full of sincere conviction, "There must be someone who knows of your good nature." Davy listens, his expression thoughtful as he holds his book, considering her words. He closes his book with a soft thump and asks her, a slight, teasing smile playing on his lips, "Does my personality seem that good to you?" "Yes," Amy declares with a huge, radiant, unwavering smile, shouting, "Of course," without a single moment's hesitation. Davy inwardly groans, a silent ugh, at her overwhelming, almost blinding positivity and loyalty. Davy thinks to himself, a little bewildered, immediate answer? To be like that even though I killed a person right in front of her eyes." He observes Amy, who now has a cute, wagging dog tail and ears superimposed on her image, as if to emphasize her unwavering, puppy-like devotion. "Something's wagging," he muses, a touch of dry humor in his thoughts. "She's really an amazing person," Davy concludes, a small, genuine smile appearing on his face as Amy stands there, looking pleased but slightly puzzled by his intense, appraising gaze. Just then, a formal, slightly stuffy voice interrupts their quiet moment. "Excuse me." A figure in a formal cloak approaches Davy and Amy, who are sitting comfortably in a sun-dappled gazebo. The sound of his footsteps, heavy and deliberate, announces his arrival. An older gentleman with well-groomed white hair and a distinguished mustache bows respectfully before Davy. "I greet the small son of the kingdom," he says, his voice smooth and practiced. An introduction box conveniently identifies him as Grand Chamberlain of the royal family's affiliate, Besfis. Davy, slightly surprised by the formal address, replies, "Ooh, wait there." Besfis continues, his tone deferential, "We have brought the sinners to you as Her Majesty the Queen ordered." Besfis gestures towards a group of kneeling, dejected-looking people, their faces pale with fear. "These are all the people who embezzled the money from your palace's budget and ran away." Davy looks them over, his expression unreadable, thinking, "I see. There are even some faces I can recognize." A small, almost sarcastic note adds, "Though they said it wasn't part of their jurisdiction before," highlighting their previous cowardly excuses and bureaucratic runaround. Embezzlement and fleeing. Davy muses, arms crossed, considering the charges. He then asks Besfis, his voice calm and even, "Besfis, how is this normally penalized?" Besfis replies deferentially, his tone neutral, "It depends on your orders, Your Majesty, but it is normally punished by beheading them, including their immediate family." The accused immediately start wailing and begging for their lives. "Why, Your Majesty, we have committed a grave sin. Please let us live." Davy watches them, a subtle, almost calculating look in his eyes behind his scholarly glasses. "Is that right?" he asks, his tone carefully unreadable. Davy adjusts his glasses with a slight, thoughtful click. "Now that I think of it." He begins, a plan clearly, and perhaps deviously, forming in his mind. He stands before the kneeling, terrified group, Besfis beside him, a silent observer. There's been an interesting rumor circulating recently. I think it says. Davy's voice drops, his expression turning a shade darker, more menacing. That I'm crazy for blood? The embezzlers visibly flinch, their faces draining of all color, showing pure, unadulterated terror. A heavy sound emphasizes their shock. Besfis calmly confirms, his face impassive, "Yes, Your Majesty, something like that has been going around." A sly, almost predatory smile spreads slowly across Davy's face. He raises a finger, a dangerous glint in his eye. Then should I act in accordance with that? The embezzlers let out a choked, collective sound of utter dread. Please, you can't, Your Majesty," they cry out, their voices hoarse with fear. "We beg you, please spare our lives." "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Their desperate pleas fill the air as Davy stands over them, unmoved, his expression unreadable. One of the older embezzlers screams, his face a mask of raw desperation, "Please!" The others echo his terror, their hope rapidly dwindling. Davy simply says, his voice calm and decisive, "Besfis." The Grand Chamberlain, understanding his unspoken command immediately, replies with a slight bow, "I understand, Your Majesty." Davy turns away, looking out at the serene scenery of the garden. He orders, his voice carrying easily, "What are you all doing? Put them in the jail cells and don't give them a single sip of water. It is right for them to die for coveting the kingdom's precious money." He internally admits, a touch of cynicism in his thoughts, "Though I'm not completely happy with the fact that this was the Queen's order. I'll play along since the situation has become somewhat interesting." He sees this as an opportunity, a game orchestrated by the manipulative Queen that he can deftly turn to his own advantage. A close-up on Davy's satisfied, almost chilling smirk. He declares their fate with finality, they will be beheaded after 9 days. The embezzlers are dragged away by guards, their desperate cries of, "Prince! Please! Chamberlain! Majesty!" fading into the distance, their pleas falling on deaf ears. Back in a more opulent, well-appointed room, Besfis informs Davy, his tone respectful, "The positions that are still empty for serving Your Majesty the Prince will be filled and allocated by noon today." Davy, looking thoughtful, replies, "All right, I'll keep Amy as my personal maid. Raise her pay to that of a high-rank maid and give her an extra bonus too." Besfis bows low, "I will do as you wish, Your Majesty." Davy's glasses now rest on an open book beside him. He adds, his voice casual but firm, "And one more thing." The soft sound of him setting something down, perhaps a pen, accompanies his words. "Is an audience with my father still not permitted?" Davy asks, his expression turning serious. He needs to understand his father's stance, or conspicuous lack thereof, in all of this. Besfis looks away slightly, his gaze shifting uncomfortably. "I am sorry, Your Majesty," he says evasively, his discomfort clear. Davy presses, his voice sharp, "Is that my father's order or the Queen's?" Besfis remains silent, a string of dots indicating his reluctance, or inability, to answer directly. Davy leans back in his chair, a knowing, slightly weary look on his face. "I am only the messenger," Besfis implies with his silence, without needing to say the words. "I see how it is," Davy replies, understanding perfectly the Queen's continued, insidious interference in his affairs. Besfis advises, his voice low and cautious, "Your Majesty, you must be patient. The kingdom—" Davy cuts him off gently, his voice surprisingly understanding, "I know what you're trying to say." He's acutely aware of the delicate, treacherous political situation he's navigating. "Patience, huh?" Davy murmurs to himself, the word echoing his long, bitter history of forced endurance, of biding his time. Besfis, still maintaining his formal, impeccable demeanor, says, "Well, I'll keep that in mind, Your Majesty." A small, almost imperceptible puff of air escapes his lips, a sigh of relief or resignation. "Then I'll be going," Besfis says, bowing again and beginning to depart. Just as he's about to leave the room, Davy calls out, his voice casual but with an underlying sharpness, "Oh, right. Davy, still seated and holding his book, mentions, as if it's an afterthought, "I ate the food that was sent." Besfus pauses at the door, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Davy continues, his voice deceptively light, "But the food is enough, so you don't have to keep sending me more medicinal herbs." Well, now that things have changed, maybe it goes for the other things too. The implication is crystal clear. Davy knows about the attempts to control or monitor him, perhaps even to subtly poison him, through these seemingly innocuous gifts. Besfus lets out a soft, almost strained, "ho-ho," a chuckle that doesn't quite reach his eyes. He seems to be carefully processing Davy's subtle, yet pointed, accusation. Besfus turns, feigning polite ignorance with a slight, almost nervous tremor in his voice. "I'm afraid I don't know what your majesty is talking about. It seems that your kind nature has been blessed by some unknown benefactor." Davy thinks, a skeptical arch to his eyebrow, that is, clearly not buying the Grand Chamberlain's unconvincing act for a second. "Anyways, a special guest will be here to visit you soon, so I will be off now," Besfus announces, quickly changing the subject and departing with a polite nod. Davy watches him go, pondering, how does he know that? Does Besfus know everything that goes on in the palace? Besfus calls back over his shoulder, "Please have some rest, your majesty." Davy lifts a finger, and a faint blue wisp of mana begins to swirl around its tip, a soft, almost inaudible sound accompanying the subtle magic. "That silly old man." He muses, a thoughtful expression on his face. He continues to manipulate the delicate strand of mana, his expression deepening in thought. Is he trying to play dumb even though the evidence is right here? He's likely referring to traces of whatever suspicious substances were in the medicinal herbs he was sent. He then thinks about the enigmatic Grand Chamberlain, Besfus, the head of all the people who work under the king. "I saw him often when I was younger." A brief, fleeting image of Besfus standing formally by a large, sunlit window flashes by, the sound of his formal footsteps echoing. Davy realizes with a jolt, "I didn't know that there was someone else besides Amy who was on my side in this palace." This is an unexpected and potentially valuable development. A spark of sudden realization hits him, a golden wisp of mana now appearing around his finger, more vibrant than the blue. Exclamation point. He remembers Besfus's parting words. "Oh, that's right, didn't Besfus say?" A door creaks open slightly nearby, the sound soft but distinct. That someone was coming here? Davy wonders, his senses alert. Amy peeks her head cautiously around the door, looking flustered and a little out of breath. "Your Majesty," she stammers, her voice hesitant, the sound of her peaking almost comical. Davy looks towards her, surprised by her sudden appearance. "Amy?" Davy questions, his brow furrowed slightly. Amy, still hovering in the doorway, continues nervously, "The fourth prince and second princess have." Before she can finish her sentence, she's suddenly flung aside with a startling, loud crashing sound effect, clearly pushed roughly out of the way. A shocked appears above her head. Two demonic-looking, clawed blue hands, wreathed in an unsettling aura, reach out menacingly towards a startled Davy, who's still sitting calmly in his chair. "Brother!" A high-pitched, excited voice screams. A forceful sound effect accompanies the sudden intrusion. Davy is visibly shocked, a string of appearing above his head as he braces for impact. Davy's book and glasses go flying dramatically through the air with a whoosh and a loud clatter, scattering across the room. "Wh!" someone shouts amidst the chaos. A young girl with vibrant, almost luminous green hair and bright, incredibly excited eyes pounces onto a completely unprepared Davy. "Brother! It's Winley!" "I'm here!" she exclaims, a shower of flowers blooming around her in a comically energetic, almost overwhelming entrance. An info box conveniently introduces her, Winley Al-Roan, Roan Kingdom's second princess. A blooming sound effect emphasizes her explosive arrival. Winley, now perched triumphantly on top of Davy, looks slightly confused for a brief moment, as if suddenly realizing what she just did, her hand paused midair. "Oh, she says, her earlier exuberance momentarily forgotten. Davy is now face down on the floor, completely squashed under the surprisingly strong Winley. Amy rushes over in a panic, calling out his title, "Your Majesty." He lets out small, muffled gasps of, "Heek." "I see," he thinks, a dawning realization hitting him despite his current predicament. "I couldn't tell who it was using control mana because Amy was with her." He adds a small, rueful, almost resigned thought. "I didn't know respecting Amy's privacy had such a drawback." Even in this undignified situation, his mind is still working, analyzing. Brother. Winley coos, still cheerfully oblivious, perched on his back. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs her by the scruff of her elaborate clothes, lifting her up with surprising ease. Davy's voice, now free from being smothered, says with a touch of exasperation, "You should have been more careful. You careless person." A young boy with the same vibrant green hair and intelligent eyes behind a pair of neat glasses, looking remarkably like Winley, lifts her clear off Davy. "Baris!" Winley exclaims, dangling rather unceremoniously from his grip. The boy, identified as Baris al-Roan, Roan Kingdom's fourth prince and Winley's twin brother, smiles politely and calmly at a disheveled Davy. "I wanted to see you, Brother Davy," he says, his voice a stark contrast to his sister's earlier explosive entrance. We learn a bit more about the Roan Kingdom's royal family, starting with its current ruler, King Cryones al-Roan. A powerful silhouette of the king is shown alongside his three wives, the current Queen Linus Varietta, the second concubine Alice, and the first concubine Anisha, who, as we know, is the mother of the twins who just barged in. The palace has its own intricate politics. While the second concubine, Alice, firmly supports Queen Linus, the first concubine, Anisha, chose to remain neutral, which effectively made her an outsider among the king's wives. Davy connects the dots in his mind. Baris and Winley are Anisha's children, making them his half-siblings. It's a complicated family, to say the least. Baris, still gently holding on to a slightly dazed Winley, offers a polite apology to Davy for their rather loud entrance. But one look at Winley, with that mischievous glint in her eye, tells you she's not quite ready to be demure. Baris turns to Davy, beginning to say, "Brother." But he doesn't get to finish. Because just like that, Winley, with a surprising burst of strength, flips her brother clean over her shoulder. Baris, completely caught by surprise midair, yells out, demanding to know what on earth Winley thinks she's doing. Winley lands neatly, retorting that Baris is acting far too proper and weird for her liking. As Baris picks himself up, he reminds her she was the one whining to see their brother first, a claim Winley immediately and quite flusteredly denies. The twins are now in a full-blown, energetic squabble. Baris insists she should act more like a princess, while Winley tells him not to boss her around. Amy watches with concern, but Davy just observes them, thinking they're exactly the same as he remembers. Davy recalls hearing they'd once taken care of a group of robbers, and seeing their boisterous energy now, he can believe it. Their argument continues, with Winley scoffing at Baris being older by a mere 5 minutes. Davy can't help but notice how different they are from Queen Linus' children. However, Davy senses there's more to them than just this chaotic surface. Their bickering reaches a point where they're both trying to claim Davy would surely agree with their side of the argument. Then, just as suddenly, they both turn to Davy, their faces bright and expectant, calling out, "Brother! Brother!" in unison. A wave of memory hits Davy. Despite their wildness, these were the siblings who had always been close to him, who actually listened to what he had to say. Winley, noticing Davy's amused expression, tells him to stop laughing, while Baris gently tries to guide her attention back to their elder brother. Later, they're all settled in Davy's receiving room with teacups. Baris breaks the silence, softly stating that it's been 6 long years. He explains that they were sent to a remote area after Davy fell into his coma. Davy acknowledges he'd heard a little about their situation, and Winley seems to want to ask something more. Davy reflects on how young they were back then, only 8 years old when he lost consciousness. He considers what such powerless children could have possibly done at the time. Adding to that, their mother, concubine Anisha, was in a terrible spot. An image of her, looking downcast, comes to Davy's mind as he recalls she'd already been forced to send her eldest daughter, Tana, to a foreign kingdom due to Queen Lena's scheming. He understands now that Anisha must have done whatever she could to protect Winley and Baris, the two children she had left with her. Davy looks at the twins with a gentle expression, telling them he understands. He silently considers that they themselves might still struggle to accept everything that happened. Davy takes a calm sip of his tea, composed. He then asks if they've met their father. Baris confirms they saw the king before coming to Davy's quarters, and Davy asks how he is. Baris begins to say their father seemed a little tired, but Winley quickly cuts in, her voice laced with concern, asking if Davy himself hasn't met the king yet. Davy admits that, well, the situation is complicated right now. He adds with quiet resolve that he expects he'll be able to meet with him one day. Winley sighs, clearly dismayed by the family's strained relations. Baris then shifts the topic, looking around the room with Winley, and mentions they noticed something on their way there. He trails off, gesturing to the rather dilapidated condition of Davy's palace, the cracked walls and faded grandeur speaking for themselves. Davy smiles reassuringly, explaining that a few corrupt officials had embezzled money from the budget, but they've all been captured, and things will be restored soon. But Baris slams his hand down on the table, exclaiming that even so, it's outrageous. He stands, trembling with indignation, furious that anyone would dare let this happen. Baris declares he's going straight to their father, incensed that this neglect occurred while Davy was still in his room. Winley looks equally furious, but Davy calmly advises him not to waste his effort. Baris starts to protest, his sense of justice clearly offended. But he trails off, looking at Davy, perhaps seeing the calm, unshakable resolve in his older brother's eyes. Davy simply states that it's fine, he'll take care of his own work. He offers a gentle smile, holding his tea, radiating a quiet confidence that seems to calm the fiery twins. Davy wonders to himself if the feeling that there are more people on his side than he expected. He takes another sip of tea, the cup making a soft sound against the saucer. Is just his imagination. He's really not used to having allies, especially within the royal family. Davy then changes tack, remarking that he didn't know Winley had such a talent in magic, as he'd heard she was in an artistic group. Baris quickly interjects that his idiot sister would get hurt if he wasn't around to protect her. Winley puffs out her cheeks, retorting that Baris is the one always running headfirst into trouble. Of course, Baris has a snappy comeback for that. Davy muses that for someone with Winley's personality to qualify for the Continental Swordsmanship competition is quite amazing. Winley, perhaps misunderstanding or just being defensive, fiercely declares that of course she earned it with her skills, leaving Davy a bit puzzled by her sudden intensity. A swordsmanship competition? Davy repeats, the words suddenly catching his full attention. Winley, realizing Baris might have let something slip too early, starts playfully throttling him, while Baris mentally kicks himself for the blunder. Baris hisses at her that she's ruined their plan to ease into the conversation. Winley argues it doesn't matter since they were going to tell him anyway. Davy just watches them, an amused smile on his face as his teacup even seems to slide off the table from the commotion. Baris clears his throat loudly, attempting to regain control of the situation. So, he begins, ready to formally present their reason for being so worked up. He places a sealed envelope on the table with a soft rustle, announcing, "It's this." Davy picks up the letter. Baris explains it's an invitation to a swordsmanship competition held every 5 years, and Davy murmurs with clear interest. Baris continues, saying this year's competition will be held in the Polisti Kingdom. Davy opens the letter, revealing an official-looking document that describes it as a competition that encourages harmony between the continents. Davy thinks to himself, is it like the Olympics? It certainly sounds like a grand-scale event. He reads on, seeing mentions of mercenaries and royalties. Baris adds that many different classes of people attend. For Davy, who has spent so much time isolated, this kind of worldly event feels very new. Winley and Baris look at him expectantly, their earlier bickering forgotten. "Brother." Baris begins, his tone now serious, Baris makes his case, urging Davy to take the opportunity, pointing out he's basically never gone outside the kingdom. He even reveals he has already made a request to their father. But Winley suddenly shoves Baris aside, exclaiming, "No, I did." She then turns to Davy with sparkling eyes and a bright smile. "Brother, let's go together." She adds enthusiastically that the Pelisti kingdom is famed as the city of water and is supposed to be incredibly beautiful. Winley even playfully offers to carry Davy on her back if he's worried about being too weak, to which Baris cheekily chimes in that he's just right to be a porter, clearly teasing his sister. Davy holds the letter, a thoughtful expression on his face, while off-panel, Winley and Baris shout, "What?" probably reacting to each other's comments. The twins are now glaring at each other again, fiery auras practically crackling around them. Davy lets out a suppressed laugh, finding their sibling rivalry genuinely amusing. A moment later, Baris and Winley are side by side, both looking a bit stunned or perhaps just expectant, waiting for Davy's answer. Davy sighs lightly. "All right," he says, a hint of playful resignation in his voice. "There's nothing I can do about it." Then, a smile spreads across his face. "I can't reject an offer from the twins." Winley and Baris' eyes instantly light up with stars, absolutely overjoyed. Davy holds up the invitation, a warm, genuine smile on his face. "Yes." They cheer in unison, throwing their hands and probably their teacups into the air in celebration. Davy, slightly exasperated but still amused, calls out, "Stop destroying my palace." Davy watches his excited younger siblings. Winley's already asking Baris where they should go sightseeing, while Baris reminds her she's supposed to be cheering for him. Davy thinks, are they really that happy? Then it hits him. That's right. As Baris said, I've hardly ever been outside this palace. He takes a step, a thoughtful look on his face as an idea begins to form. Looking out towards a bright sky, he muses that it wouldn't be so bad to actually enjoy an event in this world, at least once. After a millennium of torment, a little enjoyment is long overdue. He holds the invitation, the paper making a soft rustling sound. I can also. A small, genuine smile touches his lips. Have a little bit of fun too. The thought itself feels new and significant. I'm looking forward to this, he says, a sense of real anticipation in his voice as he looks out at the vast blue sky. He adds, almost as an afterthought, a note of surprise at Winley's hidden depths and fighting talent, her double personality, as he sees it. The scene shifts. Wine is being poured into an ornate goblet. A new voice, deeper and more authoritative, says, "Swordsmanship competition, huh?" We find ourselves in a grand, regal hall. The voice continues, noting that Baris is turning 14 this year, so he's nearly an adult too. This is very likely the king speaking. The Grand Chamberlain Besfis is present, and the king comments that the twins should be having their conversation with Davy around now. He seems to be aware of their visit, murmuring thoughtfully as a goblet of red liquid is placed on a table. The king's hand reaches for the goblet, the glass making a soft clink. Besfis reassures the king, "Please don't worry." The young master has become more upright. He's clearly referring to Davy's recent changes. Besfis elaborates on Davy's transformation, mentioning his calmness and splendid perception, admitting even he was surprised to see how much the young prince had grown. An image of Davy, looking composed while reading, reinforces this. The king sounds mildly surprised. It's enough that even you're acknowledging it? High praise indeed coming from Besfis. The king looks out a window or perhaps at a reflection, lost in thought for a moment. That's quite sad. He finishes, his tone laced with a complex, heavy emotion. It's unclear if he means sad for Davy's past suffering, or perhaps sad for his own long neglect. And finally, we see him, King Cryones Alrone. He has tired eyes, a somewhat stern expression, and a regal but weary demeanor. Dressed in ornate robes with a fur-lined collar, he holds his goblet, his words hinting at a long history of detachment from his first son. Chapter 11 opens in Davy's palace, which is looking much better now. On a mantelpiece, we spot a small, ornate box and a framed portrait, the room finally feeling cared for. The portrait shows a beautiful woman with dark hair, likely Davy's late mother, Lenny. And Davy, looking at his reflection, seems quite pleased with what he sees. There's Davy, checking himself out in a mirror, looking pretty sharp in a new light-colored jacket. He's got a satisfied smile, clearly in a good mood. He glances around his room, now clean, bright, and properly furnished, light streaming in and making everything sparkle. He thinks with relief that he barely avoided the place turning into a total haunted house. Thanks to Grand Chamberlain Besfus's quick work, new staff were hired, and his palace finally looks like a palace again, a massive upgrade from its previous rundown state. And speaking of reactions, here's Amy, hands clasped, eyes wide with pure, sparkling joy, just gasping wow. Wow. She's completely overwhelmed. Amy stands in the renovated room, tears of happiness literally sparkling in her eyes, exclaiming that she can't believe this day has finally come. Davy watches her, a little amused by her intense reaction. Davy briefly wonders if he pushed her too hard, but Amy, wiping a tear, just beams, saying how glad she is that everything is going so well. Her happiness is totally genuine. Suddenly, a hand claps Davy on the shoulder. It's Boris, looking ready to go, with Amy also standing by. Boris asks if Davy is ready. Davy confirms, asking if it's already time. A grand clock shows it's nearly 9. He then turns to Amy, checking if she packed everything, and she gives an enthusiastic yes. Davy hands Amy a bottle of wine, asking her to take care of it. Amy looks at the bottle, a little curious. They stand before a grand set of double doors, ready to head out. Davy asks, "Then shall we go?" And there they are, Davy, Amy, Boris, and Winley all together, a clear sense of anticipation for the journey ahead. Their destination is set, the Pelisti Kingdom. The adventure is about to begin. A flag bearing a royal crest flutters against a bright blue sky, likely the Roan Kingdom's banner, signaling their departure. Their purpose, of course, is the Continental Swordsmanship Competition. The emblem of the competition itself features a sun insignia with crossed spears and flags. Davy knows this isn't just some minor tournament. It's an event that draws the world's attention and carries huge influence. He also notes that besides Boris participating, he himself was allowed to go under the pretext of recovering from his illness, which explains their slower travel by carriage. An aerial view shows a bustling courtyard filled with people, probably the departure point or an early stop on their journey. Davy considers the political side of things. If Boris achieves anything noteworthy, it would definitely put a dent in the standing of that fool, second Prince Carlos. He finds it strange that Queen Linus so easily agreed to Boris' participation. An image shows the queen with a smug smile, as if she's completely sure Boris will fail. Davy stands with Amy, looking towards the crowd and the palace, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the queen. He can't shake the feeling she might be planning something. He knows better than to trust her apparent indifference. The heavy tread of a boot signals an important arrival. It's King Cryanus Alrone, walking with Besfus, as courtiers bow and greet him as the kingdom's Sunday. A close-up of the king, looking regal yet weary, his title displayed. He offers a formal acknowledgement to the greetings. Davy watches his father approach, his expression unreadable but intense. And the person who's supposed to be my father? Davy thinks, the distance between them almost a physical presence. As the king stands before them, Davy silently accuses him, "It's my first time seeing him after I woke up from my coma. You avoided me well this past half a year." The king gestures with his hand and simply tells everyone to raise their heads. The king looks directly at Boris, his gaze searching as he asks, "Are you confident?" Boris kneels respectfully, declaring with conviction that yes, he will make sure to represent their kingdom well through his achievements. The king places a hand on Boris' shoulder, his expression softening just a fraction. "Come back safe," he says, a rare display of paternal concern. The king then turns, his gaze briefly falling on Davy, who stands a little apart. The unspoken tension between them is thick. Davy stands stoically beside Amy, who keeps her head bowed respectfully. A close-up on Davy's impassive face. He meets his father's gaze, but there's no warmth, only a guarded, distant observation. The king turns and walks away, his red cape swirling behind him. As he departs, the king looks back over his shoulder at Davy. "It's good to see that you're healthy," he says, the words feeling formal and distant, despite their meaning. Winley looks at Davy, clearly puzzled by the cold interaction between father and son. She seems to silently ask her brother if he's okay, concerned by his unchanged, stoic expression. Davy turns his back, his true feelings hidden from view. He tells himself he wasn't going to waste his emotions on his father right now. The hurt from years of neglect runs far too deep. An official announces to the crowd that due to the fourth Prince Baris's participation in the competition, the curfew will be lifted and a festival will begin. Davy looks at the king on the dais, thinking, is this really the current king? Davy observes his father, now seated on a throne. He recalls a heroic, confident man, thinking, there's no trace of his old self. He's changed so much. The king sits alone on his high throne, looking small and isolated amidst the distant cheers of the crowd. Davy's assessment is harsh. His father seems like an old lion, completely tired of everything. The scene shifts. We hear the steady rhythm of a carriage as they travel through a forest. Davy looks out the carriage window, his expression pensive as the landscape rushes by. Inside the carriage, Baris asks Davy if he's bored or uncomfortable. Winley sits beside Davy, who reassures them that with the elite guards they hired, not even wild animals will get close. Davy adds that he's fine and more worried that the journey is tedious for them since they're traveling by carriage because of him. The twins, shown as cute little monsters, quickly exclaim, "Not at all." Winley, already enjoying a glass of wine, giggles happily. Baris, slightly exasperated, tells her she should be more responsible with her drinking, especially since Davy prepared the wine. Winley takes a sip, clearly impressed, and asks Davy where he found such a fragrant, high-grade wine. Davy holds his own glass, a slight, enigmatic smile on his face. He wonders aloud, saying it's something his mother left behind, so he doesn't really know. The twins look surprised. Baris asks hesitantly if they can really drink something so precious. Winley also looks concerned, but Davy coolly replies, "Why leave something that was meant to be consumed?" He elaborates, "Instead, we should drink it on a day like this." The wine swirls invitingly in the glass, sparkling. Baris observes that Davy has changed a lot. Davy just asks, "Really?" and Winley emphatically confirms, "Yes." Baris explains that Davy used to be incredibly protective over anything his mother had left. Davy blushes slightly, thinking to himself that these little rascals have memories that are far too good. Davy raises his glass. Tasty wine is not something to be shelved, but to be consumed. Cheers. Baris looks a bit surprised by the sudden toast, but Winley is all for it, exclaiming, "I like how you think." The three of them toast, "Cheers," as their carriage continues its journey through the forest, a picture of camaraderie. Night falls. Two moons hang in the starry sky, one large and blue-white, the other smaller and pinkish-red, a beautiful, almost mystical sight. A campfire crackles merrily. Davy announces they'll depart tomorrow morning. Baris, standing by the campfire, mentions it'll take another day to reach Pelisti and asks Davy if he's bothered by his first time camping out. Davy, from the carriage, assures him the carriage is wide, so he's fine. Davy then asks about Winley. Baris looks slightly scandalized, muttering that he somehow got her to go elsewhere because, believe it or not, the grown woman wanted to sleep next to Davy. Davy, now sitting by the fire looking amused, listens as Baris explains Winley also drank a bit too much. Davy just chuckles and says he's sorry. Baris looks at Davy by the fire and reminisces, "Brother, do you remember? You used to say that you wanted to try camping out like this." Davy holds his cup, a gentle smile on his face as he gazes into the flames. Baris adds they tried to keep the journey short, thinking it'd be burdensome for him. Davy simply replies, "I know." He understands their considerations, that this trip, which could have been over quickly on horseback, is slow like this because he's still considered a patient. Davy thinks of his father, the king, appearing on his throne surrounded by thorns. If there are things that change. He muses. Then his thoughts turn to Winley and Baris, smiling happily. Are there also things that stay the same? He's pondering the shifts and constants in his life and relationships. He says aloud to Baris, I like it here. Thanks a lot. Davy waves dismissively as Baris turns to leave, telling him to go get some rest. Amy approaches Davy, who is now stretching, and asks if His Majesty will also rest now. Davy looks up at the two moons, a peaceful smile on his face. The moon is prettier than usual today, he remarks. Amy looks a little puzzled. A nearby tree branch seems to glow with a faint red light at its tip, a subtle hint of something more. Davy, his hair appearing a vibrant blue under the moonlight, gracefully draws the branch like a sword. Blue energy trails arc through the air as leaves swirl around him. The glowing branch cuts through the night air. Davy thinks, it'd be perfect to make a comeback. Don't you think? He asks the moon, a confident smirk on his face. This swordsmanship competition might be more than just a simple outing for him. The two moons shine brightly in the night sky, a soft, ethereal glow, as Davy contemplates his upcoming debut on the continental stage. As Davy gazes up at the night sky, a voice chimes in. An older guard points upwards, explaining, the red one is Cyrus, indicating the smaller, reddish moon. And the blue one is Kriya's. The guard continues, now gesturing towards the larger, brighter blue moon. The guard, an older man in a red uniform, adds with a touch of reverence that they also call them Cyrus, who makes the beginning shine, and Kriya's, that illuminates the end. Davy, just a silhouette nearby, comments that the guard seems to know his moons. The guard chuckles proudly, saying it's just common sense. Davy, however, isn't impressed, thinking a snotty kid would probably know more. The guard sighs, looking up at the two moons, wistfully muttering he should be having conversations like this with a woman. Davy suddenly appears from among the leaves, startling the guard as he asks what he's muttering about all alone. The guard jumps, completely surprised. Oh, huh, the guard stammers, turning to see Davy and Amy too, who seems to have just woken up or joined them, holding a sword protectively. He asks, bewildered, where on earth Davy came from. Still spooked, the guard wonders if he just saw a ghost. Davy, stepping out casually with a smirk, simply says, it was me, a subtle hint revealing he used phantom magic to stay hidden. Davy surveys the area, his senses sharp. He notes there are 5 guards hired by the twins, 4 of them elite swordsmen, so they should have enough people. He looks up at the bright blue moon, Kriya's, the branch still in his hand, thinking that's true, as long as nothing big happens. The branch almost seems to twitch in anticipation. Davy, now perched on a thick tree branch, looks down, casually counting. That's right. Things like being attacked by assassins. Maybe there's around 20. He sounds completely unfazed. An assassin leaps through the trees. Davy continues his assessment. They probably planned to attack when everyone was asleep, and they even hid their bloodthirst well. As assassins go, they're pretty good. An image of Queen Linus, surrounded by blood red, flashes in Davy's mind. It's obviously her doing, a chance to get rid of him, Baris, and Winley all at once. No way she'd let a chance like this slide. Davy leaps down from the tree in a whirlwind of motion, branch in hand, as dark, shadowy assassins converge on him. He's not exactly thrilled about exposing his strength already and raising suspicions. He lands, clutching the branch. But then again he figures it doesn't really matter. The branch in his hand suddenly glows with a brilliant blue light, transforming into what looks like a powerful energy blade as immense power gathers. With a sharp swing, Davy unleashes a devastating attack. The energy from the branch becomes a massive wave, tearing through the assassins and the forest, sending bodies flying as dark, thorny energy erupts. He thinks coldly, people who see me like this won't live anyway. His face is grim, his decision absolute. No witnesses. Davy strides through the aftermath, fallen assassins everywhere. He recalls a saying from Pegasus Doke Go Jun, the one who taught him swordsmanship. If you don't have teeth, use your gums. He remembers his master's core teaching. Whatever you hold can be a weapon, there are no rules to fighting, and weapons are an extension of your body. The branch flows with blue energy as he moves. The simple branch transforms in his hands, from a swirling blue energy sword to a burning, dark energy blade. Depending on how you think, even a piece of cloth can become an excellent sword. Davy looks over the fallen assassins with a dismissive, almost bored smirk. What? They were only capable of this much. He scoffs. They're nowhere near Hermesa, who taught him the hand of death. These assassins, skilled as they were, are nothing compared to what he's faced. The remaining assassins are on their knees, defeated and despairing. Davy calls them boring bastards. Davy casually rests the branch on his shoulder. I'm asking this just to confirm. He looks at the terrified, injured assassins. But did Queen Linus send you here? A chilling aura surrounds him, one assassin clutching a badly wounded arm. He adds, almost playfully, that this is like playing Bull Rush, and wonders why they all look so serious as he takes a step closer. The assassins are frozen in fear, a rustling, ominous sound in the air as Davy stands before them, the picture of calm lethality. Leave it if you don't want to answer, he says, his tone deceptively light. With a sudden burst of speed, he moves, a blue energy trail from his branch sword flowing behind him. He stops, his foot landing firmly on the ground. Davy stands behind one of the assassins, the branch resting on the man's shoulder. Nothing will change even if you do, he says, his voice cold. A close-up on Davy's chilling red eye. He wonders what that woman even tried to achieve by sending them. He considers the potential fallout if her plan had actually succeeded. 3 royalties dead, the whole kingdom would be shaken. Even Queen Linus would have a hard time dealing with the repercussions of such an act. Is there a reason she's so confident? Davy ponders her overconfidence, or perhaps a hidden card she might still possess. A dark, ominous image appears. Shirley, the Queen's blindfolded maid, standing with her back to us, surrounded by countless lit candles, hinting at some deeper, more sinister plan. A sudden, violent slash of blood erupts, screams filling the air as another life is extinguished. Davy stands amidst the carnage, bodies on the ground. He looks at a remaining, terrified assassin. You still haven't run away? Or are you still unaware of what's happening? He points the branch towards the survivor. Go and tell her that I'll destroy everything she has, even if she doesn't nag me. A direct, unambiguous threat to Queen Linus. The surviving assassin looks utterly terrified, gulping in fear. Davy leaps into the air, light emanating from him as if preparing to let the messenger go, but not without a final show of force. He lands, the branch held ready, his message seemingly delivered. A dark, sinister grin spreads across Davy's face. He's enjoying this, in his own twisted way. The assassin flees, leaping away. Davy calls after him, mockingly, "You're really running away because I told you to?" The assassin looks shocked. The assassin glances back, only to see a massive blade of blue energy hurtling towards him. Davy shouts, "I was a fake. You fucking idiots." He never intended for any of them to deliver that message in person. Davy unleashes a technique, random movement pistol explosion. Red energy beams crisscross the area, striking the assassins with explosive force. One assassin lies on the ground, twitching. Davy steps forward with disdain. How could you fall for that, idiot? He reflects that the fundamental of being an assassin is patience. As the assassin groans, Davy adds, "How is this assassinating?" criticizing their poor performance. He delivers a final, devastating blow with the energy-infused branch. If there's no one else watching, it's an assassination. His logic is chillingly practical. He looks down at a dispatched assassin, impaled by the branch. "This is a famous saying, so remember it," he says, almost lecturing the dead. More assassins leap at him from the shadows, daggers drawn, a flurry of attacks. They attack from multiple angles. Davy calmly notes that it'd be useless to come at him from behind. But one is running. He spots an assassin trying to flee while the others engage him. While 2 assassins clash swords in the foreground, another attempts to escape. But a massive pillar of lightning erupts from the ground, striking an assassin midair, A spectacular display of power. Davy, mid-motion, gracefully slices through the air with the glowing branch, dealing with the remaining attackers. He stands over the fallen assassins, his expression cold and unimpressed. "You guys aren't even worth this branch," he scoffs as another body falls. He points the branch towards the last fleeing assassin in the distance. A red, glowing targeting reticle appears, locking onto the fleeing figure. "Lock on," Davy says. "I'd already prepared this when I saw you guys." The reticle expands, ensnaring the fleeing assassin in a binding field of red energy. "As long as you don't reach the other side of the continent, you won't be able to escape this." Davy snaps his fingers. The assassin, now encased in crackling blue and purple electrical energy, is hit with a series of debuffs. Confuse, lower resist, soul explosion. The assassin's soul is visibly torn apart. Davy explains it's a technique that immediately kills souls without shape, scent, or color. A bit brutal, but everyone who taught him told him to make sure he ends things properly. He recalls their words. "Don't be merciful to those who try to kill you," they said. Davy stands, his face shadowed, looking every bit the merciless executioner his trainers molded him to be. He crushes the simple tree branch underfoot. A proper end. It's a perfect assassination. Davy stands alone in the clearing, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen assassins and their broken weapons. That's right. Assassination. Whatever happens, as long as no one finds out, this is a perfect assassination. His definition is simple: no witnesses, no trace. Back in the Roan kingdom, Queen Linus sits on her throne, a dark, ominous aura swirling around her. A wisp of purple smoke rises, as if from a broken magical link. She asks coldly, "How did it go?" Shirley, her blindfolded maid, kneels, her expression grim. "All the candles that were connected to my students' lives." She begins, the silence heavy with bad news. We see several purple candles, now melted and snuffed out. Shirley confirms the grim reality, have been turned off. The queen stares, her voice dangerously low. "They've been wiped out." Shirley simply replies, "Yes." The mission was a total failure. The queen picks up a teacup, her hand trembling slightly with suppressed rage. "What about those bastards?" she asks, meaning Davy and the twins. Shirley reports, as an image shows Davy's carriage arriving in a vibrant green landscape, they would have just arrived in the Polisti kingdom. The queen's plan to eliminate them failed. The queen explodes, slapping Shirley hard across the face. "Just how are you taking care of things?" the queen shrieks, her voice echoing with rage. "It was just 3 children and 5 knights." Shirley is now prostrated on the floor, trembling. The queen continues her furious tirade, "But you're telling me that 20 people went and all died? The Black Moon Guild was only capable of this, huh?" She's utterly humiliated. Shirley, still on the floor, explains they're investigating, but it seems Prince Davy has a helper. The queen scoffs. "A helper?" The queen leans forward, her expression venomous. "Who would help those damn halfies?" she snarls, referring to Winley and Baris with pure disdain. A close-up on the queen's cruel sneer, her finger tracing her lip as she grits her teeth. "Find out who that helper is," she commands Shirley. "I'll show them what happens if they get in my way." Shirley, still bowed, replies, "I will do as you say." The queen leans back, her voice cold and menacing. "Yes, do not forget. The reason I'm working with you is not because I want to see failure." A chilling close-up of Shirley's face, her normally composed features tight with tension as the queen continues her threat. "If you do not succeed this time, our contract will end there." The queen's threat is clear. Failure is not an option. The queen adds a final, devastating promise. "And I will use the power of the Barriot family, even this country's power, to bury the Black Moon Guild." The stakes for Shirley are incredibly high. Shirley, looking out at the palace under the 2 moons, replies grimly, "I will keep that in mind." She knows the queen isn't bluffing. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny sky. Winley's excited voice calls out, "Brother! Brother!" Winley is practically bouncing off Davy in the carriage, pointing eagerly out the window. Look there. Brother. That is the Palisti kingdom. Davy, looking out, calmly replies, yes. I'm looking. Baris, ever proper, scolds his sister for not acting like a lady. Winley just tells him to mind his own business. Davy leans back with a gentle smile, thinking, we're finally here. A map shows their location. Davy muses that the Kingdom of Water, Palisti, is a small city-state, about the size of Singapore on Earth. But it's built on historic ruins and is famed as one of the most beautiful places on the continent. And the view confirms it, a stunning city of white buildings, grand bridges, and sparkling waterways. Davy stands in a beautiful courtyard filled with ornate fountains, looking around with genuine appreciation. The place truly is magnificent. Baris joins him, smiling, noticing Davy seems quite happy. Davy admits, yep. For once, he's letting himself enjoy the moment. And this? Baris gestures ahead. They stand before a colossal, arena-like structure, bustling with people. Winley is already running ahead excitedly. Is where the Continental Swordsmanship competition will be held. The scale of the venue is truly impressive. Baris explains, looking up at the grand stadium, that it's normally used as a fighting ground. He continues, saying it's quite popular for having fighters, and even monsters, battle for their lives here. Scratches on the stone walls attest to its violent history. Davy dryly comments, that's completely barbarous. As they walk, Davy asks about the competition, specifically how many are participating. Baris replies it seems 8 countries are taking part this time. Baris lists some of them, starting with the host country Fallon, then the Felip Kingdom, and Scorden Kingdom. The competition, he explains, will be centered around the representatives from each of these kingdoms, making it a very prestigious event. Baris puffs his chest out slightly, noting that in the end, it's a battle of pride between the countries. Davy listens, arms crossed thoughtfully. Davy comments it's a bit boring that only those younger than 20 are participating. Baris explains it's a competition for the younger generation, not yet a broader talent search. Winley playfully grabs Baris' arm, announcing, and for your information, the Roan Kingdom's representative is this idiot here. Baris, annoyed, retorts, asking if she's there to cheer for him or just annoy him. Davy interjects with a smirk, teasing Baris, of course I'm here to have a date with you. What do you mean cheer? Baris exclaims, clearly flustered by the joke. Davy considers Baris' skills. He's a mid-level expert, just under a master swordsman. An image of Baris looking determined, surrounded by a red aura. Davy thinks this is amazing for his age and something worth looking forward to. Winley chimes in that the representative for the Fallon Kingdom is the famous Princess of the Sword. Davy looks slightly puzzled by the title. Winley is aghast. My goodness. You don't know. There's no one in the Roan Kingdom who doesn't know that name. Davy, unimpressed, thinks he's usually quite confident in his memory. He concludes someone new must have appeared while he was in his 6-year coma. Winley reveals her name, Elena de Fallon. An image appears of a young woman with long, flowing light-colored hair, clad in armor, looking determined and powerful. Winley adds she's the Fallon Kingdom's only princess among 9 princes. And, Winley continues, she's the Crown Prince's favorite person. This Princess Elena is clearly a big deal. Baris elaborates that while her fame comes partly from being the only princess of a great kingdom, that's not all there is to it. Davy looks intrigued. Baris reveals the key detail. The reason she is famous is because she's the owner of the God Sword. Davy repeats, slightly surprised, God Sword? Winley excitedly confirms, yes. It's known as the sword god's most favorite sword, God's Sword Calderas. It's one of the masterpieces made in 1,000 days and nights. An image of a magnificent, ornate sword, Calderas, appears, glowing with power. Davy thinks, God's Sword Calderas? It's been a while since I've heard that name. He definitely knows this weapon. He recalls, that's because my first teacher at the temple was the sword god Hares. A flashback shows a younger Davy struggling with buckets, while a lazy-looking, bearded Hares lounges nearby. Though he was lazy, he had really good skills. Another flashback shows Hares effortlessly wielding a sword. Davy remembers hearing the name of that sword so much his ears practically bled. A mystical image of a woman surrounded by glowing butterflies appears. Winley asks if Caldera's was the sword that killed the demon lord, highlighting its immense legend. Davy contrasts Hares with another of his teachers, Pegasus Doke Go Jun from the Demonic Academy. Being a sword god from this continent, it was normal for Hares to have left a mark, like a legendary weapon. As Davy, Winley, and Baris walk together, with Amy following, Davy adds that it still feels kind of strange to hear about his old teacher's famed sword in this new life. Amy, walking behind them, suddenly stops and turns her head, as if sensing something or someone. A cloaked figure with braided blonde hair is looking towards Davy's group. Her attendant asks, "Miss? What is it?" The blonde woman remains silent. The blonde woman fingers a small, star-shaped pendant on a chain around her neck. "No," she murmurs. "It's nothing," she says, though her gaze lingers on them. Back with Davy's group, now sitting for a meal, Winley continues her enthusiastic explanation of Caldera's, stating it said the god's sword has never been damaged. She adds she heard it has an ego absorbed into it, so it manifests magic. A fork even seems to bend slightly on its own, illustrating the point. The text explains an ego is a sword spirit, born from the maker's soul and the swordsman's love for the sword. Winley concludes it's not called a god sword for no reason, and the owner it chose after hundreds of years was Princess Elena. Baris leans in conspiratorially, saying there's one more reason Princess Elena is so famous. Davy, looking unimpressed, thinks, "There's more? This is getting serious." "Yes, that is." Baris exclaims, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Baris gestures dramatically towards a flowery silhouette of a beautiful woman, announcing, the fact that she is one of the 5 blossoming beauties of the continent. Davy looks comically shocked, while Winley just says, "Oh." Baris finishes, exclaiming that that's the most appealing thing about her, not just owning Hare's favorite sword. His priorities are clear. Later, Amy is helping a reluctant Davy get into formal attire for a banquet. "Don't you have anything more plain? What is this ribbon?" He complains about a frilly cravat. Amy, distressed, insists, "This is quite simple already. It's your first banquet, so this much is nothing." Amy reminds him his dignity represents the Rhone kingdom, even if he doesn't like it. Davy groans, "I'm only a spectator." Davy thinks sarcastically that royalties are very simple-natured, clearly disliking the pomp. He considers the event's purpose. The Continental Swordsmanship competition gathers various countries. Would a place like this only be for watching battles? Of course not. There are always political undertones to such gatherings. The 2 moons shine brightly over a festive, sparkling landscape. The Eve Festival is beginning. Winley, radiant in a beautiful gown, rushes towards Davy, with Baris, also formally dressed, following. "Brother," she calls, excited for the festival. Winley gushes at Davy, "You're pretty. I thought you were a fairy." Davy chuckles. Baris adds that Davy looks really cool too. Davy, slightly embarrassed, tells Baris not to compliment Winley so much. Baris mutters that Winley actually thinks it's true, just as she playfully stomps on his foot, making him cry out. Winley, all charm, turns to Davy. "Prince, will you accept the honor of being my escort today?" Davy looks at Baris nursing his foot, thinking their positions seem to have changed. Baris glares at his sister, calling her a little minx. Baris shouts for them to wait as Davy gallantly offers his hand to Winley. "It is an honor to be able to serve you," Davy says, playing along. As Davy escorts Winley, Amy follows, looking a bit lost or perhaps concerned, murmuring, "Your Majesty?" The blonde woman from earlier is seen again, looking elegant. She comments that it's a little noisy. Her attendant advises her to be gracious, as this is a gathering for the younger generation to build friendships. The blonde woman repeats thoughtfully, "To build friendships? Huh?" Her expression is unreadable. She approaches Davy. "I heard that you visited the village during the day. How was it? Did you see the stadium that we—" She begins, surrounded by beautiful roses. Davy plucks a rose. "It wasn't too bad," he replies coolly. He adds, holding the rose, "for a place that's so barbarous." He's being deliberately provocative, testing her. The blonde woman, possibly Princess Elena herself, looks at him with an intrigued expression. We're in a magnificent, glittering ballroom, chandeliers ablaze, nobles dancing and conversing. The Eve Festival banquet for the Continental Swordsmanship competition is in full swing. Two young noblemen, their faces indistinct, share a polite handshake and a soft chuckle. The air is thick with formal mingling. Elsewhere, another group of young men in sharp formal wear are deep in conversation, one bowing slightly. The usual social currents of the nobility are at play. Davy, holding a glass, observes the scene. He wonders if these are the participants of the Continental Swordsmanship competition. Looking sharp in his formal wear, Davy takes a sip. He notes they all look so young, a consequence of the competition's age restriction. He scans the room, filled with elegantly dressed young nobles. While older people like himself and Winley are accompanying participants, there are still quite a few very young competitors. Near a large vase of red roses, Davy continues his thought, identifying the most popular person in the room. It's Boris, sweat dripping down his face, clearly flustered and overwhelmed as someone greets him enthusiastically. Boris is surrounded by a crowd of nobles, mostly young women, all vying for his attention. One introduces herself as a marquis from Perdigia, another an earl from Yushan. Boris manages a weak "Hello," Davy observes, thinking, "Seems to be Boris." Davy considers Boris' popularity. Given his abilities, it's obvious. He then reflects that this banquet is a great opportunity to build connections and scout opponents, ever the strategist. Winley, looking lovely, is also getting her fair share of attention, surrounded by admirers. Davy notes it's pretty bustling around her too. Boris looks over at Davy with a slightly panicked expression, clearly looking for a way out of his current social predicament. Davy's hand reaches for his champagne flute. In the background, Boris is comically waving his arms, practically drowning in admirers. Davy smoothly approaches Winley. "Wanna dance, Winley?" he asks. She beams, "Sure." Boris, seeing his silent plea for rescue utterly ignored, is aghast. A mental note, "Ignore," complete with 3 exclamation marks, appears next to his shocked face. "Brathar?" Boris shouts, completely taken aback. Davy, leading Winley to the dance floor with a charming smile, tells her, "You should enjoy your youth, young one." As their feet begin to move, Winley says, clearly happy, "To see the day that I would dance with you." Davy replies, "You're telling me. I didn't know you danced so well," genuinely surprised by her grace. They glide across the dance floor. Winley explains that despite appearances, she just entered the social hierarchy. "I'm a lady, I tell you." Davy, clearly amused, replies, "Is that so?" Winley looks at him, her expression a bit more serious. "Are you a bit upset? If it wasn't for your situations, you would also be able to enter the competition?" She finishes, showing her concern for what he's missed out on. They continue to dance gracefully. Davy tells her, "You also have the talent for swordsmanship." Winley smiles modestly. "Aren't you just putting me on a pedestal? Even so, I wouldn't have been able to reach expert by 14. She's being humble, but Davy knows her potential. Davy offers a piece of wisdom. If you think about it, talent is nothing but an illusion. If you don't work hard, it just becomes nothing. He adds internally, "I mean, I did have 1,000 years of practice, so..." His own talent was forged through unimaginable effort. Davy smiles gently at Winley. "Also, these sorts of things don't really matter to me anymore." Winley looks a bit puzzled, perhaps not fully grasping his detached perspective. He elaborates on his current philosophy, "A dream is all about living your life leisurely." Winley giggles, "You sound like a grandpa." They share a light-hearted moment. Winley smiles brightly, her happiness evident, clearly enjoying this time with her older brother. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, "I see we meet in a place like this." A large, booted foot steps forward. The voice addresses Winley, Princess Winley. She looks up, surprised. A young man with reddish-brown hair, in a smart blue and white uniform, stands before them with a charming smile. I was looking forward to our meeting. Davy, however, immediately thinks, who is this slimy bastard? Davy wonders if the newcomer knows Winley, observing him with a questioning look. Winley's expression darkens considerably. She clenches her teeth, a sweat drop appearing. She clearly does not like this guy. The newcomer reaches for Winley's hand, but Davy smoothly intercepts, his hand covering hers. The newcomer exclaims, "Princess," surprised by the interruption. Undeterred, the newcomer smiles winningly at Winley, a cascade of roses appearing around him. "Would you be willing to give me the honor of having a chat?" Winley seems to tremble slightly, likely with annoyance. Davy firmly holds Winley's hand, his grip gentle but protective. He addresses the newcomer coolly, "Excuse me, Prince Valen. I'm currently in the middle of a conversation with my brother." He cleverly uses Winley's earlier line. Prince Valetian's smile tightens. He's clearly not pleased at being rebuffed. He quickly recovers his charming facade. "I apologize for my manners." Prince Valian spreads his hands in a magnanimous, if somewhat theatrical, gesture. He introduces himself formally, bowing slightly to Davy. "I am Bolta's kingdom's 7th prince, Valian du Boltas." Davy observes him with a neutral, unreadable expression. Davy replies simply, his gaze steady, "I am Davy Alrone." A dramatic clash of auras, fiery orange for Valian and cool blue for Davy, as Valian asks, "Is that it?" He seems to expect more deference, or perhaps senses Davy's understated power. Davy retorts coolly, "So what?" Their energies seem to crackle. Valian, recovering, asks what brings Prince Davy here. Davy replies he came to see his sibling participate. Valian internally notes Davy's boldness, thinking, "So you're telling me you did that even though you knew I was a prince, huh?" Valian smiles, a glint in his eye. "I see." He offers a polite, "I hope you have a pleasant stay." Davy looks at him with a hint of suspicion. This prince is a little too smooth. Suddenly, Prince Valian drops to one knee before Winley with dramatic flair. "Princess Winley," he exclaims. Winley looks startled. Surrounded by an illusion of white roses, Valian declares grandly, "I would like to win this competition in your honor, so please watch closely." He's making a very bold, very public declaration. The story pauses for a bit of lore, a bright light shining behind the words, "The sword god Horus." A name that clearly means something to Davy. A map of the continent appears, highlighting a large territory. Horus, we learn, was an ancient hero who founded the Phalan Empire, one of the 3 great powers of this continent. A shadowy figure, presumably Horus, powerfully wields the magnificent sword Calderas. He was its original owner and the founder of the now lost claymore swordsmanship technique. The imagery becomes epic, a sword cleaving oceans, causing tsunamis, lightning striking. They say those who perfected their swordsmanship could achieve such feats. Davy, however, thinks cynically that this kind of epic portrayal is way too grandiose for the lazy old man he remembers. Back in the brightly lit ballroom, Davy is caught completely off guard. The blonde noblewoman from before approaches him. He utters in surprise, "Horus?" She looks just as surprised to hear that name. A close-up of the woman reveals striking orange blonde hair and intense golden eyes, her expression serious as she looks at Davy. Someone in the crowd whispers excitedly, "This is Princess Ileana of the Phalan Empire." So, the mysterious blonde woman is none other than the famed princess. Davy is still trying to process the resemblance to his old master. He mumbles about rumors of the Emperor's forbidden treasure, then trails off, stunned. He's completely shocked, thinking, "It worked." His earlier provocative comment about Pollisti being barbarous had indeed gotten a reaction, though not the one he expected. He'd intended to stir things up, and he certainly did. Princess Ileana stands before him, regal and composed. Davy thinks, but for Ileana de Phalan, the owner of the Holy Sword, to resemble Horus this much? The similarity is uncanny. A flashback shows Davy looking confusedly at his old master, Horace, who was indeed male. He was quite handsome, but he was definitely male, Davy recalls. He's genuinely bewildered by how much this princess resembles his former teacher. Davy's eye widens in realization or perhaps deeper confusion. Princess Ileana asks him coolly, "What were you saying just now?" She stares at him intently, awaiting his answer. Davy, flustered, stammers, "That's..." He quickly tries to cover his mistake. "Excuse me," clearly feeling awkward. He bows his head slightly. "I was mistaken," he sighs internally. Princess Ileana's golden eyes narrow slightly, as if scrutinizing him. Davy laughs it off awkwardly, hand behind his head. "Just forget it." Boris rushes over to Davy, concerned. "How did that happen, brother?" He's clearly worried about Davy offending such an important princess. Davy, regaining his composure, smirks slightly. "What's going on?" he asks innocently, filing away this new, confusing information about Princess Ileana de Phelan. Princess Ileana now turns her attention to Prince Valian. "Prince Valian, I will ask you again." Her voice is stern. "By being rude to a lady with a partner, you have disrespected everyone here." She seems to mentally note the unbelievable nature of the Emperor's forbidden treasure situation. She confronts Valian directly. "Are you really worthy of your honor?" Vane looks nervous, surrounded by other nobles. Davy observes her, thinking that compared to the arrogant Valian and even the other nobles, Davy concludes Ileana is as charismatic as she is famous, though he still seems to be mentally processing her as he, due to the Horace resemblance. Princess Ileana extends a hand, palm up, towards Valian. "If you truly consider yourself a knight with a code of honor, then apologize to these two guests." Winley stands beside Davy, who looks on. Vane is visibly flustered and angry. That is..." The crowd murmurs. He's been publicly called out. "Well..." Vane trails off, clearly unwilling to apologize. Davy observes, regardless of his intentions, someone that prideful won't apologize so easily. Valian takes a defiant step forward. A sly, arrogant smirk appears on Valetian's face, a challenge in his eyes. "The duel," Valian declares loudly, "I accept." Winley and Davy look shocked. This isn't an apology, it's a direct challenge to Davy. "Brother," Valian says, looking past Ileana. She turns, surprised by his audacity, asking what on earth he's talking about. Davy gives Valian a cool, confident smile, thinking, "You won't run from me." He anticipated this. Princess Ileana tries to intervene, saying it's a meaningless fight. Davy calmly replies, "That is for me to decide, my queen," perhaps a slip due to his Horace confusion or a sign of respect. Davy removes his white glove with a snap. "So Valian, you said you want a duel?" Valian, somewhat taken aback by Davy's directness, confirms, "That's right." Davy smiles, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I accept." He casually picks up a wooden practice sword from a nearby display. "A wooden sword? It's been quite a while," he remarks, almost wistfully. Boris looks worried. "Brother, even if you say you've gotten better, your opponent is a swordsmanship competitor." Davy simply replies, "I know." Davy gently places a hand on Winley's head, who looks up at him with concern. "Brother," he tells her, "don't get so worked up." Vane taunts Davy, "You swing your sword like an amateur. Don't trouble your siblings and just give in." Valian continues arrogantly, "If you kneel before me and admit defeat, I'll let you off." Davy shouts back, "What?" feigning outrage. Boris tries to intervene, but Davy, with a calm smile, stops him, resting the wooden sword on his shoulder. "It's fine." Davy takes a step forward. A demonstration speaks for itself. Valian stands ready. Princess Ileana watches, arms crossed, an unreadable expression on her face. Davy asks her, "Don't you think so?" Valian smirks confidently. "Very well. It won't happen, of course. But if I lose, I'll kneel down and admit defeat instead." He's sure of his victory. Davy grins, hefting the wooden sword. Just don't take that back later. An official, perhaps Ileana, announces from a balcony above, "You may begin." The duel is on. Davy sizes up his opponent. Alright, how should I go about this? Winley and Baris watch anxiously from the murmuring crowd. Davy thinks, ultimately, this is the body of a weak prince, out of a hospital bed for less than a year. I have no intention of pushing my limits in this childish fight. He plans to end this quickly. Davy playfully balances the wooden sword on his shoulder, looking almost bored. Velian calls out. Velian taunts him, "Are you scared?" Davy just looks at him with a calm, almost pitying expression. "And here I was generously waiting for you to make the first strike." Velian continues, "It's quite shameful of a prince to not take an opportunity presented to them." He shouts, his arrogance peaking, "But you already know that you're going to be crushed. Don't delay the inevitable and come forward." A light bulb appears above Davy's head. "A very good idea just struck me." Davy steps forward lightly. "Then I won't hold back," he says, his voice deceptively mild. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Davy lunges, closing the distance instantly. Velian is caught completely off guard. Davy is a blur, eyes glowing red, a fierce grin on his face as he appears right in front of a shocked Velian. Before Velian can react, Davy's wooden sword connects with Velician's own sword with incredible force. The impact is immense. Velician's sword is sent flying from his numb hands. He's utterly disarmed. Velian stares in disbelief, shocked. How stupid! He thinks, realizing he completely underestimated Davy. I thought I was fast enough, but... Velician's confidence shatters. Davy's wooden sword is pressed against Velician's neck, a thin red line appearing where it makes contact, showing the sheer force behind the simple wooden weapon. Velian lets out a choked groan. Oh no, my hands! He thinks, his hands probably stinging badly from the disarming blow. Velian gasps in pain and shock, his necklace flying off from the impact. Davy's wooden sword spins through the air. Velian collapses to the floor, defeated. The wooden sword clatters beside him. The crowd is stunned into silence. "What's this?" someone murmurs. Davy casually runs a hand through his hair, looking completely unfazed. "Did you perhaps get hit by that?" he asks Velian with mock innocence. Velian, still on the ground, glares up in fury and humiliation. "If that's the case, why did you let me strike first?" "You brat." The nobles in the crowd whisper. One comments, "Oh, how embarrassing." Another adds, "The difference in their skills is a little." Someone else mutters disdainfully, "How unsightly." Velician's arrogance has led to a very public humiliation. Davy grins, a close-up on his satisfied, almost predatory smile as he cracks his knuckles or neck. Vane, enraged, scrambles for his sword, shouting, "Damn it! I'm going to kill you." Davy brushes his hair back with a smirk. "With sword skills that crude, you'll never be able to take down my swordsmanship." His confidence is absolute, his victory total and effortless. The air crackles with the sharp clang of wooden swords. For Prince Velian, this duel is rapidly turning into a nightmare. Again, his attack is effortlessly turned aside. "Shit!" he mutters, then louder, "Shit!" Frustration and disbelief fill his voice. He can't believe this is happening. Across from him, Davy remains composed, eyes fixed on his opponent, a slight grunt escaping him as he readies his next move. As Davy launches another seemingly awkward swing, Velician's mind races. His posture is crap, Velian thinks, trying to reassure himself. And he doesn't even know how to control his power properly. But the clash of their swords tells a different story. Their blades meet again, the impact sending a shiver up Velician's arm. Doubt creeps in. There's no way, he thinks, his confidence starting to crumble. The two figures are a blur of motion. Davy, despite his supposedly flawed form, moves with an uncanny grace, always a step ahead. The chilling thought finally solidifies in Velician's mind, a desperate denial warring with the undeniable truth, I would lose. His face contorts in disbelief. How could this be? Him, Prince Valian, being bested by this nobody? But why? He wonders, stunned. He sees Davy's reflection in his own eye lunging forward. A gasp of shock escapes Valian as he realizes he's exposed. Davy's sword arcs through the air, a swift, almost invisible blur, aimed with pinpoint accuracy. A spray of red, thankfully just paint from the practice sword, marks a hit. Valian stumbles back, screaming in his head, "Why is this happening?" From the sidelines, the crowd watches in shocked silence. Winley and Baris look on, worried for their brother even as they witness his unexpected skill. Vane finds himself on the polished floor, Davy standing over him, calm and collected. A collective gasp ripples through the onlookers, the tide of the duel now unmistakably clear. Vane clutches his head, the sting of the hit and humiliation burning through him. "You got hit again," he seethes, glaring up at Davy. "You bastard!" His eye, visible beneath his disheveled hair, burns with fury and wounded pride. Still on the floor, Valian replays the hits. How many times is it now, he thinks? Even if he was off guard, to be hit 3 times? Is this Veltion? I thought this was supposed to be the entrance of an expert. His self-image is cracking. He grits his teeth, trying to salvage some pride, a desperate thought forming, maybe he's not all that. With a roar, Vane slams his fist onto the floor. "Shut up," he screams, not at Davy, but at the doubts in his own head. "Don't yabber about things you know nothing about." Davy simply stands there, watching Valetian's outburst with detached amusement, wooden sword held loosely. A smirk plays on Davy's lips. "So what do you know?" he asks mildly, wondering if Valian has been blinded by rage. Davy's hand rests on his sword's hilt. A knowing look in his eyes, he thinks, "This is exactly why I learnt this swordsmanship." An image of Davy flashes, embodying his technique. He reveals its name internally. Its official name is Swordsmanship of a Drunkard. Drunk Sword. Davy muses on its philosophy. As the name suggests, it's a style in which the sword is wielded as if the user was drunk. Deceptive, erratic, and disorienting. A flashback reveals its origin, invented by Dok Go-jun, the Hall of Heroes' greatest drunkard, and refined by the sword god Hares, aiming to create the most evil and maverick swordsmanship imaginable. We see a younger Davy practicing under Dok Go-jun. Even his master, watching, mutters, "Damn," marveling at its chaotic potential. Dok Go-jun grins with wicked satisfaction. "I made this," he seems to think, "but it really is an evil style." Young Davy watches as Dok Go-jun himself seems to cringe at the style's sheer audacity, movements almost comically embarrassing, yet effective. Hares, the sword god, appears, his voice booming a stern warning, "Really? If it's not someone who really needs to be buried under society, then don't use this." Dok Go-jun pats young Davy's head as Hare's warning continues, "Or you're inhumane and don't have any conscience. Care about your own conscience." This drunkard sword style was taboo even to its creators. Back in the present, Davy ponders, "I wonder why?" A hint of feigned innocence in his thought. Was it because it was too powerful, too sharp? He considers the obvious reasons. No. Davy concludes. The true reason for its evil reputation was far more insidious. The duel continues, swords clashing as Davy employs the drunkard's sword's essence. He moves with deceptive clumsiness, luring Valian into predictable patterns, only to counter unexpectedly. A close-up on Davy's footwork reveals the trickery, a sudden shift in balance, a feigned stumble creating an opening. Davy ducks under Valetian's wide swing. He understood now. It's because of how embedded the style was with manipulating and deceiving the opponent. Valian swings at air, Davy making him look foolish. Davy reflects on its true purpose. It's a style that doesn't aim to protect or kill, but just to completely embarrass the opponent in front of everyone. A small, satisfied smile touches Davy's lips. The style suits its title perfectly, he thinks. A tool for ultimate humiliation. Davy rests the sword on his shoulder. The style exploited aggression, turning attacks back to deliver a memorable, if not lethal, blow. Honestly, he admits, it's really effective. They clash again, Velician's frustration mounting. It's just that the swordsmanship style really riles up the other person. Davy muses, certainly succeeding with Valian. The wooden swords connect with a sharp crack, Davy deflecting Velician's increasingly wild swings. Suddenly, Valian finds his feet tangled. He sprawls to the ground again, while Davy stands by, looking almost bored. Davy glances at the shocked onlookers. The more people who are watching, he thinks with amusement, the more effective it is. He casts a smug look across the hall filled with nobles, all witnessing Velician's downfall. Just like now, Davy confirms in his thoughts, savoring the moment. Valian lies on the floor, fuming. Davy sighs with mock sympathy. I can't tell whether I'm lucky or the opponent is just powerless. Then, twisting the knife, hey, that sounded really bad. You okay? Valian glares in speechless rage. Davy slings the sword over his shoulder, a genuine smile spreading. This is fun, he thinks, feeling a thrill. No matter how I think about it, I'm more suited to this style than proper swordsmanship. He clarifies, in the way that it seeks some fun is what I'm saying. For Davy, this was a refreshing change. Amidst the crowd, Princess Ileana watches, arms crossed, golden eyes narrowed in thought, taking in every detail of Davy's unorthodox performance. Suddenly, Velician's practiced sword glows with intense blue light. He roars, desperation and fury fueling his next move. Velician's eyes blaze with the same blue energy, a dangerous, uncontrolled power awakening. He leaps to his feet, radiating power. I'll kill you, he screams. Davy's amusement fades as the stakes escalate. Baris and Winley cry out, "Sword spirit!" Baris shouts, recognizing the dangerous technique. Valian, are you crazy? This was beyond acceptable for a spar. A band of blue energy covers Velician's eyes as he charges, consumed by power. This is non-murderous training, he thinks, a flimsy justification. Then, more honestly, it's too late to regret it now. Winley screams, "Brother!" Davy remains surprisingly calm. If any more coincidences occur, he thinks, it'll become suspicious. He's showing too much. Moreover, he continues his internal assessment, his gaze shifting. He glances towards Princess Ileana, aware of her intense scrutiny. I can feel a cold gaze on me since earlier. Her observation makes him wary. As Valian barrels towards him, Davy takes a small, almost casual step backward. Valian closes in, feet glowing, mind a vortex of rage. He thinks he has him. Phoo, he snarls. A wild, triumphant grin spreads across Velician's face. Caught you, he shouts, lunging. The energized sword speeds towards Davy's face, but Davy's expression is unnervingly calm. With a sudden, almost imperceptible movement, Velician's devastating strike somehow misses. Velician's eyes widen in utter shock. He can't comprehend how Davy evaded that. In the next instant, Valian is airborne, tumbling uncontrollably. Davy is somehow beneath him, having used Velician's own momentum. Where is he? Valian gasps, disoriented. A sly, almost cat-like smirk plays on Davy's lips. He has Valian exactly where he wants him. Valian, upside down and falling, looks up to see Davy perfectly positioned above him. The word stew forms in his mind. As he plummets, Velician's thought completes in horrified realization. Stupid bastard? He's been utterly played. Davy looks down with cold amusement. With perfect timing, Davy delivers a swift kick to Velician's face as he falls past. You bitch! Valian screams, sent flying upwards. Valian soars through the air, heading straight for the grand chandelier. Guests below look up in alarm. The ornate chandelier shudders violently as Valian crashes into it. He groans. Dust and crystals rain down. Valian ends up tangled ignominiously in the chandelier, hanging upside down. Winley exclaims, "Brother!" in sheer astonishment. A bolt his retainer likely thinks with dismay, this good for nothing, Close up on Valetian's face, dazed, humiliated, and utterly defeated, swaying gently. The blue glow of his sword spirit has faded. His eye reflects his complete shock and the ridiculousness of his situation. He's speechless, utterly broken. Still hanging, Vine lets out a pained moan, "Oh, my back," adding physical discomfort to his embarrassment. Down on the floor, Davy is now sitting, leaning on his sword and laughing uproariously, as if he too had stumbled. "Geez, we really fell over," he says. "Haha." He's making it look like an accident. The onlookers are bewildered. Someone asks Vane why he's down there, meaning up in the chandelier. Davy feigns confusion. "Itchem? Oh?" As if just noticing. Davy's eyes drift to Valetian's practice sword, stuck point down in the carpet. So it? He thinks, a plan perhaps forming. Davy sits up, looking from the sword to Vane in the chandelier, a picture of innocent victory. "Seems like I won," he asks the stunned room. The scene fades with hushed whispers and disbelief from the assembled nobility. The duel, and Valetian's pride, are well and truly over. The grand ballroom, moments after the chaotic duel, is now filled with hushed murmurs. A noble voices a common thought. For Prince Valiant to show such a lackluster battle? It was really disappointing. The Boltes prince's reputation had taken a serious hit. As the crowd disperses, another noble approaches Davy, offering polite congratulations mixed with surprise. "You also did very well, Prince of Rhone," they say, adding with disbelief, "Were you not in a coma until a mere few months ago?" Davy, helped up by a slightly exasperated Boris and a giggling Winley, offers a self-deprecating excuse. "That's why I wasn't able to hold a sword properly for some time," he says, playing the part of the weakened convalescent. He shrugs. "Things went in my favor." Winley, still chuckling, teases him, "Did you somehow use up your life's luck right here?" Haha. Davy just smiles, letting them believe it was all a fortunate accident. Elsewhere, the defeated Prince Valiant sits alone on the floor, the picture of utter dejection, the sounds of the departing crowd fading into a heavy, humiliating silence. From another corner, Princess Ileana watches, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She's seen the whole display. Her silent judgment, "That was a good show," though it's unclear if she means the fight or the sheer entertainment of the humiliation. Princess Ileana stands, regal and composed, her orange-blonde hair catching the light. She has seen enough. Her golden eyes, sharp and perceptive, narrow slightly with a cool dismissal. She turns to leave. "How silly," she remarks to her surprised attendant. "I'm going back." The princess clearly wasn't impressed by the brawl. "Princess?" her attendant questions, caught off guard by the abrupt departure. As Ileana walks away, her attendants hurry after her, calling out, Hold on, Princess Ileana." But she doesn't slow down. Davy watches her go with a faint smile. Winley is beaming beside him, while Boris looks more thoughtful. "How cold," Davy thinks, perhaps referring to the princess's indifferent departure. Later, in their carriage, Winley finally lets out her worry and excitement. "Brother, that was so reckless," she exclaims, a mix of admonishment and awe. Boris, ever pragmatic, chimes in, "That's right. The hosts didn't show it, but it was a big ruckus." He's concerned about the diplomatic fallout. Davy leans back, waving a dismissive hand. "Why be so uptight? That sort of happened and it resolved well. Isn't that all?" Boris sighs, pushing his glasses up. "You were lucky." His attitude is trashy, but his skills aren't. He knows Valerian is no pushover. Davy gives Boris a knowing look. "So you know of it?" he asks, then adds, "We've seen his demonstrations at gatherings before," hinting at Valetian's reputation. Winley jumps in, her expression souring. "He's been chasing after Winley ever since," she says, clearly annoyed by Valetian's persistent advances. "He's a really terrible guy." Davy leans back with a satisfied smirk. "Just as I thought, my plan was well-deserved," he thinks. When Winley asks, Davy quickly covers, "No, it's nothing." Boris, still concerned, warns Davy, "Anyway, you got lucky, But don't try anything like that next time. He hesitates, then adds, I'd rather that you... Before Baris can finish, Davy suddenly grabs his hand with surprising strength, causing Baris to yelp, Uyak. Winley looks on, startled. Brother! What's with that insane strength? Baris exclaims. Davy just smiles, flexing his fingers. Don't treat me like a patient, he says lightly. Yep, that did the trick. Baris, flustered, stammers, I'll heed your advice since it's from my cute younger brother, though, still processing Davy's unexpected power. Davy leans back with a gentle smile. He knew he couldn't hide his recovery forever. It was inevitable that they were told sooner or later, he thinks. Winley, however, is beaming. But actually, I'm a little relieved, she confesses with a giggle. Our brother is amazing after all. Davy rests his chin on his hand, recalling Valishan's overconfidence. To catch someone off guard when they couldn't overcome the weight of a sword strike. That was Valishan's mistake. Indeed. Davy murmurs, a slight, knowing smile. Valishan's arrogance was his downfall. He reflects on the Boltez prince's complete shock. He never knew he'd be defeated so soundly. As their carriage rolls on, fireworks explode over the Polisti kingdom, a festive backdrop to the day's drama. Meanwhile, in Prince Valishan's private chambers, a different kind of explosion is happening. A plate shatters against a wall with a furious scream, Ag! Velian is in a blind rage, lifting a chair to smash it. His attendants plead, My lord, please stop, but their words are lost. They try to restrain him, but he thrashes wildly. You dare! His face is contorted with rage. You dare shame me, the one who will be the next prince of the Baldizur? He roars. His attendant can only utter a fearful, Prince. He remembers his public image, a radiant appearance, outstanding talent. He truly believed his own hype. There are few things in this world that I cannot have. A flashback shows his usually smug expression. This defeat has shattered that. He thinks of Princess Winley, the Princess of Roan. His interest in her, he admits internally, was somewhat half-hearted. But I chose her as my bride-to-be knowing that I'd also get Baris, a mid-level sword expert, as a subordinate. A calculated move. And things had been progressing smoothly. Thanks to Roan's queen, the talks of marriage were going well for me. Queen Linus had apparently been facilitating it. But now, he sees his plans in ruins. The humiliation, the mockery, the damage to his reputation, it's all too much. Why do I have to go through something like this? He screams. Prince. An attendant whispers, witnessing his master's complete breakdown. Velian shoves them away, eyes blazing. Get lost, he bellows. Go away right now. Another gilded chair goes flying, crashing against the wall, adding to the destruction. He pants, surrounded by wreckage, his uniform disheveled, chest heaving. A piece of the chandelier lies on the floor, a stark reminder of his public downfall. Silence, broken only by his harsh breathing. His fists clench. A low, murderous growl escapes him. I'll kill you, he mutters. I'll definitely kill you. His target, Davy. He grinds his teeth, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. Suddenly, a soft, seductive voice whispers in the dark room, Do you wish to kill? Velian whirls around, startled, trying to locate the source of the voice. Who? He demands. The voice repeats, closer now, Do you wish to kill him? A shadowy figure begins to materialize, a sinister smile on unseen lips. Velian shouts, I asked who the hell you are. A slender, shadowy hand, wreathed in purple energy, reaches out. I can help you kill him, cutie. The voice purrs, dangerously alluring. Velian stares, transfixed, as shadowy tendrils caress his cheek. The dark offer hangs in the air. Kill, echoes in Valishan's mind. A dark, calla lily-like shadow blooms before him. The voice continues its poisonous whisper, Indeed. I'll help you tear his flesh and dislocate his bones. A brutal promise, appealing to Valishan's raw hatred. The shadowy figure solidifies slightly into a woman's silhouette. Valian asks, "What's your name?" Long, vibrant purple and red hair flows around her as she fully appears. "Sherio," she answers, her voice a silken caress. Sherio stands before him, an embodiment of dark allure, her eyes glinting. "Will you remember it?" she asks, a challenging lilt in her tone. Valetian's eyes meet hers, a flicker of resolve, or perhaps surrender, within them. Sherio gently cups his face, her touch strangely comforting yet deeply unsettling, her purple aura intensifying. She smiles, a knowing, predatory expression. "Good," she murmurs, pleased with his unspoken acceptance. Her fangs are subtly visible. "Leave it to me," she says, taking control, promising to fulfill his darkest desires. Sherio embraces Valian, pulling him into her shadowy power. "You can just do what you please," she whispers, offering him a path to vengeance. He sinks into her embrace, his rage now having a focus. The scene shifts to the Grand Colosseum, venue for the Continental Swordsmanship competition, basking under a bright blue sky. Inside, an attendant approaches Davy. "Sir." He begins hesitantly. Davy, in simpler attire, looks up. The attendant informs him, the disqualifier round against Baris will soon begin. Davy smiles calmly. "Got it." Davy flexes his hand, a faint golden aura briefly swirling around it, still gauging his own power. A small, almost wistful smile touches his lips as he thinks about his own journey, his own strength. Amy approaches, looking confused by his thoughtful expression. "I'm still a long way away," Davy murmurs, more to himself. Amy just responds, "Huh." Davy quickly brushes it off. "It's nothing, just talking to myself," he says, standing. "Let's go. Other things can wait." Baris' match is the priority. Elsewhere, Baris stands alone, sword at his side, looking focused and ready for his fight. Winley is in the stands, looking out over the vast arena, excited and nervous for her twin. The camera pans across the magnificent Colosseum, packed with spectators, a giant warrior statue dominating one end. The atmosphere is electric. In a dark, secluded part of the Colosseum, Prince Valian sits alone, head bowed, practice sword discarded. He's brooding, his fury now a cold, simmering resentment. A slow, terrifyingly wide grin spreads across Valetian's face. It's no longer the expression of a humiliated prince, but something far more sinister. Sherio's influence has taken root, twisting his desire for revenge into a dark obsession. The roar of the crowd echoes through the massive Colosseum, a wave of excitement washing over the packed stands as the Continental Swordsmanship competition is in full swing. Down in the arena, a lone combatant raises his arms in victory, basking in the cheers and celebratory confetti. The energy is palpable. Davy arrives at the royal viewing box, looking out over the cheering spectators. "The crowd is so passionate," he remarks, observing the afternoon matchups. He knew Baris' match was scheduled for the afternoon. Internally, Davy admits his late arrival. "I didn't want to waste my time watching these amateurs in the morning, so I skipped it with an excuse that I'm sick." A hand waves enthusiastically. "Appa!" "Here." It's Winley, spotting him. Davy approaches. "Welcome, Appa," Winley greets him cheerfully. "Are you feeling better?" Davy asks if he's late. Winley assures him, "Nope," and he settles in. Winley, with sisterly concern, says, "You got sick because you overdid yourself yesterday, right?" Davy makes a pained face, but not for the reason she thinks. "I can't tell her that I have a stomach ache even if I die," he thinks, mortified. "Damn my bowel movement." He reflects on his body. He acquired a mana circle young, giving him power, but this current body wasn't perfect. "But I can still get sick like this because I couldn't achieve complete mastery," he muses, frustrated by such a mundane ailment. He clutches his stomach slightly. "I used to go to the washroom just fine in the temple." He laments internally. A grimace crosses his face. He groans softly. "If this continues, I'll have to apply my holy power to my stomach ache." Just then Winley calls out, "Appa, look." Down in the arena, Boris makes his entrance, waving to the cheering crowd, looking confident and ready. Winley beams with pride. The match will start soon. The crowds love him. Davy watches his younger brother with an unreadable expression. Davy picks up the match roster. Let's see, the opponent is... He murmurs. As he traces the lines on the tournament chart, his eyes follow the progression. His eyes widen slightly, a surprised, almost incredulous grin spreading. Huh? He utters, thinking, this matchup is so cruel. In the arena, Boris stands ready. Opposite him is Prince Velian du Boltis. The crowd murmurs, surprised. They match these two up too early, someone remarks. The tournament rules are clear. The blades are dull, but life-threatening attacks are forbidden. An official warns both combatants, you also might get penalized by surrounding your sword with mana on an attack, so be cautious. Boris listens intently. Velian stands with an unnerving stillness. Velian bows his head slightly, a shadow across his face. There's an unusual, predatory air about him. In the royal box, Davy leans back. The crowd's opinions are no joke, he comments. Winley adds, of course that's for sure. Winley voices her concern, I'm worried that Boris will hurt himself by getting too excited like an angry calf. She then reassures herself with a confident smile, Boris is experienced, so he'll be all right. Davy adds quietly, almost to himself, he has insurance too. Winley, puzzled, asks, what's... Down in the arena, the announcer calls out, both swordsmen forward. Boris and Velian step into the center. 3 robed figures raise their staves, and shimmering protective barriers erect around the arena. Velian stands ready, eyes hidden, posture tense. He looks different. Boris faces him, calm and composed, sword held loosely, appearing ready. The main official raises a hand high. Match. His hand drops sharply. Start. The word echoes, and both combatants spring into action. They meet in the center with a sharp, clear clash of steel. The fight has begun. Davy watches intently. From what I saw from Velician's match yesterday, he makes some unexpected movements with his sword, he notes. He continues, on the other hand, Boris uses his strength to give massive damage. Just by comparing their styles alone, Boris has the upper hand. Their swords flash, a blur of motion and skill. Boris presses the attack. To add to this, Velian might not be able to handle Boris' heavy strikes, Davy predicts. Therefore, Velian, he'll try to avoid direct combo. Sparks fly as their blades meet again with incredible force. Velian surprisingly blocks a heavy blow. Boris looks momentarily surprised. Velian meets his gaze with a strange glint. A chilling, almost feral grin spreads across Velician's face. This isn't a sportsman's expression. He blocked it, someone in the crowd shouts, surprised by Velician's resilience. The fight intensifies, both princes moving with speed and precision, swords a whirlwind. Velian fights with uncharacteristic tenacity. 2 commoners watch intently. They're fighting fiercely, one exclaims. This is interesting, the other agrees. Davy strokes his chin. Amazing! Was Velian this strong, he wonders. Then considers, he has potential so he might have improved since yesterday. But he dismisses it. No, that's impossible. Such rapid improvement is unheard of. Davy knows, even a genius has to spend time and effort to reach a certain physical ability. Just like how Boris had to work hard to use a longsword. Velian continues to meet Boris' attacks. Davy concludes, even if Velian is resisting well, he will reach his limits sooner or later. A close-up on Velician's hand gripping his sword, a tremor, a sign of strain, but also disturbing intensity. Davy's eyes narrow. An exclamation mark in his mind. Something is definitely off about Velian. What is it? Davy thinks, an unsettling feeling washing over him. What's this strange feeling? Winley, oblivious, exclaims, wow. I never saw Boris move this quickly before, admiring her twin. Davy watches Boris. He thinks, does this mean that he improved during the actual match? I should practice harder, inspired by his brother's growth. A soft, proud smile touches Davy's lips. You're right. He's gotten better, Davy agrees. A flashback shows younger Davy watching Boris and Winley play fighting. A memory of small, determined Boris declaring, I'm going to be a knight when I grow up, flashes in Davy's mind. Davy realizes, he must have invited me to show me how much he improved. He remembers their childhood promises, Boris saying, I'll always protect you, young, and Winley echoing, Winley will protect Appa. It has been 6 years. Davy thinks, recalling his coma and his siblings growing without him. Looking at Boris fighting with such skill, Davy acknowledges, I can see how much effort he put in, feeling a surge of pride. But Davy's thoughts shift to Velian, who suddenly launches an aggressive attack. What about you? Velician's sword technique is surprisingly refined. Davy realizes, that sword technique can't be achieved in a short time period. It's as if he's a completely different person. An overhead view shows dark, swirling energy, tinged with red, subtly emanating from Velian. Davy senses it. This feeling. A strange and dangerous feeling. Winley gasps, eyes wide with alarm, sensing the shift in the fight's atmosphere. Oh? What is this? Davy thinks, his unease solidifying. The crowd murmurs, also noticing something is wrong. Winley calls out, Appa, worriedly, likely to Boris. Boris stands firm, sword ready, but sweat trickles down his temple. He feels Velician's oppressive aura. A slight, confident smirk appears on Boris' face. He thinks, I didn't expect Velian to resist my long sword. Velian looks composed, almost detached. Boris assesses him. He's persistent and not bad as an opponent. Velian thinks, his movements are strange, so I should stay alert. Boris decides to press his advantage. Let's end it now, he thinks, shifting for a powerful attack. He grips his sword tightly. We'll see if you can resist this too. He thinks, preparing a decisive blow. The arena seems to hold its breath. Boris leaps, bringing his sword down in a powerful arc, match point. A spectator might be thinking. Velian watches the incoming blow, his expression unreadable. Boris puts all his might into the strike, face a mask of determination. But Velian moves with blinding speed, his sword flashing up to meet Boris. A truly horrifying, wide, unhinged grin stretches across Velician's face as their swords are about to connect. This is not a sportsman, it's someone relishing destruction. Boris' eyes widen in shock at Velician's expression and the unexpected force. Is he stammers internally. Their blades create swirling energy patterns, Velian somehow matching Boris' power. Boris thinks in alarm, trying to die. He realizes Velian is fighting recklessly, possibly breaking rules. Velician's grin widens further, a silent, terrifying promise of pain. Boris, pushed back, quickly tries to adjust, thinking, my next combo move. But before he can react, a dark red, almost black, wisp of energy snakes from Velian, striking towards Boris' face. Boris is utterly shocked. The red energy flares into a malevolent star-like shape. Boris recognizes it with dawning horror. Mana flow? A forbidden technique, an infusion of raw power meant for lethal combat. The dark mana surges from Velian, aimed directly at Boris. Boris' eyes reflect the terrifying red glow, his mind reeling. A blinding flash of light. Boris' final horrified thought echoes, going to die. The match has become a life-or-death struggle. The story briefly flashes back to the previous night. Under the glow of 2 moons, a blade slices through the night air with a sharp whoosh. It's Boris, practicing diligently in a quiet courtyard, his form focused as he trains against floating targets. He switches to his sword, his movements fluid and powerful, each swing cutting through the cool night air with precision. He's clearly dedicated. A voice cuts through his concentration. You're practicing well. Boris turns, surprised, to see Davy watching. Young, he exclaims. Davy, looking a bit sleepy, leans against a wall. I can't sleep because of you, he feigns annoyance. Boris chuckles sheepishly. Hee hee, I'm sorry. Davy hops down. Winley already went to bed. What's the MVP of the swords match doing up so late, he teases. Midnight practice? Baris rubs the back of his head. I couldn't fall asleep. Davy's expression turns a bit more serious, mentioning the upcoming opponent, Prince Velin. Baris' demeanor sobers. Hyung won against him once, he says, but I'm not satisfied with that. Davy quirks an eyebrow. What if you're not? Baris clenches his fist, eyes burning with determination. I'm going to destroy him with my own hands, he declares. Davy chuckles. I don't doubt you. Davy pats Baris reassuringly on the shoulder. Don't worry. You'll do well. Davy then sits down, picking up a book, but his eyes are on Baris, observing his technique critically. He notes Baris' form, pretty smooth with clean posture. As Baris practices, Davy senses his brother's innate abilities. He has an honest and smooth mana flow. An idea sparks in Davy's mind. Shall I help him a little? He thinks, a mischievous glint in his eyes, approaching Baris. Davy considers the method. It's a method that'll bring chaos if it becomes public, he muses, but he's my brother, so there's nothing to hesitate about. Baris looks at him questioningly. Davy calls out, Hyung, to get his attention. Davy places his hands on Baris' shoulders, startling him. I'll give you a massage. Davy announces with a grin. Baris, bewildered, replies, Thanks. Okay, now close your eyes and relax, Davy instructs. Baris, still unsure, complies. Davy's hands begin to glow with faint blue mana as he works on Baris' back, subtle energy pathways lighting up. Davy licks his lips with a slightly wicked grin. It'll hurt a little, he warns as sparks dance around his hands. A surge of bright golden energy envelopes Baris, who lets out a shocked exclamation. This massage is clearly more. Kek. Baris cries out. Davy comments, oh my, your muscles must be really tensed up. Baris, in pain, stammers, Hi, Hyung. Hi, Hyung, wait. Baris gasps. Davy, with a sinisterly sweet smile, replies, It's because you're up all night moving around. You're not resting enough. Baris pleads, Let me breathe. Davy explains internally, one's mana is triggering another's mana and mixing it up, which forces the activity. He's optimizing Baris' mana flow. It seems easy, but it's a method from another world that breaks all the rules from this world, Davy thinks with a small smile. He then tells Baris a tall tale. I heard that there's one place that gives an excellent massage, showing a comical image of tiny figures getting trampled by an elephant. Davy suddenly shouts a nonsensical phrase, Yola Pongtai, and delivers a firm chop to Baris' back, sending him flying. Baris exclaims, Glasses askew, utterly bewildered. What language is that? He wonders, mid-flight. Davy's hand glows with residual energy from the treatment. Baris' eye is wide, reflecting the intense experience. A sound effect, Ki, hangs in the air as Baris crashes. Davy stands over him, looking pleased, striking a cool pose. Baris is bowing deeply, exhausted. Baris lies face down, green energy faintly swirling around him. Davy notes with satisfaction, Good, it's moving fast. Davy mentally explains, It won't immediately help you with the match tomorrow, but you'll be able to grow a little. A long-term boost. A light bulb goes off above Davy's head. Right. He thinks, an idea for his insurance forming. He roughly pulls Baris up. Get up. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. Baris lets out another pain sound. As Baris stumbles, Davy presses a hand to his back. I'll give you some insurance, he says, a faint magical sigil glowing. Baris grumbles, You're bad. Can't you help me up gently? If it was Winley, you would have carried her. Davy smirks, Don't worry, I'm giving you enough care. Davy shoos him off. Oh no. Quickly go to your room. If you fall asleep later than me, I'll give you a full-body massage. Baris yelps, Baris scrambles away, the glowing sigil faintly visible on his back. The complex magical sigil, Davy's insurance, glows brightly before fading. Davy watches him go, a satisfied smile under the twin moons. Insurance complete, he thinks with satisfaction. I'm excited for tomorrow, he muses, anticipating the results. The scene snaps back to the present, the critical moment in the arena. Volition's red mana attack is about to hit Baris. Suddenly, the green sigil on Baris' chest flares to life. The green defensive magic, Davy's insurance, forms a powerful shield, intercepting Volition's deadly attack. The red mana explodes against the green shield in a blinding flash. Volition's attack is nullified. Valian recoils in shock. Baris is kneeling, protected but shaken. The crowd is stunned. The massive coliseum is hushed, cheers dying as confusion ripples through. Valian stares, struggling to comprehend. What happened just now? He thinks, his unhinged confidence faltering. An onlooker notes, Prince Volition's sword seemed red. Another, seeing Baris, asks, is that person on the ground Prince Baris? Someone else points, wait, there's something around Prince Baris. Shards of the green shield still shimmer. That must be? The realization dawns, a mana shield. A collective gasp, then a roar of amazement erupts. Woo-ah! That's amazing! A mana shield, someone exclaims. Another adds, can't that skill be used only by advanced experts? Winley points excitedly, look Opie, that fool did it. Likely meaning Baris survived. Winley then looks around, realizing Davy isn't beside her. Appa, she calls out, noticing his absence. Down in the arena, Baris looks up, blood trickling from a cut near his eye. Officials immediately call, time out. The match has paused, the announcer declares. Officials rush to Baris, shielding him. One shouts at Valian, Prince Volition. Stay away from Prince Baris. The head official, furious, confronts Valian. You violated the match rules and attempted to murder your opponent. This is an act that might cause declaration of war. The official continues, not only are you penalized but the host will also officially send a complaint to your Valtes nation. Valian stands silently. One of his attendants rushes forward, wait. There must be a misunderstanding. The attendant stammers, Valtes nation will never. He turns to Valian, pleading, Prince Valian, my royal highness, please say something. Valian suddenly grabs his attendant by the throat, eyes cold and empty. The attendant chokes, Kook. Valian lifts the attendant off his feet with one hand, an eerie silence falling. Other officials look on in horror. Prince, Valian. With a sickening crunch and a burst of dark energy, Valian snaps his attendant's neck and then punches him in the head, causing it to explode. The headless body slumps, dark blood pooling. Volition's hand is stained, a demonic black aura now visible around him. Ah! A collective scream of pure terror rips through the Colosseum. Valian stands over the corpse, unmoved. The crowd realizes, Prince Volition killed someone. A close-up on Volition's bloodied hand and his face, half-shadowed, half-lit by a malevolent red glow. The darkness clinging to him is almost tangible. His expression is utterly devoid of humanity, a chilling emptiness in his eyes, overlaid with terrifying, predatory intensity. Valian stands alone in the arena, a figure of pure menace, the shadow of Sherio's influence looming large and demonic behind him. The competition has just turned into a bloodbath. Pure terror washes over the Colosseum. Screams erupt as people shout, what is that? The joyous atmosphere shatters into panicked chaos. People scramble to escape, feet pounding on stone. Everyone run. Someone yells, urgency clear. The crowd becomes a stampede, families and nobles alike pushing desperately to get away from the horror in the arena. A horrifying, blood-splattered grin stretches across Volition's face, eyes wide and unseeing. The prince is crazy, shrieks an onlooker. Valian, contorted and drooling, lets out an inhuman screech, Kai. Blood and dark energy splatter. Prince Volition has become a monster. The horrified realization spreads. Officials try to approach the blood-soaked area where Volition's attendant lies dead. "Control him," one commands. Another, seeing Baris tended to, mutters, "Your Majesty, this must be a dream." But reality is grim. "We can't get him down with only US here," an official despairs. "Ask for support," comes the urgent order. They are completely outmatched. More screams of "Kaya" fill the air as the remaining crowd flees. "Quickly," guards urge, managing the evacuation. Amidst the chaos, Davy calmly makes his way towards the arena floor, expression unreadable. Winley, from the now mostly empty royal box, spots him. "Bro!" she calls out, alarmed. Davy reaches Baris, who is being attended by medics. "Brother?" Baris asks weakly. Davy smiles gently. "Did you sleep well?" A strange question, but perhaps a reference to the previous night. Baris seems to think about the competition, about what just happened. Davy kneels, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, Baris. You did well." His voice is soft, full of pride. Baris coughs, then weakly raises a hand. Did you see?" he asks, voice raspy. He looks up at Davy, a faint, proud smile despite his injuries. "I made a mana shield, brother," Baris says with accomplishment. Davy's eye widens slightly. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Davy's lips. He's genuinely impressed. Davy thinks about the mana shield, or spirit barrier. A spirit barrier is an expert-level barrier created by mana to protect its owner. He reflects, "I did make sure to set it up just in case," recalling the sigil he placed. But it's more due to Baris' own growth that he was safe. Then, a typically self-congratulatory thought. "Though it's all thanks for my massages." Davy looks at his younger brother. He's just 14 years old. Davy muses. It's something anyone would be proud of, but for him to say this after barely escaping death. "He's just too well-mannered," Davy concludes with fond exasperation. Davy gently pokes Baris' forehead. "It would have been cuter to see you cry while saying everything hurt," he teases. Baris looks up, questioning. "Stop talking like an old man and go to sleep," Davy says softly, his hand glowing with a faint healing aura. "Brother?" Baris whispers, eyes starting to close. Medics carefully lift Baris onto a stretcher. Davy watches them go, expression turning serious. The arena is now a scene of disarray, officials trying to restore order and deal with the monstrous Valian. Davy's gaze hardens as he turns to the source of the chaos. Valian. He calmly walks into the main arena, towards the monstrous prince, panic still echoing around him. A ball of volatile, fiery energy gathers before the transformed Valian. Two mages try to contain Valian, but a massive explosion erupts, sending them flying. One mage, recovering, asks shakily, "Did it work?" The other looks on in despair. Smoke and dust begin to clear from the explosion site. Valian emerges, uniform tattered, face even more distorted, dark energy crackling around him. Unharmed. A terrifying, inhuman grin stretches across his disfigured face, eyes glowing with red malice. "Shit! He's too strong for us," one mage cries. The other shouts, "Help the audience evacuate first." Their priority shifts. An official notes with dread, the barrier won't stand much longer, as cracks appear in the containment field. Suddenly, Davy drops into the arena, landing lightly amidst retreating officials. They look at him in shock. "Your Dash! Why are you here?" One official exclaims, recognizing Prince Davy. "You can't, Prince Davy," another warns urgently. "It's too dangerous for you to come any closer." "Please move away," they plead, but Davy calmly walks past them, towards Valian. Winley, watching from the royal box, cries out, exclamation point. "Brother!" She sees him approaching the monster. She leans over the railing, heart pounding. When did he? She wonders, shocked by his sudden appearance. Davy walks steadily towards Valian, who is still radiating dark power. Vian, body twitching and bloodied, grinds his teeth. Davy observes him coolly. "Infections, huh?" he murmurs. Davy smiles faintly. "You've become quite different overnight, Valian," he says, voice calm. Davy's red eyes narrow, a predatory glint within them. Now then, he says dangerously. How should I deal with you? Valéian roars, unleashing red and black lightning. Davy walks towards him, unfazed, as purple lightning of his own crackles around him. Valéian lunges, a streak of dark energy. The remaining mages shout, "Block him! Don't let him come near the prince!" The mages scream as Valéian barrels past their desperate attempts. Davy meets the attack with unnerving calm, dark, shadowy energy manifesting behind him. Vane lets out a guttural "coquet," as if hitting an invisible wall. Mages cry out in pain from stray energy. A monstrous, clawed shadow hand appears behind Davy, dripping with dark energy, far more terrifying than Volition's raw power. Davy smirks. Just then Winley's terrified scream, "Brother!" She's running towards the arena floor. Davy turns, surprised. Winley, his focus momentarily broken. Alarm flashes as Davy realizes Winley is in Volition's path. Dark tendrils of energy shoot from Valéian towards her. Davy's eyes widen in genuine fear. "No," he thinks. "Winley will get hurt too if this goes on. Move." The single, sharp command isn't Davy's. In a flash of orange and white, a figure vaults over the railing, intercepting Volition's attack on Winley. It's Princess Ileana de Phelan, impossibly fast and graceful. Davy and Winley are stunned. What? Princess Ileana lands lightly, golden eyes blazing with fierce determination. The crowd gasps, "Princess Elena?" Her legendary god sword, Caldera's, materializes, glowing with divine light. She is ready. Vin, surprised, redirects his attack to Ileana. She meets his charge, parrying his monstrous blow. Vin grinds his teeth in fury, red eyes burning. His attacks are brutal, but Ileana holds her ground. Princess Ileana wields calderas with breathtaking skill, divine energy clashing against Volition's dark power. Her eyes narrow in concentration, every movement precise and powerful. A true sword master. The god's sword calderas shines brilliantly, pushing back the encroaching darkness. A thought seems to emanate from the sword, or Ileana's connection to it, descending. Vane snarls, face contorted with rage as Ileana presses her attack, red eyes blazing. Ileana unleashes a powerful strike, shockwaves shattering the arena floor. Davy finds himself sitting on the ground, having been knocked aside or having moved Winley. An attendant rushes to Davy. "Brother, are you all right?" Davy, slightly dazed but with a small, amused smile, looks at the attendant and asks, "Hey, are you stealing?" Implying the attendant is stealing his chance to fight, or his spotlight. Dust and debris fill the air as shockwaves from Princess Ileana's powerful attack ripple through the arena. Ileana's hand is steady on the hilt of her glowing sword, Caldera's, her heart pounding with the intensity of the battle. She stands poised, armor glinting, long blonde hair flowing as she prepares her next move against the monstrous villain. A faint shimmer of light emanates from her cloak's clasp, a testament to her divine power. Her golden eyes are narrowed, fixed on her opponent with unwavering focus, her own heartbeat echoing. Across the arena, Valéian is forced to a knee, the ground beneath him cracked from Ileana's assault. He glares up, face a mask of rage and pain, monstrous features pronounced, his body trembling with dark energy. Ileana charges again, braid whipping, a torrent of divine energy surrounding her. Valéian roars, mouth wide in an inhuman snarl, red eyes blazing as Ileana bears down on him. Ileana unleashes a flurry of devastating attacks, kicks, punches, and slashes with calderas, each blow landing with brutal force, sending Valéian reeling. A final, powerful uppercut sends Valéian flying, helpless against her assault. He crashes heavily to the ground, debris scattering. Ileana doesn't let up, her sword flashing as she prepares another punishing blow. She leaps high, bringing calderas down in a massive, arcing slash that impacts with a colossal boom, sending a shockwave outwards. Her feet hit the ground with another thud, the force kicking up dust. The power she commands is immense. The remaining tournament mages look on, stunned. "No way!" one mutters, awestruck. Ileana lands, hair flying, expression fierce and determined. Velian lies defeated, embedded in a crater of shattered stone, seemingly incapacitated. His head is bowed, body limp. It looks like the fight is over. Woo-ah! The crowd erupts. Her Highness has won. Ileana orders, "Go and immediately detain him." Davy, watching with Winley, says, "Let's leave this up to her and take cover." Winley, shaken, manages a weak, "Ha!" Ileana stands with her back to them. Davy thinks, isn't she just an energetic one? To take out someone else's prey? A hint of his own desire to fight. Ileana holds Caldera's, blade humming. Davy internally notes, "I see. She's better than the disorderly bunch here," acknowledging her superior skill. The divine light of Caldera's reflects in Ileana's focused eyes. Her lips tighten as she senses something. Vampire. She grits out, realizing Valetian's true nature. Davy and Winley also look up, a sudden exclamation mark above Davy's head as he too senses a shift. A powerful shockwave emanates from Valetian's fallen form. What's this? Davy wonders, alarmed. Suddenly, chains of dark energy erupt, ensnaring the mages. Ileana is caught off guard. Just now. She thinks, danger not over. Vane, still bound, transforms further, body convulsing, dark energy pulsing. His features twist, becoming even more demonic and skeletal, nails lengthening into claws. Davy and Winley watch in horror. Winley calls out, "Brother?" voice trembling. A massive surge of crimson and black energy explodes outwards from Valian. Ileana looks up, eyes wide with shock and alarm as the dark energy intensifies. Vian, now a terrifying, skeletal demon with glowing red eyes and a fanged grin, rises again, more powerful and malevolent. He unleashes his ultimate attack. Blood Polis. A vast dome of crimson energy rapidly expands, engulfing the arena. The crimson dome pulses, shadowy tendrils lashing out from its core. Mages caught within cry out as their life force is drained, staves clattering. A suffocating, blood-red haze fills the arena, thick with dark power. Davy shields Winley, who is trembling in terror. Winley clings to Davy, face buried in his shoulder, gasping as the life-draining aura presses in. Her eyes are wide with fear. "Bill." She whimpers. Davy holds her close. "Bill." Her? Winley stammers, likely asking about Princess Ileana. "It's all right, Winley," Davy soothes. "Everything will be fine." "This is nothing," Davy says, trying to calm her, though his own expression is grim. Winley manages another weak brat. Davy looks down at his terrified sister. "Her." He murmurs, then makes a decision. He gently strokes her hair. "Take a good rest," he says softly, his hand glowing with a faint, calming light. "After you wake up from this dream, everything will be all right," he promises, putting her into a magical sleep. He gently lays the unconscious Winley down. With Winley safe, Davy's expression hardens. He turns to face the raging Blood Polis, sighing. "It's time to work, you lazy ass," he mutters, addressing one of his own powers. His hand glows with brilliant, golden light. "If I don't move quickly, the necromantic mana will get mixed in," he thinks. He grimaces, clutching his head. "It's screaming to tell me it's sick of this," he says, referring to his conflicting mana types. He explains, "Once you reach a point where you are able to connect with your mana, that power starts to become a being of its own. And as you know, I have 3 different powers. 3 streams of energy, yellow, pink, and blue, swirl, representing his different mana. So they also have quite the annoying personalities." His necromantic mana is depicted as a demanding figure shouting, "Use me right now. Otherwise I'm gonna go buck wild." Davy notes, the necromantic mana is basically a psychopath. So it's the most effective one to use. His regular mana is shown as a koi, tsundra figure. On the other hand, regular mana is a tsundra. On the surface, it's difficult, but once you rely on it, it works as if nothing was wrong. And the last one, holy power, is the most stubborn of them all, he thinks, as his hand radiates pure, golden light. Holy power doesn't even have the slightest desire to listen. The laziest personality out of the bunch. Davy grits his teeth, focusing. Can't you wake up already? He mentally prods his reluctant holy power. He looks at the sleeping Winley. If I don't make a ruckus like this, it won't even move an inch, he explains, implying the dire situation is needed. Finally, Davy exclaims as brilliant white and gold light erupts. He unleashes, fourth-tier holy magic, radiant blessing. Angelic wings of light spread, pushing back the crimson darkness. The sacred light intensifies, bathing the arena in its pure glow. Winley sleeps peacefully within the protective light. Davy thinks, with this, there shouldn't be any problems with Winley for a while. Davy looks at the devastation. Now that I look again, this is quite horrifying. He stands alone with Winley as crimson energy still swirls at the edges of his holy light. He analyzes Volition's attack. Blood Polis? City of Blood. It steals life essence to strengthen themselves and their area. Drained bodies are shown in the red mist. He assesses his limits. In reality, the current limit of my holy magic is up to the 4th tier. Not enough to save everyone. Then adds cynically, well, I can't think of a reason why I should anyways. Davy turns to face demonic Valiant. I'm at least glad that Baris left first. He prepares to engage. In the distance, the skeletal Valiant stands amidst the red haze, a truly demonic figure. Now then, Davy thinks. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Davy's face. Since there's no one looking, he clasps his hands. I'll take this leisurely. His true power is about to be unleashed. Elsewhere in the Blood Polis, Princess Ileana pants heavily, sweat dripping, clearly weakened by the life-draining effect. Her sword point trembles, digging into the ground as she struggles to stay upright. Caldeira's divine light is dimming. She looks up, vision blurry, to see Davy standing calmly within the crimson miasma, seemingly unaffected. She manages, her strength failing. Davy stands within the swirling crimson energy of the Blood Polis, his holy light carving out a space of safety. He looks towards Princess Ileana, a dry, escaping him. Internally, he assesses the dire situation. This was the worst situation. He hadn't expected anyone else to remain conscious. To think that there would be a person who still held onto their consciousness inside the Blood Polis. Princess Ileana is on her knees, her sword Caldeira's planted for support. The life-draining red mist swirls around her. She's clearly struggling, but her eyes are still open, her will unbroken. Her breath comes in ragged gasps. Elena de Fallen. Davy thinks, acknowledging her. They don't call her the God Sword's owner for nothing. Her resilience is remarkable. A typical Davy thought then surfaces. Anyways, she's still so beautiful even though she looks like she's about to die. He adds with amusement, to steal my attention with beauty. Ileana looks up, meeting Davy's eyes, a question mark appearing as she registers his apparent immunity to the Blood Polis. Davy approaches her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, his touch surprisingly firm. A surge of pure, green-tinged holy energy flows from Davy into Ileana. Her eyes widen as her strength returns, the Blood Polis's drain momentarily lifted. She gasps, startled by the sudden relief. Davy steps back. Can you finally get a hold of yourself? He asks calmly. Ileana stares, bewildered. She clutches her shoulder, still processing. Davy adds, though the amount of danger hasn't changed. In the distance, the monstrous, skeletal villain stands amidst swirling dark energies, a terrifying silhouette. Davy turns to face Valaian. If you're fine, get out of my way, he tells Ileana. Shocked, she exclaims, wait. What did you just? She grabs his arm, trying to stop him. Just wait a moment, she insists urgently. How are you totally fine? She demands, unable to comprehend how he's unaffected. Davy just stands there, expression unreadable. Ileana looks at him, mind racing. A flicker of understanding, or perhaps resignation, crosses her face. So that's it. She murmurs, though it's unclear what she's realized. Davy sighs internally. I thought she would understand the situation, hoping she'd accept his help without questions. He considers his cover story. I guess for an unfortunate prince who was got out of coma just a few months ago, it would be weird to be unfazed. He shrugs mentally with a playful smile. Who knows? I'll just pass it off like this. Vague answers were his specialty. He turns to Ileana, a hint of teasing in his tone. I am your savior, so please don't hate me too much, princess. Her expression is one of frustration and disbelief. Ileana clenches her fist, not ready to let him face the monster alone. Anyways, step aside, she orders, still trying to assert her authority. She glares, voice firm. This isn't something that you can solve. She believes he's no match for Valaian. Davy looks down with a slight smirk. I can't solve this? He asks. A height comparison shows him towering over her. Ileana retorts, that's right. This isn't something you can solve with luck like yesterday. Ileana explains their foe, the nobles of the night, descendants of the blood demons from ancient tomes. An image of an ancient book and a goblet of blood appears. I'm sure even you have heard of vampires before. Davy listens, expression unreadable. Ileana continues, a fluke won't work on it, convinced his previous wins were luck. For a person like you who can't feel any mana, you will be instantly torn to shreds, she warns, though a thought bubble adds, though I'm not sure how you're totally fine. She urges, so run away from here immediately. Davy looks towards demonic Valaian. Well, I don't think he will just let me go that easily, he says calmly. Ileana, resolute, declares, I'll do my best to stop him. She turns to face Valaian, sword ready, prepared to fight to the death. Davy watches, a thoughtful escaping. So reliable. He murmurs, perhaps genuinely impressed, or perhaps sarcastic. He observes her stance. However, unlike yesterday, this feels a lot more heartfelt. A raw, desperate intensity to her now. Ileana grits her teeth, eyes blazing with fierce, primal hatred. As if, Davy thinks, sensing her deep emotion, she has met her arch-enemy from another life. Her animosity towards vampires is profound. Ileana charges, sword glowing, ready to face the monster. A single drop of water falls, creating ripples in a dark pool, a transition to a flashback. Tall, arched windows loom in a darkened room. Small, bare feet step softly on a cold floor. A young Ileana, clutching a stuffed rabbit, witnesses a horrifying scene, her mother embraced by a shadowy, vampiric figure. "Mo?" she whispers in terror. The vampire turns, red eyes glowing, a cruel smile as it looks at the terrified child and her dying mother. Young Ileana stares, eyes wide with shock and horror, the image burned into her memory. Her beloved stuffed rabbit falls from her trembling hands. A drop of blood falls, creating ripples in a pool of red. The trauma is deep. Back in the present, Ileana's eyes are filled with cold, hard fury. I haven't forgotten a single moment since that day, she thinks, resolve absolute. She faces demonic Vin, the word vampire, echoing with all her past pain and hatred. Vin, now a hulking gray-skinned beast with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, roars, I will eradicate you all the way to your roots, grinding his teeth in mindless fury. Ileana stands defiant, long hair flowing. Until the very moment my life ends, she vows, ready to fight to her last breath. The monstrous Valaian bellows, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Ileana's golden eyes narrow, focusing all her power and hatred. Suddenly, a hand gently taps her on the back of the head. Excuse me, a calm voice says. Ileana yelps in surprise. Kayak? She cries out, completely startled and thrown off balance. She stumbles, sword clattering as she falls to her knees. What is this? She gasps, confused. Davy stands behind her, looking down with a slight smile. I don't know why you're so obsessed with vampires, but, he says casually, don't get in the way of my work. He turns his head slightly, a knowing look in his red eyes. What do you mean? Ileana asks, still kneeling. I wonder. Davy says, stepping forward. Just sit still and watch. He's taking over. Davy clenches his fist, a low chew, escaping as he gathers his power. Monstrous Valeian charges, crashing where Davy stood, creating a massive impact crater. Davy, now coolly to the side, remarks, it's been a while. He thinks, the number of times I've fought in the temple since I arrived there was several hundreds, no, thousands. Valeian, towering over Davy, prepares to strike. Davy looks up, unfazed. If it's a vampire, there is no one in this world who knows them better than me. I mean, out of the living people anyways. Valetian's clawed hand, glowing with dark energy, sweeps towards Davy. Davy calmly assesses, an infected, strengthened by blood polis, shouldn't be a problem. A chilling smile spreads across Davy's face. I'll send you to your next life as many times as you want, he says softly but with deadly intent, raising a hand towards a massive ball of dark red energy. His fingers twitch, channeling his own terrifying power. With a swift, almost casual movement, Davy thrusts his hand forward. A beam of concentrated dark energy slams into Valetian's chest with a sickening crunch. Valeian roars in pain. Davy taunts, seems like you didn't learn your lesson despite losing to me yesterday. Valeian screams, purple energy flaring around the point of impact. Now then, Davy says, eyes glinting with dark amusement. A shadowy aura, shot with crimson lightning, erupts around Davy. His visible eye glows with malevolent power. It's my turn now. He thrusts his hand towards Valetian's chest again. A glowing, spectral heart appears on Valetian's form. Die to your own attribute, Davy commands, unleashing his attack. Perforation, blood vessel combustion. Swirls of violent purple and red energy envelop Valeian. Valetian's monstrous body convulses, then explodes from the inside out in a devastating blast of energy and gore. Chunks of the vampire's body rain down as Davy stands calmly amidst the destruction, untouched. He looks down at his hand, a satisfied, chilling smile on his face. Princess Ileana, still kneeling, watches in absolute, stunned silence. Impossible! She whispers, mind struggling to process Davy's terrifying display. They both seem to float for a moment in the dissipating energy. The dust and dark energy slowly settle, leaving an eerie silence in the ravaged arena. The remnants of Valetian's monstrous form dissipate into motes of dark energy, the immediate threat seemingly neutralized by Davy's terrifying power. Princess Ileana, still on her knees, looks on with wide, disbelieving eyes. The sheer destructive force she just witnessed is beyond anything she could have imagined. Her mind struggles to process it. What the hell is that? She thinks, a silent whisper of shock. Davy stands amidst the lingering crimson haze, the giant arena statue now partially crumbling. The air is thick with the smell of burnt stone and dark magic. He lets out a sigh, a small, almost casual smile on his face. Wow dash, he says, then adds, finally, I'm relieved, as if he'd just finished a minor chore. Ileana, her strength failing completely now that the adrenaline has passed, collapses to the ground with a soft thump. The fallen bodies of mages and attendants litter the arena floor, victims of Valetian's blood polis. Is this really possible? Ileana wonders, her gaze sweeping over the devastation. She struggles to reconcile what happened. For an infected whom neither the knights, mages, nor my blade could stop, she thinks, remembering her own desperate battle. To be stopped by a normal human from whom I can't sense a single drop of mana? The contradiction is staggering. She looks up at Davy, her expression a mixture of awe, confusion, and suspicion. On top of that, an unfortunate prince who was in a coma a few months ago. This quiet prince had just displayed power far beyond any known limits. Davy walks towards her, extending a hand. Here, he offers gently. Ileana lets out a small, startled, "Kais." Davy looks slightly amused. "Kayak?" he repeats, a question mark over his head. His hand remains outstretched, an offer of assistance. Ileana hesitates, then says, still trying to process. She averts her gaze, sweat on her temple, pride warring with exhaustion. Slowly, hesitantly, she reaches out and takes his hand. As he helps her up, Davy speaks directly, "Let me borrow your blade." Ileana's hand trembles, her fingers still weak. She looks at him, confused. An awkward silence hangs between them. Ileana blushes deeply, flustered. "As you can see," she stammers, indicating her weakened state. She gestures to her god's sword, Caldera's, on the ground. "The blade broke owing to the previous battle," she says, though it appears intact. Perhaps she means her ability to wield it is broken. Davy gently takes her chin, turning her face to him. "No, not that," he clarifies. He clenches his fist, a determined glint in his eye. "This," he exclaims, his meaning still unclear. Ileana is bewildered. "You? How?" Davy smirks. "Well, I'm supposed to receive an item after the boss battle." His gamer logic is out of place. A small, exquisitely crafted sword-shaped pendant appears in Davy's palm. "Let me borrow your strength, Mr. God's sword," he says, addressing it. He explains Caldera's origin, the heroic blacksmith who dedicated his life to forge a sword which can save the world, and many other weapons. An image of a mighty blacksmith, Surtur, hammering a blade amidst fiery chains appears. The 1,000 Days blacksmith, Surtur, the legendary creator. In his hands, common ores would turn into precious swords, and junk into unprecedented treasures. As one who received the spirit's blessing and could forge mana-imbued swords, he's famous enough to be known throughout the continent. Especially the 12 famous swords, spread across the continent and revered as national treasures. Out of all his masterpieces, Surtur named one of them. A vision of a magnificent, glowing golden sword appears, radiating immense power. Caldera's, the true name of Princess Ileana's god sword. In the ancient spirit language, Caldera's means the White Guardian. Surtur's swords are all outstanding magic swords, but Caldera's stands out. He burnt his life force forging it and gifted it to his friend, the sword god Horus. Davy reveals deep lore. Horus was one of his own masters. The sword possesses an ego, a sword which has developed its own consciousness. A brilliant light emanates from its core. Davy holds the pendant form of Caldera's, a sword that can use its strength on its own. It sounds amazing. A sly smile plays on Davy's lips. But as the person who knows the truth, I already have an idea of what kind of personality it has. His red eyes glint. "Do you want to know how it is?" he asks tauntingly. Suddenly, the pendant emits a powerful shockwave. A voice, Caldera's ego, shouts indignantly, "Hey! How dare you grab me?" Davy is momentarily jolted. "That personality," Davy mutters, a vein throbbing on his temple as the sword shouts, "Unhand me." He sighs, "Really makes my head ring." "Just as I had heard, it's quite rude," Davy comments, familiar with its temperament. He addresses the shouting pendant, "I'm not deaf." He clenches his fist, annoyed. The pendant vibrates indignantly. It seems to ask. Davy remarks with disdain, "A sword that can vibrate. What a perverted hobby." The sword shouts, "Hey!" Davy's expression turns serious. "Cooperate with me," he commands firmly. Ileana's gloved hand reaches out hesitantly. The sword's ego seems to address her, "Return." Ileana stumbles, still weak. Davy catches her with an oof. The sword's ego speaks to Davy again. "If we keep going like this, your owner is going to die." Ileana coughs, strained, "Kook." Davy thinks, to be able to move even when the force which maintained her consciousness is disappearing. I have to commend her tenacity. He supports the near-unconscious princess. The princess might have excellent talent, but her matchup wasn't great. Knowing your limit is also important. The sword's ego warns fiercely, "Don't even think about doing anything to her." Here comes the good for nothing. Davy retorts calmly, "I won't." Davy raises his hand, and the pendant sword transforms, light erupting. The light coalesces, taking the form of the full-sized god sword Caldera's in Davy's grip, power crackling. Tendrils of divine energy whip around the blade. Caldera's gleams, its true form magnificent and imposing. Davy holds the legendary sword aloft, its power resonating as if he were its true master. He examines the intricate hilt. I see. It's definitely good, he says with satisfaction, excitement in his eyes as he fully grasps the weapon. The sword's ego speaks again, outraged. Even the contractor hasn't awakened me. How are you using my strength? The sword is shocked. Davy simply states, you're being noisy. He holds Caldera's high, its light bathing him. You just have to lend me your strength, he tells the sword. I'll take care of the rest. Caldera's, still protesting, asks, who are you? As ancient runes glow. With a mighty roar, Davy swings Caldera's. A colossal wave of pure, golden divine energy erupts, God's sword resonance. The attack is named Great Claymore Lightning Strike. A massive bolt of lightning, shaped like a giant sword, tears through the blood polis. The lightning crashes down, engulfing a huge section of the Colosseum in brilliant, purifying light, dispelling the crimson darkness. Davy stands amidst the aftermath, Caldera's on his shoulder. He calls out into the smoky haze, how long are you gonna stay hidden? It's time to come out, he declares, eyes fixed on a shadowy area. A small, blue, crystal-like object hovers nearby. The air itself seems to crackle and tear as a new presence manifests. Davy watches, a grim smile. I did anticipate a vampire, but... From the shadows, dark, bat-like figures emerge. Demonic gargoyle-like statues animate, more shadowy bats swirling. Davy finishes, I didn't expect it to be a high-rank servant. A tall, slender, female figure, cloaked in shadow and surrounded by bats, fully materializes. It's Sherio, purple hair flowing, red eyes glinting with amusement and power. She looks at Davy, a mocking smile on her lips. Are we acquainted? She asks, voice smooth and dangerous. Ms. Maid. The confrontation is set. The dust hasn't even settled when a new enemy, Sherio, appears, hovering gracefully above the wrecked arena. Her long purple hair and unique dress flow in an eerie light. She sounds calm, but surprised, saying she knew someone was helping the humans, but never guessed it was him. Below, Davy stands ready with the god sword Caldera's, the air thick with tension as they face off, a faint swirling wind around her. Davy just smirks, not bothered at all by her big entrance, and casually rests the huge sword on his shoulder. He asks if this makes him a big deal, then tells her to come on down. Sherio looks down, annoyed and looking down on him, her purple hair seeming to move on its own. She complains that looking up at him strains her neck, clearly insulted by his nerve. Davy keeps teasing her, shielding his eyes like he's looking closely at her flowing dress. He says with a dress like that, he can see her underwear, and it's black, just like her personality. Sherio's face twists in pure rage, her eyes wide and teeth gritted, visibly trembling as she seethes, You bastard. His insult clearly hit a nerve, and she's lost her cool. A knowing smile curls Davy's lips, his eyes hidden in shadow for a moment as he grips Caldera's. He just says, so. Clearly happy his taunt worked. Davy doesn't wait, he just acts, swinging Caldera's up in a huge green slash that rips through the air with a massive quang. He yells, come down here immediately, demanding it this time. The force of his swing, or maybe her quick dodge, makes the petals of Sherio's dress flutter wildly with a sharp pot sound as she moves in a flash. Sherio's voice, though she's not clearly visible, sounds cunning as she starts to say that if he creates such a huge tragedy here, even if he somehow wins, Queen Linus won't face any consequences. She's trying to mess with his head, reminding him about the unfair politics in his kingdom. She reappears, still high above a horse statue, with the battlefield burning below. She admits that things with the Boltez nation might get tense, but their own country isn't stable enough to start a war with the Roan kingdom over this. She's trying to make his efforts seem pointless. Davy calmly rests his hand on Caldera's, its tip stuck in the ruined ground with a soft dalcac. He looks up, his face hard to read, and says that her showing up like this means she's confident she can kill him. He tilts his head, a small, almost amused smile on his face as a light wind swirls around him. He mockingly says she's smart, but it's time to close up shop, customer, meaning her games are over. Sherio's eyes narrow, her composure cracking even more at his dismissive attitude. She snaps, "To speak so lowly of me," clearly offended that he'd talk down to her without knowing everything. Her hand starts to glow with a dangerous, pulsing red energy, a low, sinister SU sound signaling it's gathering fast. She's done talking. With a sharp, vicious wyrick, red tendrils of pure energy lash out from her hands like deadly whips, speeding towards Davy. But the whips don't hit Davy. Instead, they smash into the big stone statue Sherio was near, shattering it with a loud quang as rock explodes everywhere. The whole statue crumbles into dust under her attack, the sound of destruction a continuous quagwagwagwa, and the rider from the statue is thrown into the air. From a distance, Davy's calm voice is heard, seemingly unfazed, "Good, good." Then, with a quick, precise tack, he lands lightly on top of a tall, narrow stone pillar. A powerful wind seems to swirl around him as he looks down at her, totally calm. "You're riled up quite nicely," Davy comments, still calm, watching the ground below where Sherio attacked. It's now glowing an intense red, cracks spreading like veins as energy hisses out with a sinister "A." The red, glowing cracks keep spreading, energy sparkling dangerously, and the air feels heavy with Sherio's anger. Suddenly, a storm of red energy, like glowing, sharp shards, erupts from the ground with a massive HWAK, shooting upwards incredibly fast. Davy stays perfectly still on his narrow pillar as the deadly red shards fly past him like a meteor shower, but his calm expression doesn't change. The pillar he was on, though, gets completely destroyed by the energy, shattering into pieces with a rapid PABA. Davy is now in midair, moving fast to avoid being hit. He tumbles through the air, upside down for a moment, the sharp red energy shards flying dangerously close to his face, but he stays focused. With amazing agility, he twists in midair, kicking off a large piece of falling debris with a solid D. The impact echoes with a dull quang as he uses it to change direction. He uses that push to spin and reposition himself, moving gracefully through the storm of destructive energy, each movement precise, another sharp tack as if he's stepping on air. His hand tightens on Caldera's with a firm KWK, and power surges through the sword, making it hum and glow. He's getting ready to fight back. He turns to face a huge wave of bright white and golden energy that flares up with a blinding HW, covering everything in pure, intense light. As the light fades, Davy's face is all concentration, his red eyes fixed on Sherio, even as leftover red energy shards still fly around him. A dismissive comes from Sherio, her voice full of scorn, clearly not impressed by him. Sherio hovers above the horse statue again, looking down on him. She admits this is a bit unexpected, but in the end, he's just a human. Davy throws her words back with a slight, challenging smile, asking if she isn't also the servant of a human, hinting he knows more about her. His words hit another nerve, and Sherio's eyes flash with anger again. To say such vile things. She growls, as another red energy whip forms in her hand with a sharp C. Perched on the statue, she swings her energy whip down in a massive red arc of destruction that screams through the air with a deafening KW, aimed right at Davy. As the attack rushes towards him, a thought flashes in Davy's mind, Vampire Lord? He's trying to figure out her true power. He remembers his old masters warning him that these servants are incredibly strong, one of them being the strongest of its kind from birth, able to inherit their bloodline's legacy and become a true lord. The memory shows a grand hall under starlight. The memory continues, his master explaining that they can't be killed easily unless they're fighting high elves. He recalls his younger self nodding, taking in this vital info, as his master asked the crucial question. So, the question arises, how can you defeat them? A soft cutioc sound of his past self nodding. And then, the master's surprising advice, given with a roguish look, you make them insanely angry, and then you beat them to a pulp. He explained that when creatures lose their cool, their movements become predictable. The memory shifts to him and this master on a bench, looking at a large building. The master added that this works especially well on vampires because of their huge pride. The higher their rank, the easier they are to anger. Young Davy thought, that's pretty sly. The master's final wisdom was simple, all that matters is that you win. Back in the present, a soft escapes Davy. The crazy strategy is working, just like his master said. Davy grimly remembers these were the words sword god Horus told him, right before Horus himself got beaten down during their intense training. He glances at Princess Ileana, who looks beaten up but still tough. He thinks it's funny how the Phelan kingdom worships Horus's image, wondering what they'd think if they knew the real Horus he trained with. Snapping back to the fight, Davy unleashes his own counter. A brilliant golden slash erupts from Calderas, tearing through the air with a mighty JD, aimed at Sherio's attack. He's a blur of motion in midair, Calderas a streak of gold as his attack meets Sherio's red wave, the impact a powerful, metallic JD that shakes the arena. With incredible skill, Davy's foot lands on one of Sherio's red energy whips with a sharp pot. He spins with a Bingjul, using her attack as a temporary foothold. He launches himself forward from the whip, Calderas drawing a deadly X-shape of golden light that slices through the air with a sharp CW, sparks flying, a faint tatak hinting at his speed. Sherio is right in the path of his furious attack, the golden arcs closing in on her fast. The air around her crackles violently with a desperate piety, like a shield is about to break. The attack hits with a deafening kanji. Golden light explodes against her, or whatever barrier she put up, forcing her to defend. Davy recoils slightly, still in the air, Calderas pointed down where Sherio's red energy is still spreading with a creepy SU mule. He's keenly observing her next move. A blood barrier. Davy murmurs, then as he recognizes her defense. A golden aura confirms his thought, it's a vampire count. Her rank and the danger are now clear. Sherio, though her barrier took the hit, still radiates power, dark blue energies swirling around her. The golden aura continues, noting she's young, but her bloodline means she could become a true vampire lord. Davy's red eyes narrow with determination, Calderas humming with a faint yuang. He decides, then we should deal with her now, before she gets that strong. But a flicker of doubt, or the system asks, is that even possible? A confident smirk spreads across Davy's face, banishing any doubt, sparkles in the golden aura around him. You think it's impossible? He scoffs, daring anything to stop him. He doesn't wait, lunging forward with a swifty. Calderas blazes with even brighter golden light as he charges into Sherio's red energy, ready to clash again with a mighty Kwang. Sherio watches him come, her expression full of disdain. She sneers that even if he acts all cool, there's only one end for him, human. An image of Princess Ileana, looking pained from her earlier fight, flashes as Sherio taunts him, saying even the girl with the sword god's blade and techniques was beaten by her power. Sherio, surrounded by her red aura on the statue, the air swirling with a Wyrick, gives her ultimatum. If you want to die peacefully, Prince Davy, her voice echoes, then stand still and receive your retribution. But Davy plants himself firmly with a Taat, not planning to obey. Davy does the opposite of standing still. A huge, blinding explosion of white and golden light erupts from him with a thundering quagwagwang, challenging her dark power directly. Sherio is visibly forced back by his blast, her red energy whips trailing with a desperate Wyrick as she tries to escape. Below, Davy is already a blur, dashing forward with a rapid tatatat, his sword leading. How foolish! Sherio mutters, a hint of annoyance or surprise in her eyes as Davy closes in with impossible speed, not fazed by her power. Again, with amazing skill, Davy uses her own attacks. His foot lands on one of her flailing energy whips with a sharp tatak, turning her weapon into a springboard. Sherio, seen from behind, throws up a defensive net of her red whips that swirl around her with a resonant yundi. They anticipate his attack, a heavy ONG echoing as he gets close, the tension high. In a stunning move, Davy is now high above her, somehow having dodged her defenses, looking down casually. The sword god's techniques, you say? He calls out, mocking her earlier dismissal of Ileana. Sherio looks up, shocked and maybe realizing something unwelcome. The view tilts, showing her surprise. Davy continues, I think you're misunderstanding something critical by just focusing on the princess and her skills. He grins, a confident, almost predatory look in his eyes as he readies Calderas, the sword humming. You see the real sword god's techniques? He begins, building suspense. His eyes suddenly blaze with intense golden light, a powerful essay sound indicating a massive surge of energy building inside him, far beyond what he's shown. Aren't just flashy moves. He remembers his brutal training with Horus, a lone figure in a hall, endlessly swinging a sword thousands of times a day. He recalls it wasn't even training anymore, just brutal repetition to forge body and spirit. Back in the present, his grip on Calderas tightens, and a vibrant green energy swirls around his hand and into the sword with a soft, powerful pot. This is a different, raw power. It's nothing cute like that fancy footwork, Davy declares, his voice full of power. Then, with a mighty HWIK that seems to bend the air, he unleashes an epic attack. A colossal wave of pure golden energy arcs from Calderas, dwarfing the trees. The technique's name echoes, Great Claymore, Grand Mountain Splitter. Sherio, the powerful vampire count, can only stare up in absolute horror, her arrogance gone. What? She screams, as the massive golden wave crashes down with an earth-shattering beep, engulfing everything in light. Her strong blood barrier, the red hexagonal pattern of a vampire count, cracks and shatters like glass under Davy's ultimate attack. The sounds of this mark its complete failure. The entire arena erupts in a world-shaking explosion of golden light and debris. The landscape is torn apart, the continuous, deafening roar of KWAA filling the air as the Grand Mountain Splitter carves through everything, reshaping the earth. And then, as the massive energy fades, a profound, echoing hangs in the air, a sound signifying the overwhelming power just unleashed, leaving only devastation and a changed world. The battle has hit a terrifying, maybe final, peak. After that massive attack, the whole landscape is changed. Golden light still shimmers over the destruction, the air thick with the smell of immense power and a low, awed ko sound. Davy just says, "Wow, unbelievable," clearly blown away by what just happened. Davy stands among floating rocks, Calderas on his shoulder, still amazed by the power he just used. He exclaims, "So this is why people use overpowered gear." The sword, Calderas, mentally shrieks, totally flustered, "Kaya, I don't understand what you mean at all." Davy just smirks, a knowing look in his red eyes, and Calderas complains in his head, "Ugh, that mouth of yours." Davy, though, is remembering how the sword used to whine all the time back when he trained with Horus. Standing on a new, jagged cliff, Davy looks out over the changed land and tells the sword to calm down, even if it's excited to be out after thousands of years. Calderas, still buzzing, demands to know what Davy is and how he can use its power so easily. The sword keeps wondering why Davy acts like he's known it for ages, but Davy just cuts it off, saying they should stick to their deal and not dig into each other's pasts. A small smile plays on Davy's lips as he thinks that the sword wouldn't believe him if he said he was actually the apprentice of its original owner, Horus. He continues thinking it would be better if the sword didn't throw a fit, accusing him of insulting Horus by making such a wild claim. Davy turns, Calderas still on his shoulder, looking over the damage. A faint, ominous Wyoa whispers as he notices something. The sword tells him that vampire, Sherio, has vanished. But Davy says to leave her. They have bigger problems right now. His eyes lock onto a pulsating, red crystal, probably what's left of that blood polis, still giving off a dangerous energy with a low, sinister Wyoa sound. Davy grimaces at the lingering dark magic, muttering, "The blood polis," and saying that even after all this time, seeing it still makes him sick. He figures that thankfully, the big explosion destroyed the main core of the blood polis so it shouldn't spread. But looking at the unconscious people, still surrounded by dark energy, he realizes the leftover corruption won't stop until everyone there is dead. Davy grimly figures that the leftover corruption could probably be cleared in a few months with high-level purification magic, though most people who've already lost too much life force will die anyway. And worse, anyone exposed too long will turn into mindless, dangerous infected beings. He senses the fear from people outside the arena who are probably hesitating, unsure what to do, as dark tendrils of the blood polis still cling to the edges. He's sure the whole area is in chaos. Calderas chimes in, sounding a bit impressed, saying Davy is truly lucky to be as strong as a master despite seeming so young. The sword guesses he was too far away for the blood polis to really affect him. Davy gives a small smile, admitting the sword's not wrong. He is a master in a way, but he lightly hops onto a jagged rock, explaining that he still needs time to create a proper aura blade, because that takes actual cultivation. Calderas is confused. Davy thinks to himself that he's not strong because he trained step by step for years. An image of his past self, glowing with power lines, shows how his masters instantly gave him their strength. He thinks that he reached master level instantly due to his unique knowledge and that training, referring to it as a kind of poetic doping that made him this strong, not something earned slowly. Calderas trembles slightly with a jujuguk sound, sensing the strange depth of Davy's power, its mental voice shocked. Wait a minute. What are you, wielder? The sword is starting to get that Davy is not normal. Davy smirks, holding Calderas, which vibrates with a low ung. The sword is freaking out internally. This thing is a total monster. What is this insane amount of mana? Davy just thinks, to call me a thing. Davy lets out a soft as Calderas continues its panic, realizing Davy has necromantic mana and holy power coexisting with his regular mana, something it has never heard of. Davy stands firm amidst the red taint, Calderas on his shoulder, looking at the dark energy source. The human who destroys common sense is right here, he declares, his own aura flaring slightly. Calderas is still reeling. Is that even possible? The red crystal pulses. Calderas is just exclaiming, This is insane, internally. Davy clears his throat, saying, Them. To call it insane is a bit much, though he sounds a bit proud. Davy stands tall in the eerie red glow, a faint yoo swirling around him, Calderas still vibrating. He tells the sword not to insult the result of hundreds of years of his master's research and his own suffering. Suddenly, the ground rumbles violently with a sharp key. Calderas lets out a string of frantic mental question marks, not expecting more trouble. Davy looks at Calderas seriously. Let's stop the small talk now. The sword itself starts to glow gold. He says since things are dire, he'll leave the end to Calderas to act as a conduit. He grips the hilt firmly, saying he can't handle this alone with his strength depleted. Calderas mentally asks what he means by, leave the end to me. Davy smiles, a plan in his mind. I'm saying let's clean up this mess. Properly this time. He thinks to himself that he doesn't plan on sacrificing himself for strangers, but if it helps his own recovery and loosens up his long-frozen powers, he'll gladly use this situation. He continues thinking that besides unfreezing his powers, this is a good opportunity. He brings his hands together in a prayer position with a soft G, not out of reverence, but focused intent. His face shows a slightly pained, reluctant look. This really isn't my style, but needs must. He mutters, getting ready for something he doesn't like. He kneels before Calderas, which is planted in the ground, hands still together. He begins a very strange prayer. Freya, the one who looks after everything, the goddess of, well, everything. Your young sheep is lost in darkness and is unable to find its way. He continues his prayer without any real piety. I am hoping that you can provide me with a flashlight to see. If not, I'm hoping you could solve it yourself, but I know that you won't be able to do that, busy as you are. Calderas mentally sputters. What? Calderas is practically screaming in its mind. What kind of prayer is that? Are you mocking the goddess? Davy just stays kneeling, not bothered. Davy internally explains his holy power, an image of his haughty-looking former master, Lady Daphne, appearing. He says his holy powers are stubborn, thanks to Lady Daphne, and he gets them not by traditional worship, but through understanding and a kind of mutual trust with the gods. He muses that his power is obtained more through a god's curiosity in him, rather than their love or kindness. He resumes his prayer, to Freya, sounding more like a demand, "Your Holiness's sheep are in great suffering." So, this unfortunate young sheep wishes to save them with the trust he has in this overpowered gear, Calderas. He throws his hands up slightly, still kneeling, whatever. I'm sure she's watching everything anyway. I'm going to use it, so just make sure you give me the permission. Consider this my official request. Calderas, it's gem-wide, retorts sarcastically, "Oh, I'm sure the gods will answer your nonsensical, demanding prayer." Davy looks up at the sky with a knowing smirk. "Seems like you don't know much about the gods, Calderas." The sword is taken aback. What? An image of a grand, light-filled cathedral appears as Davy explains that it's not just devoted believers who pray that get God's love. The ones who truly get their attention and power are those who make the gods curious. He addresses the blood polis problem, the red crystal reappearing. He challenges the idea that those who lost life force can't be saved, saying you just need to replace it with an even greater strength. An image of Lady Daphne, glowing with holy aura, appears. Davy explains this is a spell by history's best holy power user, Daphne, the highest-ranked holy magic usable only with a god's direct permission. He smirks, and gods like Freya? Well, they're kind of crazy in their own way. His smirk widens into a full, slightly manic grin, his eyes gleaming. Especially, he says, drawing out the word, the very insane ones. He finishes, as Calderas suddenly flares with immense, blinding golden light with a powerful Y sound. Calderas lets out a shocked mental. It's actually happening. Davy stays kneeling, hands clasped, as Calderas becomes a beacon of pure holy light, ancient runes swirling around them. The air is thick with divine power. Text announces, 9th tier ultimate holy magic. A sacred pie fills the area. A massive shockwave of pure golden light bursts from Calderas with a blinding Bionjuke, spreading across the arena. The technique is named Saint Sanctuary. Calderas, glowing intensely, shrieks mentally, nine here? Are you planning to kill me by sucking me dry? Davy smiles reassuringly, eyes closed in concentration. Don't worry, what a crybaby you are. You won't die, Davy says calmly, though he's clearly straining. Calderas, feeling the drain, protests weakly, Hike. Hey! You insane bastard! Calderas wails mentally as it pours out golden light, the pie sound intensifying around Davy, who sits calmly in the divine storm. The golden light of Saint Sanctuary spreads in cleansing waves. Small images show Princess Ileana and Winley, unconscious, bathed in the healing light. The evil red crystal of the blood polis cracks and shatters with Jojik sounds. Davy stays in his prayer position, looking peaceful as the purification happens. Dark demonic tendrils are dissolved by the light with a CHWK sound. A strained kook escapes his lips from the effort. A radiant, winged angelic figure of golden light seems to emerge, spreading its cleansing aura. The ground resonates with a deep jjingi as the holy magic takes full effect. The purifying light washes over the fallen people, a soft, hopeful pie sound signifying their healing. The light expands beyond the arena, bathing the nearby town in its warm glow, lifting the dark atmosphere. From a distance, the entire area is a beacon of bright azure and golden light, pushing back darkness. A soft, hopeful hayo signifies the purification is complete. A single, pure white feather of holy energy, salang, drifts gently into Davy's open palm. The crisis is over. Davy begins to rise, surrounded by the fading aura of Saint Sanctuary. Ethereal golden wings briefly appear behind him as a final, glorious Y echoes. His vision blurs, the immense strain hitting him. The world tilts as the divine light fades. His eyes are heavy, the red dimming, utterly exhausted, last bits of holy light sparkling around him. The dark crystal remnants finally shatter with a pasak, dissolving. The purification is total. Davy stands by calderas in the cleansed arena. The sky above is clearer. Davy lets out a long, weary breath. Phew. He stumbles with a shaky teoltique, groaning. The shockwaves stung a shit ton. Feels like my back is being ripped apart by red-hot iron. The backlash is severe. He weakly calls to the sword, "Hey you, God's sword, are you still alive?" Caldera's is dim, but faint dots show it's barely conscious. Davy manages a weak laugh. He's completely knocked out. He adds, looking at the drained sword, "Seems like you couldn't handle it either, huh?" His smile fades into a pained grimace, a low beotul sound as his body trembles. Sigh. "I am about to pass away," he murmurs, collapsing heavily with a teal suk, a dark patch on his back. Caldera stands beside him. His eyes snap open, a flash of red, an exclamation mark. A system notification appears with a BBAGIC sound. A status window appears. Name, Davy Al Arobin. Status anomalies. Holy power exhausted. Special details. Half-insane bastard who has a screw loose? Cannot change for the better until a certain level. Davy lets out a weak, amused laugh. To call me a crazy bastard in my own status window? He looks up at the sky, where a faint image of Freya might be. "Hey you, Lady Freya. Isn't this a bit too much?" He complains weakly, a soft hi-oh on the wind. The ethereal figure of Freya, face hidden but smiling faintly, seems to reply, "This is nothing." A blue butterfly flutters nearby. A scanlator's note mentions a late release. Suddenly, the text overlay shifts, somewhere in an alternate universe far, far away, signaling a completely different, comedic scene. The panel repeats Davy's earlier irreverent prayer about needing a flashlight from Freya. In this other universe, a blonde woman in a blue and white outfit looks utterly shocked by the flashlight prayer and flatly responds, "No." The scene shifts again to a girl with brown pigtails looking at a modern street, totally unrelated to Davy's story. A tall figure in modern clothes stands on a rooftop, face hidden in shadow, silent. The face is revealed. A man with orange hair in pigtails and a mustache, named Ryunosuk. He smirks, "Worry not, little one." He continues, sounding oddly paternal, "It has been a long month. Daddy Azura will help ease the stress. Now come." And the bizarre punchline of this non-canon interlude. "So I can shove my 6310i original classic Nokia 6310i mobile phone 2G and unlocked cell phone through your lower gastrointestinal." A crude joke, marking the scanlation's end. A thought drifts in the haze of someone waking up, wondering how long it's been since they could just rest without any worries. A blurry, anxious memory flashes, Amy, his maid, rushing forward in panic, while a robed, masked figure stands by with a staff, all dreamlike and distorted. The tired thought continues, realizing it's been at least 6 long months since they felt truly at ease, always on edge. Another hazy memory, figures in a room, their backs turned, talking quietly about the prince. The waking person feels like their mind is being wiped clean, a soft mumble of confusion. A clearer dream image, Princess Ileana looks on, concerned. Then, the view flips to a tearful, upside-down Winley rushing towards him, yelling, "Brother!" as dream and reality start to mix. The scene clears. It's a grand lodging house at night, stars out, lights glowing softly. Winley's voice asks if he's alright, saying this is their lodging in the Peristi Dukedom, a calm setting after all the chaos. Davy is awake, sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes. His dark hair is messy, and bandages are visible on his shoulder. He groggily asks, "How long have I been asleep?" Winley, his sister, practically throws herself onto his bed, crying with relief, dash. She clings to him, sobbing that he wouldn't wake up for 2 whole days and she was terrified he never would. Davy awkwardly pats her head, a gentle smile on his face, thinking he made her worry for nothing, but knowing there's not much he can do to reassure her after his previous coma. Winley pulls back a bit, still emotional, and tells him she had a dream that day. Davy, more alert now, prompts her gently, "A dream? Is it a dream about you?" she confirms, looking distant. A hazy, red-tinged image shows two figures in a crimson mist, one protecting the other. She explains it was about him saving her when the red mist came, showing she remembers bits of the blood polis incident. Davy gives her a soft, reassuring smile, gently touching her head, trying to play down how serious things were. Winley looks at him seriously, no longer crying, and asks, "Brother, tell me truthfully. Was it you who got rid of the red mist?" Davy hesitates internally, not ready to spill everything. Before he can answer, Winley continues, standing beside his bed, "I found something while examining you when you were unconscious." Davy wonders what she could mean. Winley whispers, "A mark etched into your back." An image shows a ghostly overlay of Davy with a large, glowing red symbol, a stigmata, on his back. "That's a stigmata, isn't it?" she asks, eyes wide. Davy is surprised. "Huh? Stigmata?" He touches his bandaged back, realizing his bandages cover it. Winley adds it's huge, nearly 3 palms wide. Then it hits him with a painful jolt. That feeling of his back ripping apart was the stigmata forming. Davy gets out of bed, concerned, thinking this never happened with Lady Daphne. He grumbles internally about the gods not placing it gently, calling them ruthless. He also notes the stigmata is unusually large. Winley explains the chaos his stigmata caused. The high-ranking priest who treated him found it, and now the whole dukedom is in an uproar, everyone panicking. She continues, an image showing unconscious Davy at the center of the fading holy light, calderas beside him. Because the red mist was purified, and in that holy place, it was him, not a priest, who got a stigmata. Everyone is confused and alarmed. Davy manages a weak smile, thinking, no wonder everyone is panicking. He gets it. A stigmata means he's been directly chosen by the gods, a different level of acknowledgement than priests receive. Winley looks at him with awe and concern, asking if he knows what truly happened, as no one else seems to, despite the relief from the disaster. Davy stands by a window, pondering whether he should hide his powers or start revealing them. He gazes out at the dukedom, thinking he doesn't know what would happen if he revealed everything, and it might cause trouble for Winley and Baris. He concludes internally that revealing the full truth about what happened this time would only cause more problems. He turns back to Winley and feigns ignorance, saying he was unconscious so he doesn't know what happened. Winley looks a bit disappointed but says it still seems like a miracle. Winley asks how his body is, if he's hurt anywhere else. Davy puts on a bright, reassuring smile. "As you can see, I'm fine." He continues with a sly smirk. "In fact, my body is so good that it's almost a problem," referring to his huge power-up. Internally, he's pleased, thinking this is like getting 3 birds with 1 stone. The recent events brought multiple benefits. He reflects on using the 9th-tier holy magic to destroy the blood polis, and how pushing his holy power to its limit also made it grow. He smirks. His simple experiment had incredible results. A silhouette of Davy is shown, surrounded by swirling power, as he exclaims internally that his mana cache has grown a lot. His red eyes gleam. All his mana types, normal, holy, and necromantic, have increased significantly. It's not enough to change things on a grand scale yet, but now he can finally use an aura blade exclusive to him. He sits on the bed, clenching his fist, feeling the new power. His holy power, which grew so slowly before, has increased the most, all thanks to the stigmata, a direct blessing from the gods. He looks out a large stained glass window, muttering about that fucking holy power, still a bit frustrated that it needs a huge catalyst like this to truly grow. Winley sighs, bringing him back, telling him what a mess it's been, especially for his maid, Amy, who was frantic. A faint image of Amy panicking flashes in his mind. So, that wasn't entirely a dream. He realizes, then says aloud he vaguely remembers her being there. Winley adds, a bit exasperated, that Princess Ileana also came looking for him, stubbornly saying she'd take him to a proper doctor herself. Davy's eyes widen, shocked that was real too, wondering why Eliana seemed so mad. Davy smiles gently at Winley, thanking her for looking after things and telling her to rest, as he wants to reflect alone. Winley nods. As Winley leaves, she reassures him Baris is fine and the competition is on hold while everyone processes what happened. She pauses at the door, smiling tiredly. It's gonna be noisy for a while with all the commotion about your stigmata, but rest well, brother. Davy waves her off with a relaxed smile. Once Winley's gone, Davy's expression shifts to keen interest, his red eyes gleaming thoughtfully as an idea forms. Winley, walking away, pauses with a slight frown, murmuring, "Is that how it is?" Perhaps sensing Davy isn't telling her everything. Back in his room, Davy focuses his mind. Information check. A translucent, ornate status window appears, showing Winley's information. Name, Winley ALROW. Status abnormalities, tired. Special conditions, 3-circle magician. Current psychology, worried about onlookers, surprised, weakened state. A faint BBI ring sound accompanies it. Davy looks at the window with wide, interested eyes, surprised. "Oh, it's totally like a game," he exclaims, wondering why this new power suddenly appeared. He ponders if it was because he prayed to Dionysus, still using the wrong name, maybe on purpose, or because he used magic meant for his astral body. He sighs. Whatever it is, it seems complicated, as understanding his powers is often confusing. He closes his eyes, then opens them with a new understanding. On the other hand, a dark, sparkling thought appears. He reclines back on his bed with sudden excitement, grinning as he realizes how useful this new ability to see another person's psychology and condition will be, fitting his manipulative nature perfectly. A low, amused chuckle, "Hoo," echoes in the quiet room, hinting at something ancient and powerful. Suddenly, a beautiful woman with long lavender hair, elegant horns, and pointed ears appears in Davy's room. She's in a dark, revealing gown, suspended in midair by glowing blue bonds. "You're quite the rough fellow," she says, her voice smooth but powerful. "You might not know, but I'm not the type that likes being tied up." Davy, standing by his window, turns, completely unimpressed. "I don't think we know each other well enough to be cracking jokes," he retorts coolly. The horned woman smiles, amused. "Isn't it our first time meeting each other? There's no reason to be hostile, other." She seems at ease despite being bound. Davy sits on his bed, demanding, "Just explain what's going on." The woman replies, "With us being tied to each other, I was going to tell you anyway." A wisp of purple energy drifts from her. Davy raises an eyebrow. "Tied to each other?" She gestures to his back. "That's right. The stigmata on your back. It has become the bowl that now holds my soul." An image of the large, glowing red stigmata appears. "That's why its size isn't normal. It had to be large enough for me." Davy manages a strained smile. For a stigmata, a mark of divine favor, to be the demon lord's seal. This is beyond absurd. His internal thought is pure bewilderment. Honestly, none of this makes any sense at all. The demon lord leans forward slightly, her voice soft. Then, she's now surrounded by illusory red roses, her red eyes gleaming. "Will you not untie me? I'll tell you again. I'm not the type that likes to be tied up." Her eyes sparkle playfully, and definitely not in this kind of vulgar, constricting position. A hint of a blush on her cheeks. She murmurs as if embarrassed, "It's a bit shameful." Davy just stares, completely unmoved by her display. Davy scoffs, waving his hand dismissively. "My interest has died." The blue bonds shatter, and she lands gracefully. He then asks, "What's up with the demon lord being here when you're supposed to be sealed in a sword?" The demon lord strikes a confident pose. "Explain it so I understand," Davy demands. "I have a short temper." She replies calmly, "We're bonded together now." She curtsies gracefully. "My name is Persek von Fallen, the demon lord of the abyss. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you." Davy thinks, she personifies that saying perfectly. He gets who or what is in his room. An image of Persek in a terrifying demonic form, atop skulls against a fiery sky, flashes. He recalls lore. In ancient history, she caused the Great War between Middle-earth and demons. Then, an image of Caldera's blazing gold. God's sword Caldera's is the sword Horus used to end the Great War when he slayed the demon lord. Everybody knows that. Davy recalls, the truth is the demon lord's soul wasn't destroyed, but sealed within the sword. The man who did it, Horus, told me personally. Persek smiles, are you satisfied? Davy looks skeptical, thinking, this is the demon lord? Comparing her to the monstrous image. She feels totally different from the legends, Davy notes. Persek asks, why so confused? It seems you knew about my seal. Davy clarifies, I knew you were sealed. Didn't think you'd be conscious, let alone transferred. Persek smiles knowingly. Caldera's wouldn't imprison a friend's soul without consideration. Horus and we had an understanding. Davy is taken aback. A friend? The sword god and demon lord being friends is another layer of absurdity. Persek sighs wistfully. If I knew this would happen, I would have said my goodbyes to Caldera's. Davy mutters, well, it's not like they'd be considerate, referring to the gods. He then asks Persek directly, what's the deal here? Persek states plainly, I have been transferred to you from Caldera's by the will of the gods. Davy is still trying to grasp it. Will of the gods. What are you talking about? Davy crosses his arms. Don't you have a better explanation? Persek sighs. If I did, I wouldn't be so frustrated. It was all rather abrupt. She looks at him with a sly glint. Anyways, this happened because of your holy powers and that stigmata. So, don't you think you have to take responsibility for me? Persek smiles. Personally, I'm interested in you. You're the second person to fully utilize Caldera's. Davy clarifies, you mean Horus sword techniques? Davy, looking exasperated, says, you talk as if you know Horus well. Persek replies confidently, of course. He'd talk about you whenever he got the chance. Persek looks pleased, I see. He talked about me to you? Clearly happy about this. Davy is slightly surprised. Feels nice he didn't hide it. Persek looks around. Wow, the Hall of Heroes. I didn't know it truly existed. Davy narrows his eyes. What's the point of lying to a demon lord who can supposedly see through a person? Persek raises a finger. Let me correct one thing. Davy asks, what? I can't see through people like you imagine, Persek clarifies. I just have the ability to borrow the will of higher beings. She gestures to the status window image. You called it a status window? Those colorful descriptions of you? Not my thoughts. Davy processes this. The will of higher beings? He repeats. Persek elaborates, don't humans usually call them gods? Implying the higher beings are the gods. Davy slumps back. I can't believe gods would use phrases like half-crazy bastard. That's just undignified. He sighs. I mean, I wasn't expecting much from gods who gave holy powers to someone like me, but still. Persek spreads her arms, cheerful. It's nice to be somewhere new. You should be able to show me the world, much more than Horus ever could. Davy is taken aback. Show you the world? The scene shifts to the night sky. Persek explains, when you live sealed away so long, you only want to experience the world. Davy thinks, then what about me? What do I get? Persek gently taps Davy's head. Don't you have them already? My abilities, of course. A silhouetted cityscape appears. Persek continues, like the games from your past life, those mechanics like skills, seeing statuses, those are from me, through the will of those higher beings. Davy smiles subtly. She even knew about my past life. Can't let my guard down. Persek's small demonic wings unfurl. Isn't it a pretty good deal for you? She floats slightly, striking an elegant pose. I'm looking forward to it, our partnership. A close-up of Persek's hand. Davy thinks, the tiny hands of the demon lord. A strange contrast. His thought continues. Honestly, Persek's abilities are quite appealing. The benefits are significant. Did I even have a choice? Feels like it was decided when that stigmata appeared. All right, let's get along then, Davy says, extending his hand. Persek takes it, pleased. Their partnership is sealed. Davy looks at their joined hands, a complex expression. It seems like... Persek beams, eyes closed happily, genuinely delighted by this. I got someone I can reveal my secrets to, Davy concludes his thought, perhaps with relief or calculation. A few days later, the Paristi dukedom is bustling. Narration: the dukedom, normally abuzz for the sword competition, was instead abuzz due to the demonic attack and Prince Davy's stigmata. And I was at the center of it all. Night falls over Davy's lodgings. Davy looks down at a crowd outside. Persek, small on his windowsill, comments, "They've gathered again." Davy rubs his temple, annoyed. Popularity seems exhausting. Persek, amused, "We could just tell them about me." Davy retorts, "Don't scream such things. I don't have to satisfy their curiosity." Persek smirks. "Most are just priests here to see the stigmata. It is proof of God's love or intense interest." Little flowers bloom around Persek. Their obsession is justified. Davy shivers. "You don't need to state things that give me goosebumps." Text: only 3 saint candidates in 300 to 400 years. A stigmata is that precious. Davy thinks with dread, I might get sold off to a holy kingdom as some relic. A dark thought bubble, all right. A decision has been made. He's had enough. Davy bursts into Winley and Baris's room. "Pack your things immediately." Winley and Baris look up, confused. Brother." Davy, in traveling clothes, grins. "Explaining is annoying. Worried about our visitors?" Baris replies, "That's true." Winley, tearfully, "It's not like we broke the law. Why do they keep coming?" She complains, "It's not like this place is sacred ground." Davy grins maniacally, "Technically it is now." He smirks, "About half this city is, thanks to the saint's sanctuary I cast." He looks out at the city. When things get complicated, the best course of action is to run. "Hurry up," he urges his bewildered siblings. Moments later, Davy stands by a waiting carriage, ready to escape. A thought bubble appears, likely from Persek. Persek, on the carriage roof, asks, "Is it really fine to just go? They'll follow you." Davy's thought, "I'm fine with that." He smirks, looking back. "I left a very good tanker behind. Who will be able to take the..." "Oh," he finishes, clearly meaning Princess Ileana. Princess Ileana sips tea. Her attendant, Linda, is nearby. Ileana looks up. "He ran," her voice dangerously calm. Linda flinches, tea sloshing. "Her Highness." To say, "He ran." Ileana cuts her off. "Just answer, Linda." Ileana's anger rises. "That bastard. You said he ran, right? Pushed all this onto me, spread weird rumors about the god sword, and he ran away with his siblings." Linda stammers. "By the time we sent someone, they had departed." "Ha!" Ileana explodes, royal demeanor gone. Her mind flashes to Davy's likely story. "I defeated the enemy with the god sword. The stigmata was due to its hidden power." Linda calls out, "Princess?" Ileana slams her shoe down. "Bullshit." She throws a tantrum, sweeping items off the table. "Totally baseless bullshit. You did all that, Davy, not the sword." Linda rushes to her. "Princess, please be careful. What if someone overhears?" Linda, horrified, thinks, "I've served her for years. Would anyone believe this is her true personality?" Princess Ileana screams in pure fury. Narration: the true face of Phelan's cold princess is aggressive and unruly. Ileana, eyes blazing, barks, "Tell the soldiers to get ready to move immediately." The Phelan embassy. Ileana's furious command echoes, "Right now." She's going after Davy. The chase is on. The night sky shows 2 crescent moons, one blue and one pink, as trees pass by the carriage window. They're on the road. Inside, Baris and Winley are asleep, nestled together under a blanket, the carriage wheels providing a rhythmic clack. Davy watches his sleeping siblings with a fond smile. Persek, now tiny, sits beside him. They get along quite well, she observes. Davy nods. It's nice to see. Persek turns to Davy. Hey, isn't it a waste? She asks. Talking about calderas, she clarifies. Persek, still small, sits on the carriage roof lining. You have a great interest in calderas. Unlike Princess Ileana, you can wield it to its full potential. You're the only one who can right now. You're the perfect candidate, Persek insists. Davy leans back. Yeah. Calderas feeds on greed, the wielder's ambition. An image of Saint Sanctuary's golden light flashes. Davy adds, I can't use such high-level holy magic again until I fully recover. That spell took nearly everything. But a thought bubble signals a counterpoint. Persek whispers temptingly, if it's you, you could forcefully take it from Princess Ileana. Davy shakes his head, smirking. It's not mine. Tempting, but I wouldn't steal from a child. Ileana is still young. He glances at Persek on his knee. Besides, calderas isn't right for me. Persek teases, a sword that isn't right for you? Davy explains, I use greatswords. Calderas is more a long sword. Doesn't suit my core techniques. He looks out the window. They're not in my hands yet, he says with anticipation. But I've already decided which swords I want. His eyes gleam with secret ambition for specific legendary weapons. The two moons shine, a soft SWA like wind or night magic. The journey continues. Persek, on Davy's shoulder, says, your face tells me you're planning something. Davy challenges, don't you know already? With your abilities. Persek chuckles, just because I'm the demon lord doesn't mean I know everything. Her voice turns serious. When I peer into your thoughts, there are parts one can't access. Barriers I cannot cross. Davy considers this. Parts even the demon lord of the abyss can't see? His mind is more fortified than she expected. Persek dismisses it. Trivial things aside, what do you plan to do once you return to Rhone? Davy asks, is my homecoming trivial? Persek explains, your enemies won't move carelessly on land where a stigmata was bestowed. Good opportunity to clean them up. Davy touches his chin, smiling. Can't make a huge decision without prep. Queen Linus' family, the Varietta dukedom, heads the aristocratic faction, with many members planted. A chessboard with toppling pieces appears. Taking them out one by one is too slow. That's why Linus is so arrogant. We can't punish them thoughtlessly or risk destabilizing the kingdom. But another thought bubble, indicating his plan, shifts. The carriage continues. It's all right, Davy says confidently. I've thought of a solution. Days later, at Rhone's royal palace. King Cryones says from the throne, you did well. Boris apologizes for the competition incident. The king waves it off. No, it's not your fault. King Cryones continues, it was Boltus's fault for acting so obviously. All you needed was to return safely. He looks at Davy. And the king gazes at Davy. I heard you received a stigmata. Davy replies humbly, though undue, I have received God's interest. The king booms, how joyous. Queen Linus, fanning herself rapidly, furious, grits her teeth. The king turns to her, don't you think so, queen? She forces a smile. Yes, it is joyous. Davy looks at her sharply, really? His gaze is piercing, knowing her true feelings. The queen stammers, of course. Davy smiles politely, the son's blessing is also the mother's blessing, your majesty? Linus clenches her fan, seething internally. Davy adds, enjoyed your amazing acting by the way. The king tells Duke Varietta, write a petition to the alliance with a heavy complaint against Boltus. The duke bows. The king dismisses them, you must all be tired. Go rest. They bow. As they leave, the king's voice stops them. Davy, stay for a bit. Davy remains alone before the king in the vast, empty throne room. Tea sits between them. The air is tense. The king speaks softly, it's been half a year. Davy replies, Half a year since I woke up, and your majesty hasn't called for me. This is the first time. The king asks, do you resent me? Davy answers, I have no reason to lie. Clearly, nor do I have to say from when my resentment started, Davy adds coldly. The Grand Chamberlain was watching me, reporting to you, Davy states. The king nods, so you knew. Davy, I have good intuition. The king picks up his teacup. It seems that I was right. The king continues, no parent wouldn't notice a change in their child. Of course I noticed Davy changed after the coma. A poignant thought from the king. Though I don't deserve to be called a father. Davy asks, you wanted to meet with me this whole time? The king sighs. I thought of it for a while. So, there's just something I wanted to ask. Davy suddenly drops to his knees, pleading, Your Majesty. Please help mother, young Davy begs in flashback, kowtowing. Don't you already know of her illness? Young Davy cries, it's not a disease. It's poison. The king shouts, stop it. Young Davy grabs his robe, Your Majesty. The king orders guards, remove the prince. Enro, young Davy screams, scratching the floor. Reveal the truth. His small hands are bloody from scratching the stone floor. Flashback ends. The king is silent as Davy relives the memory. Your Majesty, young Davy's voice echoed. Davy speaks, voice heavy. 4 years later, at 9, I discovered who killed my mother. But the king avoided it, using her illness as a cover. Cracked floor tiles symbolize broken trust. Davy asks his father coldly, how did it feel to throw away my mother, the woman you used to love? The king clenches his fist. Davy continues, you chose the kingdom over my mother, let go of her hand for stability, then remarried the enemy, Queen Linus. The king tries to speak, don't blame her. Davy cuts him off, clutching his head, no interest in hearing your justifications. All I want to know is if you really felt nothing. Davy says, even after 1,000 years, that moment is vivid. As she died of poison, mother only spoke of you. Even if I'm hardened, those memories scar. A stark statement, she died. An image of Davy's mother among lilies, crying. While crying an apology, perhaps to me, perhaps to you. Davy continues, I wanted to know what he, my father, felt. The king finally speaks, become the king, Davy. The king admits, I couldn't be a good king or father. Lacking conviction and power. A king makes choices others can't understand. So steel yourself, become stronger, Davy, the king implores. So no one can stop you. So you won't make my choices. The king looks at Davy, pained but hopeful. That is my answer. Davy looks down. A white lily appears. Davy thinks, it seems, you did not completely forget my mother. Your Majesty. Davy's voice is firm. Davy looks up, red eyes blazing. Take responsibility. They say the child resembles their parents. But not me. If my father throws away family for the kingdom, and that's being king. The king looks on somberly. Davy declares, I want to walk a different path. Davy shatters a teacup. A king, he scoffs. The dazzling seat so many want. Give it to someone else, Davy states, turning his back. I won't take it even if you give it to me, he yells, storming out, doors slamming. Davy walks down a long corridor, footsteps echoing. Persek materializes. You have a habit of being harsh. Davy, it was necessary. Persek says, you should have seen me judging you. Davy, doesn't change my decision. And you can't see everything about me anyway, Davy adds. Persek, that's true. Davy pauses, a small smile. At least I got an answer. He needed that closure. Later, Davy is in his chambers. Amy, I'm going to sleep, don't let anyone in. Amy, yes, Your Highness. Good night. Davy turns, determined. Persek is likely with him. Then shall I go? He says. He stands on his balcony overlooking the city. Arms wide, wind or magic swirls. Down the rabbit hole, he declares, ready for his next endeavor. Night at the Roan Kingdom's Black Moon Guild mansion. Suddenly, a loud crash. A shocked voice exclaims, "Sherry went missing?" Inside an office, the Roan branch leader leans over a desk. An underling reports, "Yes. She didn't leave a single trace." The branch leader looks grim. Didn't the assassins under her disappear a while ago too? The branch leader sits back, thinking. He recalls their last mission. They were sent to assassinate Prince Davy, Prince Baris, and Princess Winley. A shadowy figure in a wide-brimmed hat, Afria, lounging by the window, chuckles mockingly. Fuff. No point sending an A-class informant like Sherry for such a simple task. Afria turns, voice sharp. "Watch your mouth. Her identity was obscure, now she's vanished. Sent by headquarters. Wouldn't you be suspicious?" Afria's gloved hand crushes walnuts. "She disappeared, but the princess and princes are alive. I'll handle it. Time to see an A-class member's true power." Afria stands. "Targets are a given. I'll bring Sherry's head with their bodies. I'll show you something befitting the kingdom's best assassin." Crushed walnut shells fall. The branch leader thinks, the true power of an A-class assassin. He seems wary. His internal thought, how foolish. He doesn't trust Afria's overconfidence. An underling asks, "Is it okay to send him?" He seems reckless. The branch leader watches Afria leave, muttering, "Your baseless confidence will bring your demise, Afria." Then, leave it be. The branch leader reflects on Sherry. An imposing image of her appears. She is A-class only in name. Her skills are second to none. Most would have noticed. A close-up of Sherry's dangerous eyes. That this woman is dangerous. Truly dangerous. The branch leader grips his head. To think she failed and went missing without a trace. This is extraordinary. "I'll clean up and leave," the branch leader decides, reaching for an alarm. His underling looks on. He presses the button repeatedly. Press. Nothing. He looks up, confused. Why isn't anyone coming? His eyes widen in horror. Something's wrong, he realizes, jumping up. The alarm was disabled, or everyone outside dealt with. Two glowing red lines shirring past his head. A cold voice commands, "Stop right there." "Don't move," the voice continues, firm. The branch leader's underling collapses with a heavy fall. A hand slams the branch leader back into his chair. "You," he chokes. A shadowy figure looms, Davy. The terrified branch leader stammers, "What? It's a human, not a vampire." The panicked branch leader yells, "What are you doing? There's an intruder." He tries to call for help, "Protect me," but Persek's purple energy washes over him with a chilling creak. "Duhui," silencing him. The branch leader looks up at Davy in terror. "Sir Afria? How?" He mistakes Davy. "Davy, doesn't matter if you scream." Persek's tiny voice adds, "Hold my hand if you're scared." The branch leader screams internally, "He's strong." Afria's underling is shown, choked by Davy, gasping, "Who sent you?" The branch leader thinks, "At this rate, I also." He desperately wonders who this is. Luxo Guild? Karsha Guild? No. They couldn't wipe out Black Moon so quietly. Or, there's only one other possibility. He looks at Davy with dawning horror. "Did headquarters send you to silence us?" Davy leans closer, whispering, "Do you want to live?" The branch leader stares, terrified. "Davy, I might let you live if you give me some information." The branch leader stammers, "Guest? If you wanted info, you could have gone through official procedures." "Davy, not information bought through normal channels." The desperate branch leader shouts, Tell me. I'll tell you anything." Davy grins predatorily. "Really?" Davy releases him. "Let go." The branch leader gasps. "Davy, since you're so generous, I'll accept." The branch leader clenches his fist, muttering, "Damn it." "Davy, I don't need much." Davy leans over the desk. "Give me a list of every aristocrat loyal to Varietta Dukedom, and every record of their embezzlement." The branch leader is stunned. That's also info varieta dukedom gathered to blackmail others. It should be here, right? Davy presses. The branch leader panics. Who in the world? Hush. Davy warns as a shimmering ice blade slides against the branch leader's neck. The ice blade presses closer with a shick. The branch leader is frozen, thinking, I'm gonna die. His eyes are wide with fear. Is he? He's realizing his captor's true power. Davy whispers coldly, You don't need another warning, do you? The branch leader finally understands. A master assassin? He thinks, shocked. Davy's eyes glow faintly red. Detecting lies is my specialty. Don't try to bluff. The branch leader sweats, drip drip. How? How could a master assassin be in this tiny kingdom of Roan? Davy leans back. So, what will you do? Cooperate or die? A pile of scrolls rustles. The branch leader cooperated. Davy looks at the scrolls thoughtfully. I knew it wouldn't be this easy. Davy, on a rooftop with Persek, holds the scrolls. This is trash. Fake names and unnecessary info mixed in. The real ledger is probably hidden elsewhere, more secure. He's not fooled. Persek asks. So, is that why it was a rabbit hole? Rabbits dig multiple burrows. Davy smirks. If we gather all of it, we can get rid of the aristocratic faction. Persek smiles dangerously. So there will be a bloodbath then. She seems to relish the thought. Davy looks over the city. I'm not gonna kill them all. I have to play fair. Persek is confused. What do you? Oh! Persek exclaims, perhaps understanding his unconventional fairness. A chessboard with a knight. Davy, even aristocrats aren't above the law. I'll expose their crimes, let justice take its course. A portrait of an elderly, noble man in armor, Marquis Peltis. Davy, he was my mother's personal knight. One of 3 swordmasters in Roan. Marquis Peltris. A name of loyalty. Marquis Peltris holds a letter, shocked. This is? He received Davy's info. The Marquis yells for his butler, running. Butler, run. He's acting immediately. The Marquis demands, Who gave you this letter? Davy's thought, this is how I'll get rid of Varietta's subordinates. Using law and those loyal to good. Davy stands on a rooftop, Persek on his shoulder. Persek asks, Is today's concept a midnight visitor? Where did you learn that? Davy looks thoughtful. Hey, can I ask you something? Persek, what is it? Persek offers a gentle, enigmatic smile. Davy looks at the city. What is it that you desire, Persek? Persek, you already know. What's the point? I'd like to hear you say it out loud. Davy points out towards the city. Of course. His desires, fix up my family. Warm back, full stomach. Nothing to worry about. Live a long, healthy life. Images of a peaceful town. Davy holds Persek, who giggles. Royalty is full of obstacles. You sure are enjoying planning such a simple life. Davy smirks. Aren't you already living like that, through me? Does it seem like that? Davy asks. Persek wipes a tear of amusement. Fun. Not what I expected from a hero. Davy, then you understand. A gentle breeze. Davy, kingdom will get stronger once corruption is rooted out. There's a small royal territory. I'm gonna move there, earn a stable living, do what I want. The city gleams. Have to use past life knowledge somewhere, right? The high-tech city of the continent. I could build it there. Persek comments dryly, Your plan is so vague. What about revenge? Persek asks, gesturing to the palace. Davy, revenge is part of it, not the ultimate goal. What after? I need purpose beyond that. Persek suggests, wouldn't it be better to seize the throne? Davy smiles. A king can't lead a leisurely life. Not for me. Persek, what about your palace? Davy embraces the night view. Already figured that out. Don't have to live there, confined. He smiles genuinely. I'm gonna build a place to return to. An image of a vibrant, peaceful town. His true ambition. In the grand throne room, Queen Linus, with false sincerity, tells the king, "Your Majesty, Prince Davy's mark is a blessing and a symbol of pride." She holds her fan, a sly smile on her lips. Since it's such a great contribution, her eyes narrow as she finishes, how about giving him a reward? Clearly, this reward isn't genuine. The king considers, a reward. The queen continues, Prince Davy had been granted land. Now that he's recovered, sending him there would be the best reward, so he can contribute even more. A clear attempt to exile Davy. Courtiers murmur, one whispering, unexpected of the queen. To compliment the first prince. They're unaware of her true intentions. But the queen, hiding her face, barely contains her disdain. I wonder, thinks. A dark aura emanates from her as she rages internally. I despise having to do this. Her thoughts race. Assassination failed, Sherry is missing. If he returned normally, I could have called him a lunatic, but that damned mark makes even that difficult. She grips her fan so tightly it snaps. Arg, not the time to think of that. Her fury grows. Last night, the info guild storing intel on the Duke was attacked. All info guilds in the country, wiped out by one person overnight. This loss is catastrophic for her faction. She remembers a small vial. I don't want to. The thought of the consequences is unbearable. Elsewhere, a loyal minister trembles before a superior. We can't, Your Majesty. That monster is a master assassin. The minister panics outside a building, no use looking. An agent to get rid of him doesn't exist. The queen clenches her broken fan. This idiot? Does he not know how valuable that info is? Her mind consumed. If that falls into his hands, her faction is doomed. A vision of the minister, now under duress. The Marquis of Paltris steps forward gravely. It's an issue where we'd have to be prepared for a revolution. The stakes are incredibly high. The queen leans forward, calculating. High chance it's the same person. My gut feeling tells me. Her conviction solidifies. The one who caused this and protects the prince is the same person. She believes Davy is behind it. A sliver of desperate resolve. If my hunch is right, there's still hope. Just need to get rid of that bastard. She schemes. If assassinating and incarcerating won't work, only one option left. Banish him legally. She composes herself. Let's focus on that. She appears regal, masking inner turmoil. A cruel smile. I spoke of a reward, knowing he couldn't accept easily. So from here, that's fair. She believes she's trapping Davy. Suddenly, her eyes widen in shock, sweat trickling. 2 large exclamation marks. The king declares, not proper for an adult prince, not the crown prince, to stay at the palace. Let's proceed immediately. The queen is blindsided. What? The king calls, Chief. The queen stares as the chief bows. Yes, Your Majesty. Bring me the prince, the king commands firmly. The queen watches, stunned. Her mind whirls. What is this man thinking? The king seized her plan. Davy stands before them, calm. I expected this, he says steadily. He thinks, since he realized I'm a ticking time bomb, he couldn't keep me at the palace. The king speaks. Leave. The king continues. Leave and cultivate the land granted to you. Let your existence shine through it. A formal banishment, presented as an opportunity. Davy bows. I accept your orders. No resistance, playing his part. Persec whispers from Davy's shoulder. Oh, he's afraid his son will go too far. Trying to send you off. Davy mentally replies, stop reminding me. You already know anyway, Davy adds in his thoughts. As he turns to leave, Davy thinks, even if they didn't do this, I would have left. He continues internally, done what I have to do here, no point staying. They think they're sending me out for their benefit, but they're playing into my hands. The king asks, when would you like to leave? Davy coolly, as soon as I'm ready. Persec thinks, his heart is twisted. Countless lives could be lost. Davy thinks, looking out a window, we're better off without a kingdom like this. Need reform before the next king. His thoughts turn to Boris. I can't pass this dirty reality to him. Good chance to strike the enemy. Davy walks out of the palace, sunlight streaming down. Hyung. Winley and Boris rush to him, concerned. Winley, you're leaving? What is this? Boris, yeah. To the Hines territory? Davy smiles wryly. Wow, news spreads fast. He reassures them, I wanted to leave. Don't worry. Even if I look like this, I'm still an adult. He pats Boris' head. Trust your Hyung. Davy says confidently. Boris looks up, worried but a bit reassured. Hyung. Winley takes Davy's hand, voice trembling. But brother. Her eyes well up. If you're ever in trouble, tell us. However dangerous, we'll come get you. Davy smiles warmly. Even if Hines is a wasteland, people live there. I'll make it prosperous and invite you. Look forward to it. He turns, businesslike. Amy. Amy rushes to him. Davy pulls her along. Go to Treasury and Land Management. Get all documents for Hines territory. Amy, flustered, what kind? Davy winks, finger gun. All of them. Say I sent you, they'll give you everything. Amy, trusting, yes, sir. Davy watches her go, thoughtful. His mind on strategy, know your enemy, and yourself, and you'll become unbeatable. Persek comments, interesting phrase, from your past life. Davy glances at her. Similar phrase in this world too, right? Persek confirms whimsically, existed even at my birth. This wisdom transcends worlds. Persek looks at Davy with admiration. Oh, I really like this. Davy, what? She elaborates, eyes gleaming, I love stuff like this. Fascinated by his ruthless approach. Blue energy whips playfully. Persek, significant strength and skills. But you never become arrogant. Davy smirks. Interesting. Living vicariously through me? Persek looks wistful. Unlike yours, my life was boring, so that's one way of putting it. Davy looks out. Never thought someone would want to live vicariously through my life. Persek puffs her chest. Be proud. I, the previous demon princess, am about to become your fan. Persek smiles, pleased with her new role. Davy chuckles genuinely. This is an honor. This strange partnership is interesting. Later, a small stack of old books sits on a table. Amy returned. Faster than I thought. But, he gestures. This can't be all, right? Amy, embarrassed. It is all that was left for Hines. Davy sighs. Expected of a remote region. A determined glint. Well, better this way. Easier to develop. A blank slate, not hopeless. An eager smile. I'm already getting excited. He picks up a weathered parchment, old seal, faded script. Letters hint at something ominous. Davy examines it, expression unreadable. Persek, winged, flutters to his hand, peering at it. Let's see. Her eyes widen. Oh, she breathes, surprised. A cursed land. She looks at Davy. How did you even manage to get a land as bad as this? Davy smirks, blunt assessment. He leans back, chuckling. Haha. Amused by his new territory's dire state. I'm so grateful, he says, hard to tell if it's gratitude or sarcasm. Probably both.